we have had one heck of a past year and a half, haven't we? This is the first time we've really had the opportunity to get together for some type of education and instruction for our district deputies and the district education representatives. And I'm happy that you're here. And for everybody who's viewing from away via Zoom, I'm glad that you're here also. The purpose of this today is not for us to teach you anything really new, but probably to refine some of the things that you already know and are doing, but maybe we have a little bit of a disconnect in uniformity as we go across the jurisdiction. Hopefully today, after you leave here, you'll have a little bit more understanding of how I expect and how our next Grand Master expects that the districts should be educated, how the districts should be functioning with the same uniformity across the jurisdiction. I think that many of us accept a responsibility of a position, and once we said okay, we don't really know what to do with that after. How many district deputies are in here this morning? Yeah. Have you experienced a situation in your district where you go, what the heck am I going to do with that? I don't know what to do. I think I'll call the Grand Master. And you do. You have a direct line with the Grand Master. You have a direct line with me at any time as my direct representative. And in saying that, I have to remind you that when you listen to the installation of the district deputies, you are a direct extension of the Grand Master. You have the authority, or as a partial authority of the Grand Master in your district to make those decisions. You don't always have to contact the Grand Secretary or the Grand Master or the deputy. Use your best judgment. And then if you really think that you need to contact somebody else for some advice, please do. We're there to help so that you can accomplish the things that you want to accomplish in the district. District education reps. Your responsibility is great as well. Your responsibility is to educate, bring further light to the districts, bring further light to the brethren who may have questions about the meaning and the value and the understanding of what Masonic life, Masonic protocol, Masonic knowledge, and Masonic life. It's up to the district education reps to bring that. Now, if you don't understand it yourself, it's a little bit hard to give it away if you don't own it. I'll tell you what, if I go out there right now and try to give away Mike Tremblay's vehicle, there's going to be some trouble because I don't own it. I can't give it away. The same thing with education. If you don't own it, you can't very well give it away. So I'm asking the education representatives, bring light to the districts, bring light to the lodges. Some of the lodges don't understand some of the basic pieces of Freemasonry. They don't understand the value. They don't understand the definitions. And it may seem simple to us sitting in this room, but you have a brand new Mason who comes into the lodge and has some simple questions. And if he doesn't get those questions asked, he starts to get lost. And when he gets lost, he doesn't feel wanted. And when he doesn't feel wanted, he's going to go away. And does anybody here have issues with attendance at lodge meetings? I think everybody does. So every one of us collectively in this room has a responsibility to those brethren who are not coming back to lodge for some reason or can't make it to lodge. And I think Jim Witham, past master of Tranquil Lodge, said it best. There is not one television, even with all the technology we have, there is not one television yet that will stretch out its hand and say, welcome, brother. We need to make our brethren in our lodges feel like they're a part. Give them a reason to come to lodge. I don't know about you, but I've got 1,000 things to do. And if I don't feel like I'm going to get much value out of my lodge experience, I'm going to pick one of those other 1,000 things to do. And I want you to do your best to elevate and educate and inspire the brethren in the lodges. That's what you've done. That's what's happened to you. That's the reason you're sitting here today. Because you find value, you understand Freemasonry, and you feel like you're getting something out of it. And it's up to you to make sure that the brethren in the lodges and in the districts get the same thing. It's selfish for us to keep that to ourselves. It really is not the way that we should be behaving with our brethren. We have to do the best we can. And I'm not talking about numbers now. I'm not talking membership or anything like that. I'm just talking about the brethren that we have in the lodges. We need to inspire them. So when you come through this day, learning a little bit more information about Form 1 and how things should probably function in order to make it the most effective in the lodges and districts, then some of those other issues that we have with attendance and what have you should start to resolve themselves. And I'm not going to stand here and blather on forever and ever, because I'm going to leave that for the deputy. I think you know how I feel. I love Freemasonry. I love and respect all of you for the commitment that you have made to fill the position that you have. I know that none of you expected to do it during the pandemic. Neither did I. But I think you've all done a pretty darn good job at it, and you really should give yourself a pat on the back for that. But hopefully today we can refine some things, because in just a few short months, district deputies may or may not be leaving office. But you are then going to be the inspiration and the guidance for the new deputies who are coming in. And some of the district education representatives may in fact be asked to be appointed, or may be appointed and asked if you'll accept a position as district deputy. That's up to that's up to our next Grand Master. But you guys are the leaders. You guys are the movers and shakers. You guys are the ones who can make a difference in the lodges and in this jurisdiction. And you guys are the ones that I trust will be able to help me to advance that agenda, so that our brethren can experience the same love and affection and value out of Freemasonry. And that's all I have. I just wanted to give you a few words of encouragement to inspire. And I'm going to leave all the education up to the meals committee and the guest speakers today. But I just want to be here, and I hope you enjoy your day. Thank you. And we'll have our deputy. I think he's got some words of wisdom for you. Retired Coast Guard. There's all kinds of wisdom there, isn't there?
DK's like, wait a minute, I told you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So thank you all for being here. Like the Grand Master just said, you guys are the boots on the ground. You guys make it happen. And not just the district deputies, the DERs, and even the guys that help you sometimes do what you guys do in your district. It all works together, and it's all critically important to us being able to continue moving the fraternity forward. We have a tendency sometimes to look at the dark side. Numbers. We have less Masons. No one's coming to lodge. I can tell you when you go out to your, when I go out to your districts or I go to your lodges, are there 30 or 40 guys in the lodge? No, there isn't. But there's a dozen or 15 or whatever. And there are men who are enjoying the fraternity. There are men who are proud to be Masons, and they are doing what they love to do. And that's sit in lodge with their brethren and recognize brethren for their good deeds, do good things in their communities, all those kind of things. And that's really what it's all about. I had the good fortune to be out at on Island Lodge out on Islesboro with Bill the other, about what, 3 weeks ago now, I guess. There was a couple of brothers out there that got 50-year veterans medals, and Jeremy and the Grand Secretary and I and Justin Hatch, we took a boat ride out there and we went to lodge. And as I noted there at the end, I said, this is it. This is Freemasonry. It's one of the most important aspects of our fraternity. There were, I don't know, 20 guys there total. There were a bunch of brethren that came from the mainland because they wanted to be there. And we had a great meal, and doesn't get much better than that. I think sometimes, like I said, we get blinded by the concern that, we're wringing our hands about what a number is, or just keep doing it. We're going to win the battle an inch at a time. There is no big, oh my gosh, we're going to have a revelation, and a year from now, we're going to have twice it. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. What is going to happen is we continue doing what we do. We keep the pressure on, keep the pressure on, keep the pressure on, and 1 inch at a time. A lodge that's struggling, we surround it. We lift it up. We help them. They're doing better. They're on their own now. Great. Oh, lodge over here is struggling a little bit. Let me go over there. And that's where you guys come in, the district officers. The state is too big, and there's too many lodges for one guy or two or four guys, say the elected Grand Lodge officers, to provide that kind of guidance all over the state. It's too big. There's too many. We can't do it. How we do it is boots on the ground, you guys, and we empower you to be leaders. So I'm going to talk for just a couple minutes about kind of where gives you a feel for where I'm headed. None of it's going to come as a shock. Many of you knew me when I was Grand Secretary. We had a relationship when I was the Grand Secretary for 4 years. So I don't think if I look out when I say something and everybody's like, it's like, oh, whoa, wait a minute. Maybe I touched a nerve there. I'm not trying to, but how many of you read the article that was in the Maine Mason magazine that I wrote about the district deputy? Did everybody get a chance to? Okay. So that kind of gives you a flavor anyway. I think if you read that, you kind of see where I'm coming from. And I will tell you, it's no different than what our current Grand Master did. It's not much different than what Mark Rustin, Tom Palkinen, Dave, go back as far as you want. Everybody wants to see everybody succeed. All of us that offer ourselves to do this job, do it because we feel we have something to offer to steer the ship for a couple of years and see what we can do and maybe make a difference. So there's none of us do this for the title or the adulation, or I worked very closely with 2 grandmasters, well, 3, counting our current grandmaster. And all of them, they were hardworking guys. They were out all the time preaching the gospel, trying to empower everybody to really want to be proud of the fraternity and proud of what they're doing. For those of you that don't know me, and I'm just going to be really brief about this because I think it's important. I think it gives that personal connection. I did a career in the Coast Guard, and after I got done that, I spent 15 years working for Hinckley Yachts. So most of my 35 years working in the boating industry or on boats. So that's kind of where my background was. When I was in the Coast Guard, I was an enlisted guy. I was not a commissioned officer. So I'll refrain from any rude comments about officers versus enlisted folks. I would do that and but I was a working guy. I was on the deck. I was down in the engine. That's where I grew up. That's where I spent my working career. At Hinckley, I was systems guys. I was in the engine room. I was crawling around doing that kind of stuff. So my background is, and not to take away from anybody, we need people at every level of the organization. People that are in an administrative role, people that are in a leadership role, we need them at every level of the organization. I just spent a good part of mine kind of down at the bottom of the ship, not at the top. I'd get nosebleeds if I went up to the bridge. It was too high up. The boat moved too much. Get down in the bottom, it stays pretty flat. So anyway, I have kids, I have grandkids. I understand the challenges of guys that, I get that, guys that have children or they have other responsibilities. It takes away. I mean, it's a balancing act. And sometimes you do really good, and then sometimes you think, wow, I blew that. And it doesn't matter which way you feel like it. Either way, you feel like, I should have been here instead of there, or whatever. That's life. That's life. We get past it, we move on to the next day and we start again. But I empathize and I understand those that have other demands besides the fraternity. I fully recognize, as any of you that have heard me when I spoke as Grand Secretary know, I used to say it all the time, fully recognize every one of you is a volunteer. At the time I was, there's 4 paid employees of the Grand Lodge. So everybody else, including me, including the Grand Master, DK, all of us, we're all volunteers. So I recognize that sometimes it's a balancing act, and sometimes the fraternity has to shift off a little bit because you've got something that's just as important to you. Not everybody, this is their only hobby. There's a lot of guys that like to hunt, fish, go sledding, go fishing, go boating, go. Those are all important too. Those are what make us well-rounded, good men. We do those other things. All work and no play, the old adage. Anyway, so I do have kids. I live in Bucksport, so it was about a 20-minute ride this morning to come up here, so that was kind of nice. But anyway, I live in Bucksport, and my wife is the town manager in Bucksport. She works a lot, so I'm pretty much Monday through Thursday. I don't have to do much that's going to involve her because she's committed. So, but anyway, so she still works. Her contract expires about a month after, if I can manage to stay out of trouble between now and May and get elected in May. And then the next year, when I'm done in May of 24, a month later, her contract expires. And so that's going to be the end of our working life. Theoretically. She loves her job, so I'm not going to, she says that'll be the end. We'll see. I did 2 years as a district deputy, so I understand the struggles and sometimes the hand-wringing of being a district deputy. I was district deputy for Jim Ross in the 21st, where Gary is the district deputy during this cycle. The 21st district has its problems, like other districts. I mean, there's no, it's tough to find any place that everything's great. We'd be crazy to sit and say, we've got our rose-colored glasses on when we're doing that. Every district has its problems. The thing is, do we try to address those and try to make things a little better, or do we just sit back and go, man, this place, we got some problems? We know that. We know that. We want to try to help that. I think it's clear to me that sometimes there's a misconception out there, and I heard a lot about it when I was the district deputy, and I want to just throw some numbers at you really quick. A lot of times there's an attitude out there that the Grand Lodge decides who's going to get elected, or Grand Lodge makes all the decisions, and blah, blah. No. All right. All you need to do is look at the numbers. When we go to the annual communication and vote to elect people, approve people, there are far more deck plate level Masons. That's who decides. The Constitution was set up that way for a purpose. And the purpose was that the craft decides. The Grand Master, his authority and my authority when I'm in office is granted by the membership. We're not anointed. We don't just, oh, there you go, you're going to be the Grand Master. You have all this power. It's granted by the membership. Between the Grand Lodge and the permanent members of the Grand Lodge, there's about 150 votes. If 3 votes from every lodge showed up, there's about 525 votes. The lodges decide. It was set up that way. It's a good system. Just when you hear that out there, and I'm sure some of you do, I used to hear it too, you can gently remind them that there are more than 3 times as many lodge votes as any other votes. The lodges decide who they want to lead them. The lodges decide if a constitutional item is worthy, should be part of the Constitution or not. They have a say. Empower them. They got to show up. That's the problem sometimes, is we have 20 to 30 lodges every year that don't show up at the annual communication. We have 25 lodges. There's 75 votes. So encourage your lodges to represent. I mean, it's not like all 3 have to go. One guy, elect a proxy that'll go and be part of the process. Encourage them to do that. I want to make sure I get all my. So I already spoke about that the Grand Master's authority is granted to him by the membership. The Grand Master's function, as I see it, and I think Rich and I have had discussions about this before, set the direction, communicate the vision, set the craft of work. Sounds just like a master. And basically it is. It is, except the master's got a lodge with maybe 40, 50, 75, 100 members that he's worried about. Right now, our Grand Master has a Grand Lodge that includes 14,700-ish members. It's just a bigger field. Same principle. Same principle. There is no overarching something different from Grand Lodge. Set a direction, set the craft at work. Sometimes the lodges lose sight of that. And how we do that, they have to remember, and I think it's important to understand that it's about servant leadership. I'm here to serve. Our Grand Master's here to serve. We're not here to just decree this is what's going to, when something is laid out, or if there's a Grand Master's directive or a decision, it's being done to make sure that whatever is happening is in the best interest of the craft. Most of the time, we hit that pretty square on the head, because this Grand Master and the ones that I worked with before never did any of this stuff in a vacuum. They always talked with trusted people that they know will speak truth to power and say, Grand Master, maybe not. Don't do that, or you should consider this first, or something like that. We need to understand that when a decision comes from Grand Lodge, and the craft needs to understand that it does that because it's in the best interest of the craft. Now, it might not work for this one guy here, or this one lodge here, or they don't think it's right, or he's got to worry about 14,700 people, not 50, not 100. It's a different field. That's all. It's just a bigger field. And that puts us in a position of having to think about things in a different light. If you look at the, and the Grand Master alluded to it a couple minutes ago, the installation for district deputies, Drummond and Josiah Drummond wrote the Maine Masonic textbook originally. He was the original author in 1857-ish. With the exception of the Grand Master and the Grand Secretary, you are the most important officers in the Grand Lodge. That's in the district deputies installation. Totally agree. Absolutely. Again, we're back to why? Well, because Grand Master can't be everywhere all the time. The district deputy, aside from the Grand Secretary, who obviously runs the place on a day-to-day operation, and the Grand Master because he's the leader, the district deputies are the most important people in the Grand Lodge. I cannot stress enough how important I think your role is and how vital you are to the success of this jurisdiction. And then the fraternity as a whole. It's important that you clearly understand that you are important. You are very important. If you guys don't do your job, or you guys don't feel you are important, I mean, hear me loud and clear. You are critically important. And we need you to continue doing your jobs and be the leaders in your district. That's how we move forward, 1 inch at a time. We call somebody leader, not because they're in charge, but because they take care of the people that are in their charge. And that's my view. All right? It's not because you're in charge, but you are taking care of the people that are in your charge. So those guys in the district, the 600, 700 or 1,200 guys in your district, that's who you're taking care of, instead of the 14,700 that he's got to worry about. You're worried about your 1,000 or however many there are in your district. And it varies widely. We've had discussions about redistricting somewhere along the way, and that's going to happen at some point. It has to, because we're starting to get a pretty serious, we have a district with 4 lodges, and then we have a district right next door that's got 12 lodges. We're asking an awful lot of a district deputy that's got 12 lodges, right, Aaron? That's tough. 12 lodges. I had 7. That was about all I wanted to handle. And most of them were in pretty good shape. I didn't have to. But again, we're back to we're volunteers. To ask a guy to do 12 lodges, that's a tall order. We're asking a lot. And we want to try to ameliorate that a little bit and say, okay, maybe we can cut his to 8 or 9 and put 8 or 9 over here or something like that. It's coming. There's just no way around it. We're going to have to do it. Now, whether it happens in my term or not, I don't know. Or, you know, we have lots of great ideas when we started this, and between the pandemic and you know, a lot of our stuff that Rich talked about wanting to do and that, you know, we were going to work on has kind of obviously pushed on the back burner. But when you take care of those people in your charge, part of what they see and part of what's so important about it is you guys have the courage to go first. That's what it boils down to. You go first. You'll stand up. You'll stand up and you'll tell them, here's what's going on. This is why we're doing this. You have the courage to go first, you'll risk first, and you'll trust first. We have to put our trust out there. We trust when we sit down with the masters of our district and talk to them. We trust that they're going to do what we ask them to do or take a direction that we ask them to go, because the Grand Master has asked you to move in this direction. It all works together if everybody can understand that and have a firm belief that be optimistic. Everything is going to be okay. If you guys walk in the door, if I walk in the door, kicking the door and complaining and moaning, the guy sitting in the lodge goes, wow, I guess things are pretty bad. Did you see what he did? He's one step short of kicking the cat when he walked in the door. That's crazy. Optimistic. Optimism is a powerful, powerful thing. Powerful. I'm a pretty optimistic guy. Doesn't mean we don't need pessimists, okay? If everybody was an optimist, we'd be in trouble. There's a famous saying, an optimist built the airplane, a pessimist built the parachute. So a little pessimism can go a long way. Like, now we're back to truth to power. Grand Master or deputy or, you know, right worshipful, I'm not sure that's the best way to go with this lodge. It's a conversation. It needs to happen. The only thing we can't do going forward, and as we keep moving along, is nothing. Can't do nothing. We got to do something. We got to move. We keep moving. I mean, anybody that watches sports or whatever, if the team's losing, they don't just go, oh, geez, halftime, we're down 20 points, we're done. If they do, for sure, they're going to lose the game, for sure. But, you know, if they're behind, what do? I mean, we've all watched, or, you know, those of you that watch sporting events, whether it's baseball or football or, you know, see Doug sitting over there. I know he's a devout Bills fan. So but you know, those teams that have a great season or whatever, they never stop. They never stop. They don't have some, you know, you got some good key players, like you guys. You're our good key players. And you're out there and you're constantly optimistic. We're going to win this. We're going to do better. Things are going to be okay. A couple other thoughts I want to leave you with, and then I'll stop. And DK's not standing up yet looking, so I think I'm okay on time, but I'll wrap this up. I saw this the other day and I thought it was pretty good and I wanted to share it. If you assign tasks, people will work for you. If you assign responsibilities, people will work for themselves. So think about that for a minute. If I come up and I just say, here's what you need to do. This is your task. People will do that just because, for one thing, I have position authority. I'm the deputy. Or if the Grand Master does it, I'm the Grand Master. So of course, we've been trained as long as we've been Masons, and me long before in the military, when someone at the top says, this is what you're going to do. Well, he's senior to me, so I'm going to go do it, and you do it. If you assign somebody the responsibility, they'll work for themselves. If we assign them the responsibility of, I need you to take responsibility for this, whatever it is in the lodge, I'm asking you to take responsibility for that. Now they're working for themselves. They want to meet that responsibility that you've asked or you've put on them. They're working for themselves, not for you. and we'll all end up with a better outcome. I can't emphasize enough how much I appreciate what you guys do. And it was certainly, I'll tell you straight up, I was not, it took a long time for me to think about whether I wanted to do this or not, because after 4 years in the Grand Secretary's office, I know what the job takes. And maybe that's why typically Grand Secretaries wouldn't do this, because you need somebody that goes in and goes, hey, this should be good. I think I can do this. And they don't, I've seen the dark side sometimes. It is what it is. We're an amalgam of society. We do a pretty good job, but sometimes guys get in the fraternity that maybe shouldn't be among us, but they are, and then problems crop up, and Grand Lodge deals with them, and we will. But I want to, I really want to emphasize that you guys are the ones who are really making the difference out there. It's easy for me to stand up here and blab for 15 or 20 minutes. But when it comes to the day-to-day, down on the deck plate, walking around, trying to get these guys to move forward, not panic, not throw in the towel. None of us want to see a lodge go away. We want to see a lodge succeed. If the lodge is struggling, we want to see that lodge, we want to help that lodge come back to life and get them back doing what they do. Be good Freemasons, make a difference in their communities, make a difference in each other's lives. Remember, a great team is better than a team of greats. Don't go looking for, if you can get 2 or 3 guys that work together and they're a great team and they're getting stuff done, the spark plug in the lodge and a couple of guys that want to follow him, go with it. Go with it. A great team will always get more done than a team of greats, because a team of greats eventually is going to start arguing with each other about how to do something. All right. Anyway, I will end it there so that we can move on with this. You guys have, you certainly have my respect and my admiration for doing what you do. I've done it. I didn't volunteer to do it. My predecessor, in the 21st, called Jim Ross and said, I think you should call Dan Bartlett about being a district deputy. And then he called me and said, I told the incoming Grand Master to call you about being a district deputy. And I said, what were you thinking? I love being, had just gotten done as the master of my lodge, and life's good. And I said, I don't think so. And about a half hour later, my phone rang, and it was most fortunate brother Jim Ross, who said, I hear you're interested in being a district deputy. And I said, you did not hear correctly, sir. If you learn anything in the military, what is it? Don't volunteer. Don't put your hand up. Anyway, we had a nice chat. That was in 2012, almost 10 years ago. But when I see Jim Ross occasionally, I remind him that he's the reason that I'm knee deep in this stuff, and I love it. I'm super glad to be here, and certainly proud to be part of this group of Masons in Maine. So with that, I would encourage any of you, if you're interested in continuing to serve in some capacity, and it doesn't even mean at the district level. If you think maybe you'd like to help out at the Grand Lodge level, or maybe some of the district deputies. I know when I get done as district deputy, I took a break. For about a year, the only Masons that saw me were my lodge brothers in my home lodge. If a lodge called and said, hey, can you come help us do a degree? I'd be like, yeah, I'll help you do that. But I kind of took a step back and caught my breath. And so I get that. But if you are interested in continuing to serve on, feel free to reach out to me. My number is pretty well plastered. You guys, I think now, yeah, all the DERs and DDGMs get my newsletter. My email is on that. Is that newsletter worthwhile? Or, I mean, I always say feedback is welcome, and guess how much feedback I get? I get 1 or 2. Hey, nice job, which is fine. I learned in the Grand Secretary's office, if I kept waiting for everybody to come give me feedback on something, I'd be waiting a long time. So I don't wait anymore. I just do it. But anyway, I appreciate the fact that you find it valuable. That's what it's about, adding value. If it's valuable to you guys and gives you a little snapshot of what's going on and a little insight into what I'm thinking, all the better. Like I said, my email's on there. Feel free to reach out any point going forward. And afterwards, for that matter, I don't, down the road, if you take a step back and you want to take a year off and a year from now, you just have a question or you want to reach out, as the Grand Master said, you know how to reach me. You guys are always welcome to give me a call or send me an email or shoot me a text. The number that's out there everywhere for me is my cell phone. So I text constantly. So feel free to reach out. I'm always available and happy to serve you as best I can. So, DK, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate the time. And brethren, thank you very much. And I wish you all the best in the next, what is it? Now 235-ish days. The Grand Master sent me an email the other day saying, I love doing this. I love this. It's amazing to me every time I think I've seen everything there is to see, something else pops up that doesn't. And that comes from the night before he got installed. I talked to him and I said, enjoy your sleep tonight. Because I said after tonight, for the next 720 days-ish, a Mason goes off the rails in Maine, your phone rings. So he told me, he said, you've got 237 days left. So anyway, brethren, thank you very much. Have a good day. Thank you.
So the schedule that I didn't hand out because I didn't want to, but I'm pretty happy so far being a schedule kind of guy. We're 1 minute off from our schedule. We will be back together again at 10. So I know a lot of you had your first coffee. It's an opportunity to get ready for another one. I saw you just refilled the coffee. There's juice and donuts and water back there. Bathrooms are where I pointed out. Please take the opportunity to talk amongst yourselves. 10 o'clock sharp. We'll start on the next topic. Thank you.
Yeah, you got 1 more minute.
Went ahead and got binders for the district deputies. So I've asked TJ to go ahead and hand those out. So if you're a district deputy, please let him know as he comes around and he'll get one of these to you. Every time we do one of these things, obviously we have an opportunity for improvement and to do things better. And I seem to be very good at proving that. So I'll start out by covering one of the things that I missed going in. I'd like to thank Mike Tremblay for coming. Mike is currently your junior grand warden. And he's also a past district deputy. And for some of you realize that, Mike and I have history. When I was junior grand warden, Mike was my pursuant. We traveled together and went to all the district meetings together. And now that he's the junior grand warden, I'm his pursuant, and we travel together and go to the district meetings together. So anyway, Mike, thank you very much for coming. I do appreciate it. So it's always good to get guys that are, past district deputy and are continuing to stay active that can, help. He's the guy that will tell me I totally screwed up, and usually he's pretty good about doing it later. So I appreciate that. Just a hint, Mike. The next thing on the schedule is ROI. I know you don't have a copy, so trust me. It's ROI. Return on investment. Kind of out of place? Maybe, maybe not. So to some people that means, okay, I've got my savings account, I put it in this type of a tool or this type of an article, and it gets me, 6% and a 1.5% fee, and and then my return on investment is, is this, and is that good, or can I do better with something else? For a business, it may mean, well, geez, we can change out these fluorescent lights for incandescent lights. It's going to cost us, $6,000. It's going to save us $2,000 a year. And so in 3 years, we will get our return on our investment. And after that, we'll be making money. So it has various meanings. None of those are necessarily what I'm talking about. A few of you come from lodges, or certainly have lodges in your district that have huge money. So they look at their return on investment. I know we've got at least one accountant in the room who return on investment is a big thing for him. But I want you to think about return on investment in a different way. I'm gonna just break to talk about, you know, the reality is do we have problems in Masonry? Yes, we have problems in Masonry. Some of you have heard my biggest concern in Masonry, I got to say it last year at district meetings, is that I believe there are tens of thousands, certainly thousands of men in Maine who should be Masons. They'd make great Masons. They'd be wonderful Masons, and they don't have a clue. They don't have a clue that we exist, that what we have to offer. Some of them do, but I've heard, I don't know, how many people have we heard say, well, nobody ever asked me. Yeah, okay, well, that's how it works, buddy. Nobody ever asked me either. But, you know, any discussion you can get going will get you moving down that path and maybe give us an opportunity to get them to join the brotherhood instead of just, you know, wishing they had or not knowing that they had and that they should. So we talk about membership. Membership is important. I don't think there's any shortage of men in Maine who would make wonderful Masons. I think there's a shortage of men in Maine that know what Masonry offers and that they would be wonderful Masons. So that's kind of the spin I want to put on that ROI. What is the return that we're trying to get? We're trying to talk about the survival of our organization. You know, we are all Grand Lodge. Remember the next time you hear somebody talking about, well, Grand Lodge shouldn't do this or Grand Lodge shouldn't do that, remember they're talking about you. Think about yourself that way. You are Grand Lodge in your district. You are Grand Lodge. We'll talk about that a little bit more later. But we don't raise Masons. We're not Masonry in Maine. Grand Lodge is not Masonry in Maine. Masonry in Maine is the lodges. So think about what's the return. They're the ones that raise candidates, right? They're the lodges. They're the ones that develop community relations. They're Masonry in Maine. There's the ones that support and help their communities. They're Masonry in Maine. So think about the return on investment from that perspective. And there's a lot of different places that it can apply. And there are places where you just want to tweak what you do a little bit. You know, Masons in Maine give away a lot of money. And the concept of anonymous philanthropy kind of seems cool. What's the ROI on anonymous philanthropy? So if any of you happen to have $40 or $50 million on the side, and you want to be an anonymous philanthropist, make sure you include Masonry in your giving list. But that's fine, because that's you and that's what you want, and you don't want the attention. We as an organization probably need to shy away from anonymous philanthropy. We need to be visually available, visually seen, because it's our communities, it's our potential members that see what we do and that understand what we are as an organization. Later on, we're going to have Sue Scatchett come here to talk from Maine Masonic Charitable Foundation. Give away a lot of money every year. They have a pretty good sized fund, and a lot of money is given away. It's important. So I sat as a trustee while I was in junior grand warden, as Mike is now. It's important to consider whenever we're making decisions on what to spend money on. That's where this kind of talk kind of comes from. Is I always got my head in, okay, what's the return on the investment? Why are we doing this? What does this do for us? What does it do to help Masonry in Maine? Kind of sounds like a little harsh way of looking at it, but the reality is how many good causes are there in Maine? How many absolutely wonderful things are there in Maine that we can give money to? Hundreds, thousands, it's unlimited. We don't give away enough money. We have to worry about running out of absolutely wonderful things to give money to. You know, you give money to veterans, you give money to older people, you give money to food kitchens, you give money, I mean, you just go on and on and on. There's absolutely no shortage of wonderful causes. It's important that when you make those decisions, okay, how is that reflected in helping Masonry in Maine? You know, who sees it? Who, you know, are we benefiting? And also, who are we letting know what we are and what we do? Doesn't mean, like, you know, within my lodge, I know we've supported families at Christmas time. You don't publish that, hey, we just supported the Smith family, Jones family, and the Roberts family because they couldn't afford to buy their kids Christmas presents. We bought them for them. You don't do that. But the people in the town that give us the names of the families that need help, they know what Masons are doing for the people in town. You don't want that to be secret. So that there are times when that visibility is low, but there are other times it can be bigger. So how do you get the return on investment? And again, different bit of a spin of a thought. When you're standing at a chicken barbecue that your lodge is running, and somebody comes up and asks, so are you guys the Masons? Well, you kind of messed that up front, didn't you? Because everybody isn't wearing a square and compass apron, or you don't have a sign hanging up. So maybe the investment that you can get a return on is just that. Go buy barbecue aprons for the lodge. You know, if you do a fundraiser, put some of your money back into stuff like that, so people know that you're Masons, that people know what you are. Does the lodge have a banner that they put on their tent or their table or whatever when they're out interfacing with the public? You want to go really thrifty? Some people will smile that know me well. I tend to be a tad on the thrifty side. It doesn't have to say lodge number 51 on it. Because think about it. Who's your market? Who are you communicating with? You want it to say the name of the lodge, St. John's Masonic Lodge, South Berwick. You want them to know the town, and you want them to know that you're Masonic Lodge. I kind of like to put to be one, ask one, because it's kind of one of those little confusing things that people say, well, what does that mean? It means I wanted you to start the conversation, and we just did. That's what it means. And now we can talk about what it means. And that's a wonderful thing. But you don't need to put Lodge 51 on it, because you're not trying to, it's not between other lodges. That doesn't mean a darn things to the public. I'm not criticizing those of you that have that on your t-shirts and your aprons, but I'm saying if you're trying to cut down on the cost per letter, thrifty, then you don't need it. Get the stuff that you need. That we're the Masons, and that we're from South Berwick, we're from your town. You know, talk to us. You know, and we will work with you. Do the guys in your lodge have hats? Do people know they're Masons? Do they wear their ring? I left mine home. Sorry. Before anybody throws anything at me, I didn't put my rings on this yesterday when I left, because I spent last night at my son's. So, but do the guys wear hats? Do the guys wear? So this is pretty subtle, huh? Pretty subtle when I go out. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Might be. This is subtle. This is my standard of subtle, by the way. But the point is, do those things. The people are not going to talk to you about Masonry if they don't know you're a Mason. They're just not going to. Some people wear hats. Some people don't wear hats. Got one guy wearing a hat in the room, and it's got a square and compass on the front of it. Yay. Good deal. That's all I'm talking about. It's not a big deal, but it's a return on the investment. If the lodge buys the shirts, if the lodge buys banners, if the lodge chooses to buy aprons. How many of your lodges have a practice of always taking the photograph? You get a whole bunch of people together, you're going to give out a 50-year pin. Let me tell you what. You could give an 85-year-old guy in your town a new belt, shoe, pair of socks, t-shirt, whatever. The town paper is going to publish a picture of it, because you just gave Larry, the 85-year-old good guy in town, a new t-shirt. They'll publish it. You take the picture and say, yeah, so if you have him over there and you've got the district deputy there, or maybe the Grand Master or past Grand Master, and they're all done up in their regalia, and you do a picture in the lodge and they're provided to the free paper, the chances are it's going to get published. People are going to know you're in town, that you exist, and that you're doing stuff. Everything you do, I mean, you do a special ladies' night. Again, you put together a group of 85-year-old ladies, and you sit them down all dressed up and all looking, smiling, and pretty for the camera. Every free paper in town is going to publish it if you give it to them. They all like to say, hey, look at all the little old ladies in the picture that they had. So give it to them. Give them the picture. Give them the picture. Make the lodges visible with it. Ask the lodges when you inspect, what do you send into your local paper? Or what is your local free paper? And if they give you the deer in the headlight look, try to help them with that. Try to help move them forward with that. That communication, it's about getting a return. We did the effort to do this thing. Are we letting people know about it? I'm trying to make sure I'm actually reading my notes here, because otherwise I'll miss all kinds of stuff. Does the lodge have a sign when they first go into town? Some lodges do, some lodges don't. It's value added. Value added in a slightly different way. For the most part, how many people here have been to lodges outside the state? A few. It's a really cool experience. It's really a wonderful experience. It's a wonderful part of Masonry that when you travel and you go and you make contact with a lodge in another state, say, hey, I'm a Mason, when's your state? And if you get an opportunity to go, because just like, you've all seen us welcome people in from away, and we tend to be very welcoming. We like to see people from away come to visit our lodge. And when I've been out traveling and had an opportunity to go to another state, it's interesting because it's different. Their ritual is a bit different than ours. And remember, different and wrong are not the same. Different is different, wrong is wrong. Wrong means they're in our state, not following our ritual. Outside, who knows? They do things differently, and we just smile and enjoy it and appreciate it. But the signs give you that. Again, that gives you an opportunity. And one of the things it may give you, I don't know what the number is, but I'm guessing it's in the hundreds, the number of Masons who are from other states who have moved here, who have not become active with a local lodge. There's a lot of them. Use that as an opportunity. Get that sign up there that says when you meet, get them to think about coming into it. So this is just a big concept, return on investment. I would ask you to think about it. Think about it for every activity that the lodge does, every time you take a picture, every time you get a bunch of people together for an event. Let's talk about bikes for books, ROI. T-shirts for Bikes for Books. There's nothing in the Bikes for Books program that says you have to give them a t-shirt. Most lodges give them a t-shirt. Or big square and compass on the front of it, I hope. For most lodges there is. And some lodges, and you may already know this, but for some lodges they pay for the whole event by the names of the companies that they put on the back of the t-shirt. They pay $50 to get their name on the t-shirt. They make other t-shirts, give them to the kids, and they raise their money by selling ads on the t-shirt that they then give the kids. And now the kids will get this typically bright yellow, day glow yellow t-shirt or orange t-shirt, or the ones you see most of the time, with a big square compass and the name of the lodge on the front. It's a great opportunity to get visibility in the town. Some of you have heard me plug Wow, some people listen to me better than I listen to me. Project Graduation. I plug Project Graduation because, yeah, it's another activity. You put some time in it, you put some effort into it and whatnot. But I like it because here I am talking, or dealing with, in many cases, parents whose kids are graduating because they're involved with Project Graduation. And every once in a while you get something that's their youngest child that's graduating. You have dads who suddenly are looking for stuff to do. Some of them will be looking for stuff to do for the rest of their lives, but the good ones within 6 months are going to be busy. So take that opportunity. This is a guy that, he's been taking the kid to Little League and baseball and whatnot since he was toddling. Now he's headed off to college, and this guy's been having some time on his hands. This is an opportunity for you to get some return on that investment. Go talk to that guy who's sitting there. Find out if he's interested. Invite him over to the lodge. Invite him and his wife over to the lodge, because if she thinks he's interested, he's interested. She'll let him know that later after they leave. But that's a potential to get a new member, and then maybe a great member. You will see. Any comments on return on investment? Apply it where you can. The next thing I approach with some daring and risk at the same time, I want to talk to you about Form 1. Did everybody get a copy of Form 1? Is there anybody we didn't get one to? Okay. I want to talk to you about Form 1. Now, I've received some feedback on Form 1, believe it or not. I think some of it's been positive, probably. Some of it hasn't been. The new one is supposed to flow a little bit more, but I would also ask you to think about it differently. We're not the IRS. It isn't our paperwork to do an audit. Form 1 is intended to be, or I would like it to be, a tool and a resource. I would like it to be something the lodge can use. I would like it to be something that you can use. We have some so best case, district deputy goes in, he looks at all the right things, He talks about all the right things. He highlights all the right things to the lodge and helps them work on all the right things. Not every district deputy does that. Not that you're not all perfect, but some of those guys who aren't here might not be perfect. So there's things you don't get, you don't think of, you don't cover, you don't talk about. We've tried to make it so that if you actually go through the Form 1, you're kind of forced to talk about most of them. It touches on them. If the lodge goes through it on their own, like we would like them to, they're going to think about that. We're going to talk quite a bit about Table E later on, but Table E touches on almost everything we do. You know, it goes down through it. We've modified the form on the front to kind of move in that direction. The front, mine's got a pen scratch on it, so I forget less. But it's intended to help you get flow and to touch on the things that really matter. We took out some questions that the lodge used to answer because they were verbatim questions on the Form 25A. So what we say is the lodge should give you a copy of their latest 25A. Doesn't matter, you know, is it critical to you for you to do your visitation? We're encouraging them to do good things. That's another thing that the form does. By asking you a question about your community involvement, we let the lodge know we think their community involvement is important. We ask you how you're doing on your rookie program because we think it's important and we're encouraging you. We're asking about the things that we want them thinking about. So when you ask for a copy of the 25A, they know, well, he's going to ask me for it. I probably need to make sure I turn it in on time and because we're going to get asked about it. But we're also not asking them to do a duplicate of efforts, because that was the feedback I got as district deputy. Hey, I already filled all these answers in on my 25A. Why am I doing it again? Okay, no sweat. Just give me your 25A now. That's what this says now. Don't answer them all again. So none of the exact questions on 25A are on the Form 1 now. We took them off. We just say, oh, give me your 25. Now, will they all be on sync? No, because the date, you know, it got turned in at the end of the year. That doesn't matter. We're not doing a data analysis. We're trying to get them to be organized and keep track of it and use the things and tools that they're supposed to do. The other thing we ask about is we ask about their history. You know, they're supposed to turn in a history to the Grand Lodge. I think the history report turned into Grand Lodge is very underutilized. So we ask them to give you a copy of it. Again, trying to encourage them to do something they're required to do anyway. They're supposed to fill out a history. And they're supposed to send it to Grand Lodge, to the Grand Historian. This asks about and talks about in a couple places what I think is so much more important. Yeah, okay, you give it to the Grand Historian and he learns what? It makes him a better Mason, how? You know, okay, he's the Grand Historian, great. I'm a good friend of his, so by the way, I'm just get bashing whoever it is. But if you send your history report, that you put the effort into preparing to all of the members of the lodge, remember electronically that's free. It's not like you're paying $50 for postage anymore to send stuff out. If you've got email addresses for this guys, you can just send it to them electronically. How many lodges have members in Florida that would love to get a copy of the lodge history? Because the lodge history tells about all the stuff you did during the last year. Think about it. If you move away, you will always be in your head a member of the lodge where you were raised. That will always be your home lodge. So you're in Florida 5 years from now, and every year, though, you're getting a letter that tells you all the stuff your lodge did over the last year. It's kind of cool. Isn't that kind of, doesn't make you feel good? And the other thing, again, this is back to the more traditional meaning of return on investment, by the way. A lot of times, I've seen lodges, my lodge, get letters back saying, hey, thank you very much for the history. I really appreciate it. And there's a check in there, just something for the lodge to help out. Money is always good. You know, it's not something I focus on the other part of return on investment, but the traditional is good too. So it talks about that, and it talks about it right up front in the section. Ask them to give you a copy of the lodge history, and then it talks about, do they share it? Do they give it out to all? And by all, I don't mean providing it to the guys that show up at the meeting. The guys that show up at the meeting aren't the problem, are they? It's can you get some of the other guys to come, or at least make them feel value in their masonry, to steal a quote from the Grand Master. Do they feel that they're still a member of a viable, good organization? At least send them the lodge history. Down, we're gonna talk on this a bit more, but as you go through this, one thing that it focuses on, and I'm gonna touch on it here because it's really important to me. It talks that table B will be reviewed with the master and the wardens after the meeting. After the meeting. And I know most of you know this, the form addresses to help get us all on the same page, and I know the Deputy Grand Master talked about that earlier, is to get us all thinking the same way. And most of you know this, but I'm gonna risk and say it anyway. Always try to be positive in Lodge as district deputy. Remember, you are Grand Lodge. You are Grand Lodge. That's how they look at you. That's who you are. That's what you are, particularly when you're doing a visitation. Maybe a little bit less so in your own lodge when you're sitting, you know. But when you're out visiting other lodges and you're wearing your purple and you're there as a visit, you're a Grand Lodge. Be positive, be upbeat, be supportive. There's very few lodges you can't find that are doing something good that you can talk about. I mean, my standard comment, and the people that knew me would kind of smirk on the side when I would say it, but you do an inspection that's, oh my God. A lot of times one of my lines would be, well, I think the candidate got a good degree. Okay, he was blindfolded, so he couldn't see the stewards going in opposite directions. And he doesn't know the ritual anyway, so he didn't realize that you don't know it either. So that was the meaning of I think the candidate got a good degree. If I didn't say, yeah, I really showed you work together and your practices, and I like how well you did it, I mean, I would just say, I think the candidate got a good degree. The guy who had no idea what it was supposed to be and was blindfolded, he was okay with it. The rest, on my part, maybe not so much, but I'm not going to say that. I never said, my God, did you guys ever practice? That came afterwards for the meeting with the warden and the masters, but I never would say that in open lodge. So be as positive as you can. You are Grand Lodge. What? Did I criticize you during this section?
You always criticize me, but I do have a question about table B on your form.
Which we're going to do after we get done with the first sheet.
So you talked about filling it out with the ordinance after the meeting and then sitting going through it. And we submit this form to Grand Lodge, right? I would think I would take the time to go home and kind of type in an answer, because if there's some iambic pentameter required at the bottom here, like, right? And I would think we would discuss it with them and tell them, here's what my feedback is going to be to Grand Lodge. Would you suggest or require that it be a formal communication back to the lodge? Here's the final formal report that we discussed. Or is it a casual conversation and they decide whether or not to share it with the lodge?
Anybody's opinion?
I did as I came in as an interim, took over district deputy last year, finishing up the visits. I would usually sometimes try to have a quick brief talk with them afterwards. Sometimes there's so much going on after the meeting, you can't always talk with them. I did it. I would go home, said, review all my paperwork, review my comments, my DER, my DER. I would take up that form, and I would email the master. Here is my official report that I'm going to submit to Grand Lodge on your behalf. Here is my comments. Here's my positives. Here's my suggestions of things you can do, and leave it for him to share with his wardens. That was my opinion. So here, I'm not hiding anything. Here's what I'm going to tell Grand Lodge what your lodge is doing.
Anybody else on that? Thoughts?
I elaborate on that.
Okay.
When you submit your reports, we're not hiding anything from the lodge. Let the lodge know where they stand, because that's really the only way that they can either accept the kudos that you've given or take the recommendations and try to make some changes according to those. Now, we have to remember also that Brian Parity, the condition of the fraternity, he doesn't want to have 175 reports to read so that he can determine the condition of the fraternity. So the district deputy's report, final report, I mean, stuff goes to Grand Lodge with just one summary of the entire district is what Brian Parity is, most worshipful Brian Parity, so that he can do an assessment of the condition of the fraternity. So in your report, in that one page, hopefully typed, because some of you guys write like I do, which is to cover up, of course, I think. But anyways, that report goes to him. And that way he only has 24 of them to read, and he can get a feel for what the fraternity as a whole is doing and make recommendations from there. So that report there, you don't necessarily want to share with each lodge. You can, but that's your report that gets submitted so that an evaluation can be made about the health of the fraternity. The other reports that you're going to do about the lodge or this worksheet that you're going to use, that's pretty much a tool for you to, who has 12 districts here, 8 districts, 6 districts, a lot of them. You can't remember all the finer details of what happened at the lodge during the year and bring them up. But if you have a worksheet, you can review the worksheet with them and say, this is, good job. You guys are really strong here. You could probably benefit from doing this here. So look at Form 1 also as your worksheet with some personal notes on it, so that you can assist the lodges in becoming better, or better yet, give them kudos for what they're doing and doing well. So I don't know if that helps with anything when you're writing a report, but remember the whole district should be at least in one concise document, so that our condition of fraternity can be assessed easily. I mean, I spoke with Brian Parody on several occasions, and he's like, I just can't read, 175 of these and make an assessment. It's not possible, but he can look at 24 reports in general and get a feel for what's going on in your district.
Okay, thank you. I want to go back to Jonathan's a little bit, and I'll give you my spin. I agree with everything all of you said. One spin I would put on it is maybe hard to believe, but there are cases where you will provide feedback to the master and the wardens will never get it. Okay, there are those cases, which is why in addition to what you're doing, which I support, I do still recommend you talk to the master and the wardens, if possible. And I understand, we're going to take pictures. If possible, try to talk to the master and the wardens at the end. The other option is maybe just send it to all 3 when you send your report out. Because remember, there's a pretty good chance that one or both of those wardens are going to be sitting in the east, not too far down the road. So hopefully anyway. So I would encourage you to do all of the above. I still would encourage you to communicate with the wardens. Let the wardens know, because, maybe a year from now, they're going to be the one being inspected, having an official visitation. And it would be nice to have them have an understanding of what the expectations are and what kind of feedback they're going to get. So I would encourage you to include all 3 in the discussion, because we're trying to raise them up. And let's face it, by the time they're wardens, hopefully their skin is getting thick enough that they can take a little bit of constructive opportunities for improvement. So I would encourage you to do that with them. That's my discussion on the cover page. That's what I wanted to talk on that. So I'm going to try to move ahead a little bit. I am going to say up front, what we're going to do here is a little bit different. And I know that, I accept that, and I'll explain why. So I'm trying to guess, anybody got to guess how many books there are on adult education? It's probably a number bigger than I'm capable of writing or comprehending. There's all kinds. They talk about, what's the best way to do education with adults, what percentage do you retain and all of that. And I don't retain very much, I'm aware of that. And some people retain more and some people retain less. And then there's handouts and what materials you're given and how long you're able to find them and whether they actually leave the room or they get swept up at the end after the meeting is over and thrown away and all that sort of thing. So we're going to, for the rest of the session here, we're using a different concept, and it may be an opportunity to do better next time and never repeat it again, or maybe it will work out good. So the handout that you're getting, the primary handout, is the Form 1. So if you lose it, please feel free to get a hold of me and I'll tell you where to get another one. It would be printed out from the Grand Lodge webpage. Okay, so you'll always have it. And we're not going to deep dive every line item of it. However, there are very few topics that we're going to talk about during this session that aren't touched on here. So as a minimum, they can tweak your memory if you actually go through it. Oh yeah, we're supposed to be working on that, or we're supposed to be talking about that. So this is the handout. It is the guide. And it is the where you go get the next one if you need it, if you lose it. So we're trying to do that in a little bit different format. That was a conscious decision not to give you a whole bunch of handouts, because some of you will utilize them for the next, few months and pass them on to your successor, and many of you will not. So this is something you almost have to use. You don't have to read it. You can ignore it. You can kind of go in and do your inspection and wing it, because there are a few people that may do that. But some of you I know will put the time in to do it well. And I would encourage you to try to get your lodges to do the same, so they're working on the same page you are. If you've coached or played sports or been around sports, I know with my kids, they did sports, and one of the things I tried to get them to know up front is learn the rules. Learn the rules. Anybody here have kids that played lacrosse? Okay, my kids did lacrosse. So I remember sitting in the stands. The lacrosse rules for Maine, if you've ever read the Maine Principal Association rules for lacrosse in Maine, there's sections I've never read in any other sports rules. It says, this is a 1 to 3 minute penalty at the referee's discretion. What the hell kind of rule is that? But it's in there again and again. That's how lacrosse works. But it's like, you can beat on this kid with a stick, as long as it's, I don't know, above the elbow or below the elbow, or he has the below, you can do it if he has the ball. Oh my. And you sit in the stands and the mother's, what are you doing? He can't do that. He can't do that. Well, yeah, actually he can. It would be nice if you actually knew the rules. My kids played hockey too. How many of the parents had no concept what the offsides means? The parents said, oh, you can't do that. It'd be nice if you learned the rules before you told the ref he was a dummy. But so this is the same thing. This is the sheet you're going to use. We give it to the lodge up front. We're going to assess them on their ritual and their reception to the Grand Master. Then we give them the score sheet. If they care, they can work on it in advance. They're not going to not cover item 5 because they didn't know we were going to look at it. Because if they read the form, they'd see there's a grade for it. They're going to get checked on it. So that's the idea. The reason we're doing it the way we are is to make it available to you. It'll always be available to you, and it'll be available to your lodges. With that, I would ask you to take a look at Table A. We've already touched a little bit ahead on Table B, but we'll get back to that later too. So, which is fine, by the way. If you see something you want to talk about, we'll talk about it. The most difficult line item of inspection, or one of the most difficult line items that I found, some of you may have as well, is the first one here. Some lodges don't use their finance committee at all. Some use their finance committee a lot. And I get the standard, well, in our bylaws, that's a great answer. If they actually know what their bylaws say, that in itself is a good answer. Because a lot of them don't. So, but the question, you're not always going to get a clean yes, no here. They should be willing to discuss it. If they don't like yes, no, they'll bring it up to you. You don't have to go through every line item on this. If they've written in a whole bunch of notes here and haven't checked yes or no, it probably begs a discussion. That's all. Are they doing something? The fact that we care, we don't care, by the way, we don't care. What we care about is that nobody's ripping off the fraternity. And I hate to say that, but it happens. We've had secretaries and treasurers, et cetera, and I won't go into details, who've stolen money from the fraternity. That happens. We also have lodges that have no concept of the lodge approves expenditures. You'll get a master that just, he's spending money for the lodge legitimately, but there's no process. The membership isn't really on board, and that's not right either. That's not how we work. The lodge is supposed to be on board with expenditures of funds. Now, some lodges have the master is allowed to spend up to $100 without a, and again, let me talk about this. Lodges have style. You all know this. It applies to everything. It applies to the ritual. We'll talk about it later, but so I visited probably 15 lodges and watched them ballot. Not sure I've ever seen 2 do it exactly the same. Everybody's got, no, so does the senior deacon carry the ballot around to everybody? Does he take it to the master and the wardens and then set it on a table? Does he take it counterclockwise, by seniority to officers only? Nobody, and he just puts it on the table. You know, and guess what? None of them are wrong. None of them violate. Everyone's required to ballot. No one can leave the room. The master is supposed to declare the ballot open and closed. You know the highlights. I don't know. There's things you're supposed to do, but after that, it's style. When the wardens go to get the master and escort him to the altar for the obligation, half a dozen ways. How many different ways have you seen that done? I've seen them when they walk up and they turn and they face and they bow each other and they turn to the east. And looks cool. Don't tell somebody else they have. And so style is something the Grand Lodge has no business mucking with. It's not the Grand Lodge's job to muck with the style of a lodge. And when I say Grand Lodge, oh yeah, I mean you. All of us, because you are Grand Lodge. I'm reiterating that statement I made earlier. Would you want Grand Lodge mucking with your lodge's style? And when you make comments on things that are different, you're mucking with your with a lodge's style. Don't do that. It's not your job. If they're doing it wrong, it's your job to fix it, to help them understand that, yeah, it says these guys have to go to rear altar, or it says, this, you're not doing what it says you're supposed to do. Fix that. But please, viva la difference where it's applicable. Respect and appreciate the style of the lodges. Okay? All of that from the finance committee discussion. How am I going? Spread full upon the records. That's an old term. I didn't change it. What's it mean? Right now, it means the reports are available to everybody that's a member of the lodge. If they say they want to see the annual reports, they're available. There's nothing hidden from the membership of the lodge. That's all it means. Everything is available in the records of the lodge. They want to see the treasurer's reports. They want to see the secretary's report. They want to see the annual report to the Grand Lodge. Any member of the lodge should be able to see the reports of the lodge. So they actually have to be organized enough that they can find them. So you can say, hey, can I see your annual report? If you can't find it, there's a problem. Bigger flick on table A. Table A should be easy. In a good lodge, well-organized lodge, table A is easy. If it's not, the master has things to work on. If the secretary and the treasurer and the master can't answer these questions, that they're either not doing it right or they're just not very organized and they have opportunities for improvement. So this should not be a hard form for them to fill out. If he can't answer these questions, then he needs to get more organized and needs to have better records and whatnot. So and so you go through it and you say, hey, you got any questions on it? No, it's okay. And you pick 2 or 3 things that are pet issues for you and you ask about them, and there you go, move on. Down a little bit here, we talk about bylaws. This, bylaw, I know you all know this, but I'm gonna repeat it anyway. Well, bylaws are not approved until they're approved by the Grand Master. The lodge, there's a process for bylaws. We all know how painful that is, because they have to be submitted, they can't be changed, and then they get voted on the next month, and all of that. There's a process there. And it should be a process to change the lodge's bylaws. It shouldn't be easy. Sometimes it's harder than it seems like. So there are lodges I know that work on bylaw changes for over a year, because every time they get brought up, somebody wants to tweak something. And well, that means you can't vote on it until the next month. So it's like, oh my Lord, lasts forever. But once it's all done, it gets sent to the Grand Lodge. It has to be approved and signed by the Grand Master and come back to the lodge. And the lodge is supposed to retain that. I would encourage you to ask for it. Ask for the letter. And they say, well, we didn't change our bylaws this year. Okay, well, how old are your bylaws? Well, we changed them 2 years ago. Where's the letter that approved them? Should be in the records of the lodge, because that's what makes their bylaws official. I'll spill personal blood here. My lodge did bylaw changes twice. And when I was deputy and I looked into it, we hadn't had the last 2 versions approved. Our official bylaws were like 17 years old. The last ones on record with Grand Lodge, because the secretaries had never sent them in. And we didn't, their membership didn't, we didn't know any different. I didn't know any different when I was master. I never said, hey, where's the letter approving these bylaws? He handed me the bylaws, secretary gave me the bylaws. I said, okay, good bylaws. Well, they weren't in effect, actually. We may have worked to them, but they weren't. I would encourage you to ask. It's also kind of a cool thing for you to get a feel of the organization of the secretary. I had some lodges, it takes them a good 27.5 seconds flat to flop that 3-year-old letter right in front of you. And for others, their hands and feet start flapping as they're trying to figure it out, and they have no clue. Maybe they can produce a letter, maybe they can't, but I think it's good to ask for it. Let them know, hey, that's what makes your bylaws official, is that letter. Do you have it? You're supposed to retain it, you know. Maybe next time they will, maybe they won't, but some of the lodges' bylaws are not real. They think they are, but they're not. Building association and 990 reports. Don't say anything. They're supposed to get done, okay? The only way you know that they're really done, it says here they're supposed to have a copy of it. They're supposed to provide you a copy. And we, as a Grand Lodge, have weaknesses in that area in multiple places. The tax stuff, there's a state report and a federal report. Both are supposed to get done. Some organizations are doing it well, some aren't. You should be. I mean, there's a requirement here. We ask for it on the next page. You should ask to see it. Is it actually being done? I know there are district deputies who actually go in and look up that ID number. You can do it, by the way. You can go in, anybody can go in and check. If you've got an organization's ID number, you can go check and see if it's current. It's just a few seconds online to verify it. There's no secret records there. They're totally available. I can't say you can dig into all of their businesses of it, but you can tell the status of the record. If you have any more detailed questions, ask Rose, and he's the accountant, and he helps me with that sometimes. So thank you, Jonathan. Did each member get to sign the bylaws? The answer is always yes. Have you ever asked to see it? I frequently lead into it, or I have led it. I say, who's the last guy you raised? Oh, we raised, or oh wait, there's nobody here. That's another problem we'll talk about maybe later. But we raised, you know, John's cousin or whatever. Can I see where he signed the bylaws? Blah, 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 blah. I've only gotten about 60% no problem showing me that. Believe it or not all lodges do it. It's supposed to be part of the ceremony. It's supposed to happen that night. As part of the raising of a candidate, he's supposed to be able to walk over and sign it. Not all lodges do it, but they should. They're supposed to. So I just ask, and I don't say, hey, can I see all the last guys who signed in the year? I lead into it. I say, who's the last guy you raised? He said, oh, well, so-and-so. I say, can I see where he signed the bylaws? They should be able to show you that. Yeah.
So here we have, did each new member sign the bylaws when they were raised or affiliated? Do any lodges give each member a copy of their bylaws? Because I have been in lodge where somebody might say, well, that's in the bylaws. And you get that deer in the headlight stare look because nobody has ever seen the bylaws.
That's a phenomenal question. It just came up. I was talking with the secretary of my lodge. I found, digging through the archives of my lodge, I found these really neat little books from 18 whatever, or 1937, and they're little, like almost for a shirt pocket, and it was the bylaws at that time, and there was a stack of them, and clearly it was meant to be given out to people who just signed on to it. We don't do that at my lodge, and I was like, geez, we ought to print some up and give it out to everybody. And of course that fell by the wayside, you know, but you know, it's timely to come up with that. It seems logical.
It just seems like everybody should have a copy of the bylaws, and when they're updated, they should either get a new copy and or just an addendum page added to that. And the other question that I have about bylaws is a lot of lodges are changing the time of their meeting, which is in the bylaws. And what I hear is, we don't have to send that to Grand Lodge.
It's
And I say,
wrong.
yes, you do. It's a bylaw change. You have to send it out to your membership. has to come back, voted on, then it has to go to Greenwood. You can't change the time of your meeting until all of those steps are done. And
You're
They
right.
argue- they
All
argue
bylaw
with me.
changes have to be approved, and that includes meeting times, if they're in your bylaws.
they argue with me and they do it anyway.
Yeah.
So,
That's just already in the Constitution. Constitution states the meeting will start at 7:30 unless your bylaws dictate otherwise. So yeah, that's your, on your back point, right there, it's in, your standing regulation, Constitution book.
exactly.
So a little tidbit of, by the way, I think you'll see it says we'll start at not before 7:30.
It's in the Constitution.
Yeah, and well, I just slightly reworded it because here's something to point out to them is you're not in violation if you start your meeting at 7:35. You're not in violation. The function of that is to avoid people doing sleazy stuff. It's to avoid 4 guys getting together, opening, or 6 guys, whatever, getting together, opening the meeting early and approving something that some of the membership doesn't want. That's what it's for. You can't start early. If your meeting starts at 7 and you start at 7:35, that's fine. You cannot open early. That's the gist of it. It's okay if you open 5 minutes late. If you're waiting for somebody to show up, open a little late. It's not like you didn't violate any rule by opening 5 or 10 minutes late. You violated a rule by opening 5 minutes early. Just a tidbit of info. And it is about doing things legit and being, on the level with everybody that's a member of the organization. I didn't sit down because I'm lazy. I sit down because you guys take it and run with it. I'm good with that. I'll support. And it's really strange because he's right. You see bylaws, you see invitations to installations. Back when it was hard to print stuff, it was much harder than it is today. You had to take it to a printer and you had to pay for it and they did a lot more of it. It's pretty easy for us to do today and we don't do it. How many lodges produce a program for the installation? And how many lodges produce, a printed copy of their bylaws? I think they're both nice things to do, things to encourage. It's kind of cool if you're got a new incoming master and he has a little program and it lists his officers, it lists the outgoing officers, the incoming and the officiants and what have you. You might even put I've seen lodges that put like a song in it that they're going to sing or do something they're going to do during the installation process, Nice thing to do, but there's no requirement. I'm talking style. I'm not talking anything you have to tell them to do, but it is something that would be nice to do.
Good question on that, on the opening part, but you think that it would be worthwhile to change the analyze rules to say that you cannot conduct business until the official time, and you can get the lodge opened up and do a prayer and pledge allegiance, and maybe try to get members out a little bit earlier in the evening?
So you're asking a personal question. My personal answer is no, I don't agree. If your lodge feels that you need to go earlier, your lodge should change your bylaws and meet earlier. That's my feeling. If a lodge thinks that our membership is older, we want to leave earlier, I think you want everybody there for the opening. I think that's part of what, personal opinion. Again, this is not a technical question. This is you've asked, what do I think? I think it's part of Masonry to be there to participate in the opening and to open the lodge. And I think if a lodge, and there are lodges that have moved their meetings back. I mean, I know of a couple that have moved their meetings earlier because they feel their membership is older and they don't want to be driving after dark and et cetera. They want to get home earlier. Move your meeting. If you want to meet at 6, you can meet at 6. If you want to meet at 6:30, you can meet at 6:30. But I personally, now you can always, and one thing to remember, and I do encourage this, is you can always do a program before the meeting opens. You can always do stuff before the meeting opens, not part of the opening, but you can, if you decide, hey, we want to talk about the upcoming, fundraiser that we're doing, you can do that prior to the meeting. You can't be voting on it and spending large money, but you can, or if it's an educational thing, if you want to talk, maybe you want to have a presentation on Scottish Rite. To me, the appropriate time to do that is between the meal and the meeting, assuming you eat prior to it. But prior to the meeting. And so I would encourage you using the earlier times to do non-meeting specific items. And if the lodge wants to change your meeting time, then change your meeting time. That's my personal feeling on that.
Either that or maybe you can just, I consider looking at what's going on in meetings, going on so long because there's stuff that's getting discussed way too long, or you're trying to, try to set dates and try to arrange. There's stuff that's going to happen, try to arrange the dates or information beforehand. before the meeting, so you're not sitting there spending 15 minutes talking about, who's gonna make the meatloaf for the next meeting, or what date is this next degree? Maybe there's some things you can do in your meeting to speed it up, so you're not out so late.
Couple of lodges in my district that invited Susan Chachki. And just talk about the Masonic Charitable Foundation.
She'll go anywhere on request, by the way. It's not hard to drag her off to a meeting someplace. She'll come anywhere to talk. And I'd be saying that even if she was here, by the way. So she will be later. She will be fairly soon. But no, she's and oh, by the way, people could like invite the DERs in to give a presentation, just as a random, totally unrelated example. Still on the form here, bottom of page 2. This varies from lodge to lodge, suspended for non-payment of dues. From a Grand Lodge perspective, you want to see that they have a plan. Some lodges are tight. Their money is kind of thin. So paying per capita on somebody who ain't paying his dues is something to worry about. There's Grand Lodge guidance and there's a process for doing it, but some lodges are very good about getting the guy suspended, because once you suspend him, it does 2 things, and there's 2 pluses here. If you're doing a favor to the lodge and you're doing a favor to the person, you're doing a favor to the lodge because you're not paying per capita on him anymore, so you're saving money. You get him. He obviously don't care. He ain't paying his dues. We're going to get him suspended. Here's another thing you're doing though: is if he's suspended for 3 years and he wants to come back, he doesn't have to pay for those 3 years to get back in again. Okay, he has to pay for whatever he was due at the point he got suspended, and then to the current year that he joins. Now, lodges waive that if they can afford it, and that's a choice of the lodge. I'm not trying to spin that flavor, but technically, if you've been an active member and haven't paid your dues for the last 5 years, to get current again, you have to pay those 5 years dues. But if you've been suspended after a year, you owe 2 years dues or whatever, you're supposed to pay those 2 years to get current again, and the suspended years don't count. So to some degree, you're doing a favor to the lodge financially, and you're doing a favor to the individual financially if and when he chooses to come back later. So the important point for us as Grand Lodge is to ensure this lodge is actually dealing with it and not just burying their head in the sand. Non-payment of dues is an issue. Deal with it. What's your plan? How are you managing it? And there's a whole process there. Are they reaching out? Are they contacting them? Are they sending the required letter when they're required to send in the notifications? And maybe it's the master or one of the wardens visiting the guy, trying to figure it out. Maybe it's an old timer that needs a ride. There may be a reason behind it, and it may be that you want to bring it up in the next lodge, or the individual wants to bring it up in the next lodge session and say, yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we, forgive the dues for so-and-so, because to be perfectly honest, he's having a hard time keeping the heat on and we can afford it. That's a lodge's choice, but maybe that's the right thing to do. Maybe this guy just can't afford your dues. That's pretty rare. It's very rare, but it might happen. Okay, moving on. The page 3 talks about building association tax ID. Again, it's a very simple form. There's variances here. Sometimes they're in a rented property. Sometimes it's owned by the local bank, or it's owned by somebody else. So sometimes it's an Oddfellows building or a Grange building. Well, I understand that, but so get something filled in here, and so that maybe there won't be a tax ID number. You don't need the building association. There may not be a tax ID number if they don't own anything. If it's just the lodge paying rent. So just mark it appropriately and move on. Going down a little bit, and so those 2 average attendance ones and attendance during the number of communications you want to, those are a classic. If the secretary struggles with answering them, try to get the secretary some help. Because if he ain't got enough notes that he can answer how many meetings you had, how many people attended, yeah, he's probably not very organized and he needs a little bit of help. So it's supposed to be, again, this is all supposed to be easy questions. If they're not, they identify problems. Speaking of which, the next 2, and these are put simply and the way they are for a reason. Lodge income, lodge expenses. We all know which one should be bigger, but it's not always true. And how many lodges do you sit in where the treasurer gives a report and he says how much money he's got in the bank? What I really want to know is how much money have you got in the bank and how much money did you have in the bank a year ago? I don't want to know what the trend is. I mean, the fact that you have $5,000 in the bank, maybe that's great. But if I had $7,000 in the bank a year ago, it's not great. You know, and that's what the membership needs to know. So you can't change the flavor of how your lodges manage their money totally, but you can highlight an issue when you say, okay, what were your expenses and what was your income? You know, that's pretty bottom line. You know, we all have homes or personal finances, and if we know if we're spending more money than we're making, we probably got to make a better plan. And the lodge may have to as well.
Is that intended to be the overall balances, like if they have CDs
Yep.
and everything else? or
Intended.
total?
But it doesn't talk anyways about balances.
Okay.
It's only income and expenditures. It can be total income. It's just growth. It's just this is just are you going up or down? That's what these two questions put together really are. Are you in trouble or is things going good? And yeah.
We collected enough dues in, pay for all the stuff going back out.
And it may not, you may not need to, because you may have money investments that are returning you more money than you know what to do with. You know, some lodges have a ton of money, and that income will be way bigger than expenses, or in which case they probably should be spending more. But if expenses are significantly higher than income, you need to talk to them about it. And they may just say, oh, well, we didn't include any of our investment income. Well, it says income. It's not specific. It doesn't say dues. It says, this is a question. Are you bringing in more than you're spending, or are you spending more than you're bringing in? It's a very basic, fundamental, because some lodges are very sensitive about getting into their financial discussions. They're not supposed to have secrets, but they really don't like to talk. There are lodges with millions of dollars. We all know that. There are lodges with a lot of money. And some of them are very sensitive about talking about how much money they have. You know, there are lodges who are, I mean, I remember going to a lodge that I won't get any more details. I remember going to a lodge that they were thrilled that they announced the approach to it the month before. It's a lodge I visit regularly, and they announced reaching it the month they hit it when their actual balances exceeded debt. They were thrilled. They were even. They broke because they had to put a new roof on the building, and they actually took a loan out from the Shriners to put a roof on the building, and so they were tracking their balances and how much they still owed on their loan for the roof, and you know, and next month we should be, you know, in the black, and you know, we're in the black, and then they announced, you know, only 3 months left on the loan and 2 months left on the loan, and we paid off the roof, and you know, and they're grateful. I mean, the fact that they were tracking a trend, I mean, they're totally to be complimented, in my opinion. They knew where they were, they had a recovery plan, and they were moving towards it. So, what more can you ask for?
I don't think that the lodge is ought to be very sensitive on how much money they have. That question indicates income.
Yep.
Expenses. So you could have $1 million in investments, but
That's the why.
they claim income from the dividend.
That's my point. That's the reason I worded it that way. I'm not asking you for how much money you have in your pocket. I'm just saying, are you spending more than you're making? It's worded that. That's why I was explaining the wording. It's there to not touch their sore spot sensitive issues. I'm not trying to poke into your secret that you don't want me to know. I just want to know that you are financially solid. That's all that those two questions are intended to do. So, do the secretaries and treasurers? So this next question, you read this. So states have really, wow, that's a stupid law. It's because somebody caused that law. We have stupid rules in sports. It's because somebody caused that rule. Guess why this question's here? Okay, point blank, I won't dance around. We've had lodges who aren't contributing their $500 to the $1,000 they get. They did a fundraiser, they listed on the form. But if you really look at their forms closely, they listed the same fundraiser for the last 3 matching grants. And all they gave the charity was $1,000. They didn't give $1,500. That's wrong. That's fraud, to be perfectly frank. And there are some lodges in the state who've been taken off the ability to apply for Masonic Charitable Foundation grants because of it. This is what this question is about. It's worded a bit awkwardly. The grant secretary and I had significant discussion about the wording of it because the fact is the treasurer does not have to write a check for $500. That's not a requirement. The lodge has to contribute $500 to $500 that the grant is matching. In some cases, that means you work a fundraiser. You may have, a bunch of brothers go and work a basketball game, donkey basketball, silent auction. I'm trying to think of all the different things, spaghetti supper. Well, if you work a spaghetti supper and you make $500-600, and all the parents are there and the kids are there and they're the ones serving the meals and all that. You don't take all the money, put it into the lodge account and write the check. You're not required to do that for the most part. There are some that were the current executive director said, no, you have to raise 500 specific for this matching grant, and then you get the matching grant. In some cases, the lodge has money and the lodge does a fundraiser, or there's a Square and Compass Club and they raise the money. That's another comment. And we'll talk about that a little bit because I don't know that it's addressed later. But the lodge has to be not giving $1,000 to the charity. The charity has got to be coming up $1,500 ahead. That's the requirement. They may get it through a fundraiser and then an additional $1,000, or they may get it from the lodge writing a $1,500 check, including $500 from the lodge. Either way, but you want to talk about that. How many matching grants did you do? Are they reflected in your secretaries and treasurer's books? And the reason it says secretary and treasurer, because if it's the traditional, they got to write a $500 check, you can just look at the treasurer's books and the check would be there. But there are cases where it should be reflected. It'll be in the secretary's book that we did this fundraiser and raised so much money, should be reflected in the books somewhere, and they should be able to talk about it. And you should ask them, because some lodges are doing wrong. I don't think it's anywhere else, and I'm going to talk a little bit. How many people have dealt with Square and Compass clubs? 50-50. This may be, if a Square and Compass club is part of the lodge and they provide the $500 for the matching grant, I'll let you ask Sue. Most lodges, they give the check to the lodge and then the lodge includes it in the final check, because the Grand Lodge check comes to the lodge and then the 500 rolls over. If the Square and Compass Club writes the 500 and the lodge writes the 1,000 after they get it, you still got to address it. But either way, I don't know that either violates the intent. I'll talk just a little bit about what Square and Compass Clubs are and why, because some of you are familiar with them and some of you aren't. Square and Compass Club is an organization that's part of the lodge that's intended to avoid all the Grand Lodge rules. Not all that tactful, am I? Lodge can't do a gun raffle. Okay, lodge cannot do a gun raffle. If you know lodges are doing a gun raffle, don't make funny faces and I'll pretend I didn't see it. You're not supposed to do raffles. Okay, they're not supposed to do gun raffles. Square and Compass Clubs can raffle off cannons and tanks if they want. Nobody cares. They're a nonprofit. They have their own tax ID status. Our bylaws in my Square and Compass Club, I'm the treasurer of one. Our bylaw says every member of the lodge is a member of the Square and Compass Lodge by definition. So we don't have any membership roles. If you're a member of St. John's Lodge, you're a member of the St. John's Square and Compass Club. We have elected officers. We have all the stuff required by the tax forms for a nonprofit organization. We file our forms and all that. But we don't got a lot of rules. We can raise money any way we damn well please. We want to raffle off a bottle of scotch, we'll raffle off a bottle of scotch. That's our choice. And lodges walk finer lines, the bottom line. So that's what Square and Compass Clubs are. They're nonprofit organizations that are typically officially part of the lodge. Their finances do not reflect in the lodge. And you'll notice there's no questions on here on Square and Compass. We have a tax ID number, we have balances, we have a bank account, we have officers, and none of it is your purview as a district deputy to stick your fingers into, to be perfectly honest. As a district deputy trying to help the health of the lodge that's struggling, it's certainly within your purview to discuss the possibility of setting up a Square and Compass Club if it would help them. I mean, we do poker nights. We do non-stuff that you just don't think of as normally Masonic. We do what we want to do. It's a social organization. It's kind of our mini version of the shrine, if you will. We couldn't do drinking at the lodge. We'd have it at somebody's house. We'd have a poker night, and it was a BYOB or so-and-so's bringing wine or whatever. And it's a social organization. It's a fundraising organization. And we cooked an awful lot of hamburgers for charity things, raised money on other things. Contributed to the bikes. You contribute for whatever. That's the other thing. You can contribute to whatever you want. And the nice feeling you get about Square and Compass Club, to be honest, you get in a lodge and you get guys sitting there in the lodge and they've all got opinions on how to spend money, what to do money with and whatnot. And some of them don't do
anything to earn it. They don't work the fundraisers at all. Typically, the only people that show up at Square and Compass Club are the guys that actually work it. You know, so you got the guys that are putting the effort in to make the money, deciding how to spend. I kind of like that feel myself. The guys that have showed up, done the effort, they're the ones that decide what they want to spend it on. And there's pretty much no rules. We spend it however you want. Back to ROI. If you do deal with a Square and Compass, I encourage you to make sure you get the lodge name involved in wherever the money goes. So people see the Masons, the Masonic Lodge as being the ones in the community that are helping and supporting. That's it for that table. And we're going to take a break. About 10 minutes, please. Thank you. Lunch, so that's a good thing too. So I'd like to thank, I would like to thank Sue Scacchi, the executive, I got it, I'm just pausing for effect. The executive director of the Maine Masonic Charitable Foundation made the trip up here from Kennebunk this morning. So I thank you very much for being here. And with that, I ask your attention to Sue.
Good morning, gentlemen. I can still say that, right? Is it before? Yeah. So good morning. Thank you for having me. I just did this a little while ago with the 9th district. And so I realized I probably should try and get to know you guys a little bit better. So I have a couple questions for you. How many of you knew about the foundation before you were in your DER role or DDGM role? Not bad. How many of you are retired?
Trying.
Huh?
Trying.
Yeah. How many of you have children over 20? Under 20? All right. How many of you consider yourselves active? You know, like walk a couple miles a week, do some activity. All right. How many of you are hunters? How many of you are hikers? How many of you are golfers? You've just fallen into my trap. All of that was so that I could find out who the golfers in the room were. I'm kidding and I'm not kidding. So normally I would start talking about the foundation, but what I want to do is just really quickly mention, if you guys haven't heard about it, is we have a MAC Golf Classic coming up on October 16th at the Augusta Country Club. And we are still looking for golfers. We're still looking for hole sponsors. So I'm asking you to talk to your lodges in your district to see if they would be willing to name a hole. And I'm not putting any restrictions on what they call the hole. So in other words, they're going to have a little sign, yard sign, that they can tell me exactly what they want to put on that sign, and it'll be at the hole. So let's have some fun with this. Like if you have competing lodges, you might want to do something funny with your fellow lodge. All right, so we have the Golf Classic is October 16th at Augusta Country Club. The information's in here. It kind of shows you what sponsorships we sold out already. If you guys, if any of you are from that area or periphery around that area, please talk with any of the businesses that your lodges do business with and see if they won't do a sponsorship of one way, shape, or another. I'd love your help because obviously there's me and I just want to try and get out and touch as many people as we can and raise as much money as we can. Proceeds are going to benefit the Brotherhood Fund and the Children's Center in Augusta. And the Children's Center, for those of you who don't know it, it takes from pretty much the age of 6 months to 9 months. They are now diagnosing children that look like they're going to have learning disabilities as early as 9 months. And so from 9 months to 5 years old, they go to the center if they have if they've tested positive for the idea that they have a learning disability. And this, they create the learning plan and the learning path for the children now, so that we now know how to teach people who have learning disabilities better than we did, years ago. And so this makes sure that they can become as participatory in society as possible, so that they will be growing according to their years and not left behind because they just learn in a different way than other students. So it's a great school, great program. So we're going to help benefit that area. So if you have any questions, just call me. My information's on here. You guys hopefully will know how to reach me. It's also in the folder. But for those golfers, I'd love for you to get a team and that would be wonderful. So let me know if you are interested and I will let you know what you need to do. All right. So now on to the fun part. So foundation, how many of you have been kind of keeping track? How much does your foundation have for net assets? Throw it on. not your foundation.
Oh, well, I mean, for a law.
Oh, yeah, no, so sorry. How much does your foundation, the portfolio that we have in order to fund that, how much does the foundation have in net assets?
22 million.
All right, it's up to $28 million. So what's nice about that, I'm gonna give you a little history in terms of how I do the budgeting. So over the years, the trustees obviously have invested it more aggressively, but yet still within the realm of what's acceptable for nonprofits, and they've reaped the benefits. So $28 million. So what we do is we take a running average of what it was over the past 5 years on December 31st. We take that average market value and we multiply by somewhere between 3 and 5%. Last year, for this year's budget, I did 4.5% in order to try and expand some of the things that we've been trying to do to get the word out there with some of the programs that we're doing. So when you do that, that number last year was something like 1.2 million dollars. Now, to put that in perspective, if the portfolio is going to be $28 million as of December 31st, and by the way, keep your fingers crossed and knock on wood, then that spend without doing anything else and just leaving it at 4.5%, that means the budget for next year for the foundation was going to be closer to $1.3 million. So you can see how this works. We're not really spending any of the money we have. We're spending off of the growth or the earnings. So now, what do we do with that? Well, the first thing we do with that is we do the relief grants for the Brotherhood. So there's the Brotherhood grant and then there's the relief grant. So with the Brotherhood grant, it's a immediate emergency $500 up to $1,000. Scott and I have been approved to go up to $1,000 if the need is there. But if 500 will do it, that's what we want to issue the grant for. If it's 750, that's what we'll do it for. If it's 687, that's what we'll do the grant for. It's meant to solve a problem for a Mason and or his family and or his children. That's immediate. And if it gets solved today, it means everybody's life is that much better, 48 hours later. All that takes is the phone to Scott, the grant secretary, or myself. You start with him, he's in the office all the time, and he can process it through with all the paperwork. If you start with me, I can answer questions, but I usually call him to then do the next step. So feel free to do either one of those, whichever one you're more comfortable. If you can't get Scott, call me for sure.
Any requirement that the lodge put up a certain amount of money in order to get the Brotherhood?
So there's absolutely no requirement, but if the lodge has the wherewithal, we're looking for the lodge to say, so look at it this way. You're going to make, this should go through the master of the lodge because we want the master to be aware of everything that's going on in the lodge. But that's not to say if the master is indisposed that the secretary or the treasurer doesn't make that phone call. Okay, so we don't want there to be any roadblocks for this because it's supposed to be that important. So if we find out that a Mason, one of the questions Scott's going to ask you, or one of the questions I'll ask you, or we'll be looking it up as we're talking, is this Mason in good standing? And is it someone the lodge wants to support, right? Because there unfortunately are a few that people might say no. So if the lodge is saying they really want to do this and they just don't have the wherewithal, then it's whatever, we'll come up with whatever's needed. If the lodge has a charity fund of say $9,000, then we want you to kick in a couple bucks. We're not expecting you to kick in half, but at least show us that you're caring about your brother the same way we are, and $50, something like that. Okay. But I also want to encourage you, if you have your charity fund is earmarked for 6 other things, then that's an answer that's fine. Hey, we've got $9,000, but we're going to do this, this, and this. So could we get a $500 Brotherhood grant for John Doe? Okay. I answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay, something we did like my lodge a couple times. We've used it like, say you couldn't wait for a state meeting to make a motion to go any money, so we've done Brother grant. We gotta make that side note, and at the end of the year, we would make a motion, and try to keep track of it, and whatever we borrow, we make sure we have money, give it back. And that's another thing, if you want to, you're not even to the brother, but try to make a note that, hey, if we borrow $500, we've got $500 on our charity account at the end of the year, let's give back to that program and replace that money we took. That could be something we could pass along to them.
And thanks for bringing that up, because the other thing too is all the lodges are going to get appeals from me for that. We call it the master's appeal or the black hat appeal. You've heard it referred to a couple different things for the Brotherhood Fund. Now, as you just heard me say, there's $28 million in the portfolio. So you're like, well, why are you asking us for money? Well, the idea is that money came from people before us. Over the last 200 years, that charity fund was built up. And what we want to do is just maintain the idea that we are all contributing all the, to what your obligations are. So in other words, yes, the foundation is there for when the monies are needed and they're not in respective lodge, but also I want you to be thinking about the fact that we should all be contributing to make sure we're replenishing the funds so that we're not just taking. So just thank you for that. So the Brotherhood Fund, $500, kind of think of it in that way, $500, but I know that the trustees have authorized us to go up to 1,000, just so that we don't have to bump into that next level relief program, which is the relief grant, because it's a little bit more cumbersome for the next step. So, okay, so so we have a Mason that has a need that's greater than $1,000. That's why we have a relief grant. The relief grant has a 4-page application, so it's a little bit more cumbersome, but it's to make sure that we're spending your money fiduciarily. So we ask some information about the person who needs to receive the grant. I understand people are proud. This is where I need to ask you guys to help, sort of educate all the lodges that are underneath you. It's really important that Masons talk, because the only way we're going to know people need something is if you guys are talking to your fellow Masons. And so you're going to find out that, John Doe's in a rough spot and he needs something. Somebody's going to have to be willing to go and ask those questions. They're personal questions. Some people don't always want people in their business. If they're resistant to you, I encourage you to pick up the phone and call me, because I'll find a way to make that phone call and get into the business a little bit. But if you guys, you're supposed to go through the application with the applicant, filling out all the information. If you're not comfortable, because there are some personal questions in there. How much do you make? How much is your house worth? How much is your mortgage? Those sorts of things. Just call me, because I'd rather make sure that we're getting the brother or the brother's widow or the brother's wife or the children the money they need if they need it. And I'll do some of that question asking, and it kind of keeps it, for some other Masons, it keeps it a little bit more private. So, but the important part is, if you're going to present somebody for a relief grant, it has to be somebody you feel is a good Mason in good standing, and is a good person to be on the recipient end of this. Okay, you guys are the sort of the first rung of defense, if you will, to say that this should be done, and then we start the process after that. So go online, look at the application. It's not horrible, but there's definitely some questions in there that you have to do a little bit of homework on. Okay, any questions on the relief grant? And there's no limit on the relief grant. We've given out some very sizable relief grants, so it all depends on need. Okay. So now we get to the fun part, matching grants. So we changed up the program April 1st, means that every lodge, now you can answer, every lodge gets how much? Awesome. Okay, so every lodge gets $7,000. You're no longer required to do something in every category in order to get at that $7,000. You can spend up to $3,000 within a category. So if you, community betterment, again, broadly defined, anything that benefits the community. Masonic bikes for books, you guys already know that one. Youth activities, again, anything that's going to help the youth in your community. It can be a baseball team, it can be a cheerleading squad, it can be the, I don't know, what other groups are there? It can be the Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts. Okay, so just anything that has youth doing something. It could be a youth hiking club. Then there's project graduation, I think pretty self-explanatory. And then there's the seniors related projects and activities. That's relatively new. We instituted it in 2020. So that's for, in essence, it's supposed to be helping the aging population. Now, matching grants are supposed to benefit a group of people. There's one exception, and that is the seniors activities related grant. And that can benefit one person. And the idea behind that is because obviously the aging population within Masonry and the aging population in Maine, we've got people that are going to be needing things, a new roof, a new burner, boiler. We have one of those down in Arundel. Just new chairlift, in their house because they can't get into their house anymore. So the funds for the seniors can benefit one person, but everything else should benefit more than one person. Okay. Now, having said that, when you're out and about in the community, you guys don't have to raise the money privately and by yourselves. You can team up with whatever nonprofit you're trying to benefit and raise money together. And so I wanted to just throw that out there because I know some lodges say they're struggling. They can't do like a breakfast the way they used to. Well, they don't have to. They can, if they want to donate to the Boys and Girls Club, the Boy Scouts, they can do a car wash with the Boy Scouts by just giving them access to the hose and the parking lot and whatever. And any money raised at that car wash can be used to apply for matching grant. because that's a group activity in the community to improve, and we want Masons doing that. Make sense? All right. Any questions about the matching grants?
If,
Oh.
if a lodge is reaching out to, Boy Scouts, do a fundraiser, like, I know my lodge does something with the town to help out with something in the town kind of puts up their money. It's recommended to get like a letter, rather than get a check from the town, turn around and give it back to the town. There's always should be like a letter or something, just a proof of so-and-so raised X amount of dollars on behalf of whatever the lodge is that.
Exactly. The money doesn't have to flow. You don't have to grab it from the town to run it through your checking account. You can just do that. Just show us that there's some formal, not proof, but some formal document that says this is what the numbers are. Yep. Oh, one other thing I wanted, since you guys are the DGMs and or DERs, it's really important that everyone understand this doesn't have to be each lodge doing its own thing. This can be 2 lodges teaming up to do something. If that's the case, then the maximum per category just became 6. So you can see the impact you can have in the community if people start to do things together, lodge, inter-lodge. Is that the right word? Inter or intra? Inter-lodge, okay? So just wanted you to think about that because you're the DDGMs going around talking. And if you find a lodge that's struggling, maybe you have one that's really good at fundraising, they can loan some of their, you can do a combined effort then and access more matching funds. Okay, as long as the other lodge is doing something in that process. Okay, that's the key part. We do like to see Masons involved in the community, not just writing checks, right? Not to say we won't just write a check. It might be the right reason to do it sometimes, but obviously the more involved we are, the more the communities get to know what you guys do. All right. So you've got a little cheat sheet here. Feel free to copy it. I can, if anyone wants it electronically, you might have already given it to them electronically, but
I did not.
all right, just let me know, just send me a quick email and I'll send it to you electronically. Or if as a group you all want it, then just raise your hands and I will get the list from DK and forward it out to you. So, but anyway, that's so that you can make sure that everyone you're visiting or anyone you're talking to has the cheat sheet as to how the matching grants program works. Now, and that's an easy one. The application is online. So once you go onto our website, you go to the program it's the same application, whether you go to Bikes for Books or Community Development, so just click on one. And then it's a pretty straightforward application with about, I don't know, maybe 12 fields that you have to fill in. So I recommend doing it online because it's really simple. And then it automatically feeds to myself, Ashley, and Scott. So the process starts right there. Okay. So then now the MAC program. How many of you have heard of the MAC program? Okay. So MAC is Masons Assisting Communities, and the reason we developed that sort of logo and umbrella is because there's so much going on with what the lodge is doing, what the foundation is doing, that it's important that we start to let the community know what that impact really is. So you guys are the first ones to see this. It's a newly updated sheet. So last year, so this would be the foundation's fiscal 2020-2021, we spent combine the matching grants program plus what the lodges would have spent in that for their matching portion. We donated over $375,000 into the communities in Maine. It's a big number. We don't often talk about it. So we talk about it in increments of 1,500 or 3,000, but $375,000 is a huge number. So I want to start talking more and more about that, which is why we kind of created the MAC umbrella, so that when you guys are out doing things, I'd like you to talk about it. MAC, use the logo. I've sent it to most of the masters and secretaries that every lodge has access to that logo. If you want me to send it out to anybody else, just let me know. But if you're doing something in the community and communicating with the local paper, or even just posting something on a lodge's Facebook page, use that logo and the lodge's name. And with the lodge's name, please start calling your lodges. We'll pick on Naval Lodge, Naval Masonic Lodge, because no one in the community, not no one, fewer than you think know that you're a Mason. So when you say Naval Lodge, they're just like, it's one of those groups. But let's not let them wonder whether it's the Odd Fellows or somebody else. It is the Masonic family that's doing whatever it is you're doing. So just, I encourage you to now insert that when you're out there talking about the lodge that you belong to or what you're doing. And when you're trying to get things publicized, for sure, please say your lodge name with Masonic and the lodge number. And then use this MAC, Masons Assisting Communities. So the update is, in just 5 months this year, by changing up the program a little, obviously people were, I think we had some pent up energy from being locked down, but in the first 5 months, we have already awarded $200,000 in matching grants. So if you add the lodge's portion onto that, my math is wrong, so ignore it. It's actually $300,000 that we've given away in just 5 months. So we're already geared to go way past what we did last year. And that's fantastic. I'm just here to tell you guys, let's make sure it's double what it is right now. That means we've kept up the momentum all the way to March of next year, okay? Can't believe I got math wrong. You wouldn't know I was a CFO, would you? I was all excited too. I did that math without my calculator, and now we'll know why I don't do that often. All right, any questions about math? How it should be used, why we're doing it? All right, very good. We're just flying through this stuff. All right, Smile. How many of you shop on Amazon.com? How many of you signed up for smile.amazon.com? Yay, oh, awesome. All right, please make sure you mention it when you go out to the lodges that you're going to be visiting, because not a lot have done what you guys as a group have done. So encourage your families, every lodge person you see, because obviously the more people that sign up, the more money we're going to get, and it is free money, so there's no sense in not getting more of it. We got, I think I told everyone a couple nights ago, the last check we got was for about $1,100. And that was up from about 500 the time before that. So hey, if that keeps up, it's not a bad thing. So, okay. That's two brotherhood grants right there. I think quarterly, but I will check that. It's either semi-annually or quarterly. Any questions about Smile? All right. Okay, so now to the fun part. Talking about the fact that we're all not going to live forever. So, plan giving. Several years before I got here, everyone realized that the average age of Masons was not going down. And so the idea is that if you care about your fraternity and you care about the foundation, we are just here to ask you to please name the foundation in your estate planning documents. If you, like a lot of times I talk to people who right now they're struggling to raise their family, pay for college for their kids, paying for their own retirement. So if you don't have the money, we're not here to ask you for money that you don't have. We never want to do that. We want you guys to always really just kind of look at your own lives and see what you can give and give to your cable tow. So if you, I like to use this as a perfect example. If you don't have the wherewithal right now, but you do care about the foundation and you do care about the idea of being philanthropic, this is a perfect way to do that. Just come up with an amount or a percentage of something that, at the end, when it's not needed by you and your family, that you can give to the foundation. And I can help you with that. I can help you with your planning of your will. I can help you with how to do it really easily. I just helped a gentleman the other day. He called me and he wanted to do it. And so the easiest way for him was to just go open a new bank account and just make the foundation a beneficiary of that bank account. And then the money still sat there, and if he ever needed it, he could use it. But should he pass, the foundation would get it as a beneficiary. So it's a really easy way to, if you're not comfortable with, writing a check and having it go away completely, that's an easy way to do it. And you become a member of the Master Architect Society at that point. So I want to encourage you guys to get in early, because we're just now getting the first plaques up on the mural at Grand Lodge. And the sooner you get in, the better placement you get on the wall, because you get to pick a spot. So if you are interested, read through this. If it bores you to death, don't worry about it. Just call me and I can walk you through the particulars. But I encourage you to do it if you want to. It's a really easy step and an easy process. And it shows your fellow fraternity members that you care about the fraternity and the foundation. Any questions? That's all I have for today.
I'd like to add something.
Sure.
Susan just talked about $28 million that the foundation has. In the proceedings of 1820, when we became a state and Grand Lodge was chartered as the third legislative action that the state took, Massachusetts, or the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, gave us $1,000. That's what it says in the proceeding, $1,000. So with good stewardship of the money over the last couple of hundred years, that's how this has become $28 million. So when we think what we can contribute is just peanuts compared to what we have. Think about what the peanuts were when we got it, and look where we are today. So when each one of us makes a contribution, either end of life contribution or whatever it is to the foundation, that's the potential that small amount of money can have in the long run. Now, you made a comment like, we're probably not gonna live forever, and my comment was, thank you, Jesus, but I think that, you know, if we look further, well beyond us, look a couple of 100 years into the future, then that's the potential that each one of our small contributions makes. So I just want to give you that little tidbit of information. $100 is what we started. And Massachusetts wants it back.
I know they did.
Yeah. They want it back with interest. And they calculated the interest on 200 years. And they said it'll be $1.3 million. So I told them, no problem, I'll talk to Susan.
Well, I was just gonna say, send it to me. But, and to Rich's point, I'll give you an even more particular and more shorter time span. We had, his name was Rich, last name Rich. He donated $1,000 in 1921. And so before the crash, that money, because he had some stipulations on it and because folks decided to let it ride for a little while, it kind of got through the years, wasn't used for its purpose, because he said he wanted to be able to provide for a bed for any Mason that needed a hospital bed, because you used to have to pay for your bed. So we just now recently got some of that language fixed, but so that money stayed there kind of unused. $1,000 in 1921 is now over $350,000. So when you're thinking about making a donation, don't think it's too small, do whatever you can, because again, with time, these things become huge. And so your contribution to your fraternity and this foundation, I mean, it's going to be something significant. And, you know, if you want to, your name can be on it. So, all right. Thanks, guys.
Jonathan, do you have a question?
Oh.
Jonathan? Jonathan?
Did you have a
I
question?
was just gonna point out in 1921, $1,000.
The value.
$1,000 is really equivalent to about $15,000 today. So it's a sizable amount. So in
Yep.
1820, I think it's about $50,000 contribution in today's dollar.
All right, so we're gonna kick the financial guy out of the room for a second, because think of it this way, the $1,000 that you donate today will still grow to be something big 20 years from now.
So I want to say thanks to Sue, and I want to point out that, I mean, part of when we put this together, I talked to past district deputies, and one of the comments that I got was, Jesus, district deputy, I kept getting asked about matching grants, and when I first got the job, I didn't know how to answer them. I didn't have the right answer. So I appreciate that cheat sheet that she put in that folder was specifically requested, because you remember, I keep saying it, but I want to say it again, you are Grand Lodge. And part of what we want coming out of this is for you to be able to speak for Grand Lodge. I'm not discouraged. I do not want you to discourage the lodges from calling Sue or from calling Grand Lodge. But I do want to try to make you feel empowered that you can answer as many questions as possible. So please, you know, take the opportunity to look at it, use it, keep it, like she said, make a copy of it or whatever, but have the opportunity to be able to be the answers for Grand Lodge, and then refer them to Sue or Grand Lodge when they actually want to move
And one
forward.
comical anecdote, before you say no to something, call me, okay? Because my job is to find a way to say yes, all right? Okay, cool.
And I'm also hearing from you, Grand Lodge. Remember that the brethren in our lodges don't fully understand that Grand Lodge is one thing and the Charitable Foundation is something else.
Yeah, I wasn't even trying to fix
Okay,
that
so-
problem.
Yeah, so, you know, when they say, oh, call Grand Lodge, you had one, we're actually dealing with the foundation at that point, with the matching grants and whatever. So there is a difference. It's not Grand Lodge that's providing that program, it's the Charitable Foundation.
And I completely mean this jokingly, but Grand Lodge says no, Foundation says yes. Just think of it that way.
So, go ahead.
Susan,
Yeah.
the fiscal year is April 1st.
Yeah, April 1st to March 31st. Yep. Yeah, so come April 1st, yeah. So you guys have, you know, from now till March 31st, use that 7,000, and then, or all the lodges do. And then April 1st, you lose whatever hasn't been spent and you get another 7. Okay?
He was asking because he's writing you a check right now, look.
Yeah.
Good question, comment.
Second, do you know how many lodges did not take advantage of all 7 matching grants?
Hope it-
Yeah, okay, so that's a good point. I should have brought up when I was talking about the budget. So I said to you, if I take the, you know, the average market portfolio times, you know, 4.5%, it was 1.2 was the budget roughly. If you take 177 lodges times $7,000, that's about $1.2 million. So if every lodge took advantage of the $7,000 of matching funds, then I'd have to budget more money, right? Last year, because we only did $250,000 of matching grants, and then the lodges themselves put in $125,000. So 250,000 divided by 177 lodges, we had probably, I don't, in any one year, we've never had more than 6 or 7 lodges that took advantage of all $7,000. So many don't do anything. They're just learning about matching grants, and some just do 1 or 2. I just, we were just at District 9 meeting, and I found out that one of the lodges we had given every lodges the opportunity to get money in January, February. Do you remember that? So we gave money without even a matching grant requirement. Well, they went and raised more money to give to the charity. That gentleman didn't realize that the additional money that they put in could have been doubled. So it's just, it's really just thinking about how do we use this program and maximize the giving that the lodges can do, and just be thinking about it all the time in terms of it. When you go to encourage your lodges, when they go to do something charitable, ask them, did they get $2 for that? Because there's really, with the exception of giving it to one person for a scholarship, there's really no reason why that check going out the door at a lodge has not been tripled.
So I asked you that question so I can make this statement.
Yep.
That there's a lot of uncapped match money out there. And there's a lot of ways to get that money, put that money out. For example, you have a lot of dependent bodies that fundraise very well and have money to build. This year, the Widow Sons, the Anonymous Chapter in Newport, took on the MAC program as our charity drive. We raised $3,000 and distributed that money to 3 lodges in the 22nd district. The 22nd district hasn't historically taken advantage of those matching grants. So we were able to put that $3,000 out there, then apply for matching grants and turn $3,000 that we raised into $9,000 out of the community. So there's a lot of ways, brother, that you guys can communicate with other brothers, lodges, and independent bodies to really capture more of that money. Something to think about.
And I can help you with online fundraising. A lot of you guys might not be very comfortable with that. We've got a platform now. You just call me and tell me what you're trying to do, and I can help you raise money online. You would end up sending it out to your friends and family, but I can create the page for you, and I can set it all up. And when those funds come in, you can double them. Okay.
You can also add Belgian Pollard to your list of lodges that will use all 7 grants.
All right.
It's almost a challenge, guys.
One other question. Part of our role as deputies here, we're supposed to go and check the lodges, make sure that they're doing their job of sending all those corporate monies out. I've done one of my business race, I talked with the grants secretary, and he sent me, hey, this lodge did this and this. Should I be contacting you, Sue, or Scott, or somebody to get that report of what my lodges did, so I can have something for proof to match up with?
Scott is expecting that call. That's the comment on the new Form 1 that says contact the Grand Lodge for that info was specifically put in at his request. I'm not saying you can't get it from Sue, but Scott is not only willing to provide that info, he's expecting to, because he asked me to put that comment on the form.
That's why I'm.
Don't hesitate. Good question. Thank you. Thank you. Great feedback, great discussion. Again, we talked about that ROI. I mean, giving $500 to a charity is nice, but very few places in Maine where $1,500 doesn't turn a head. $1,500 is real money. So when you're able to do that, that's great. And if you're able to do 6,000 or 3,000 or whatever you're able to turn it into, you can make a difference. So make sure this photograph's taken and it gets put in the local paper. With that, it's lunchtime. So thank you, Sue.
Thank you.
Back in here. Cut basic schedule, we must still be on it. So it's right here. So we're still moving ahead. I want to talk about table B next. Some of you might have been able to predict that. And we can put a pool together and anybody wants to guess where I'm going to go next. But anyway, so table B, it's pretty quick. I want to talk about it a little bit. So this is your page. This is your page as the DDGM. The rest of it is kind of guides and tools, and this is the part that you want to put together. Starting at the top, I want to tell a story. Charter or certificate of charter were presented and properly maintained. So that's an easy one, right? Other than I remember going to a lodge And I've been to that lodge many times, and I said, "Oh, where's your charter or certificate?" He goes, "Right there, it's on the wall." I said, that's a Xerox copy. "Where's your charter?" And they had no clue. There's no one in the lodge that had ever seen the charter. And this was a Xerox copy from like the day after Xerox was invented. I mean, it was ancient, but it was a Xerox copy. I said, that's a copy. That's not the, and it took them almost 6 months, but they actually did find it. They actually needed an old bank building, and they had a corner of it. They found it. They had it in the vault, but apparently it hadn't been out or seen by anyone in many, many years. And they didn't want it out, and I don't blame them. But what I did is I called Grand Lodge and says, "Hey, can we get a certificate of charter for such and such a lodge?" And to be honest, it had been so long since Grand Lodge had done one. They're like, "We don't have that for it." So we took them a couple of copies, and they came up with something that they generated a certificate of charter. And in a few months, we got a new certificate of charter, and they replaced their Xerox copy with a certificate of charter. So you might think, well, no, it won't be a problem. You know, that's why is that even on the form? That's so obvious. It's actually not. I would encourage you to look that they actually have one. And if it's a certificate, you probably can't tell the difference whether, other than it's supposed to have a seal on it, but you may or may not. But if it's supposed to be the real charter and it's a Xerox, they really should, and they need to have it there for the visitation, because to prove that they actually have it once in a while. Otherwise, you could do just like this lodge says. It had been so long since anybody had seen it, nobody there knew where the hell it was. They didn't have a clue. So I would encourage you to actually look to see that it's there. So books of the secretary, present and well maintained. Easy, but I'm sure you've all been to lodges where the books of the secretary weren't present or well maintained, or both. So, you know, this is where we chug them along. The statement on the installation of the district deputies about you being, other than the Grand Master and the Grand Secretary, most important Grand Lodge officers. Well, guess what? We all know a lodge, particularly a lodge with a group of past masters, can make its way through a year with a weak master. If the past masters and the members of the lodge support. But if the secretary's bad, it's a problem. The secretary of the lodge is one of the most important people of the lodge. So, you know, and if you've got a lodge that they're all trying hard and nobody's getting their dues cards when they're supposed to get them, and you know, mail's not getting answered, and the reports aren't getting made, the installations aren't being recorded. I mean, go on a Maury. You all know you have Maury rights, right? You all know you have a Maury role, and you all know what to do if you don't know how to figure it out. You call the Grand Secretary. The Grand Secretary will walk you through it. He actually has the ability to go in at his desk and look at you. He can see you struggling your way in. He can tell once you've been logged in, you know, and he'll say, "Oh, you go to this," and he can walk you right through it. So if you haven't figured out how to go in and look at stuff at Maury, call him, get him to help you. He can walk you right through it, and you should. This is one of the reasons that led me to make this comment is if you go to your lodge, go through your lodges and look at the officers. You might go and been there, done that. First person, like, well, those are all the wrong names because they haven't submitted their certificate of installation. You got to submit the certificate of installation to get the lodge names updated. You know, I went to a lodge's, you know, report in Maury, and the master listed in Maury was 3 years ago because they hadn't done their last 2 installation reports. They're required to be done right away once the installation happens, but they hadn't been. So you can use Maury to check up on that. So rather than just say, "Hey, did you do it?" You can actually go and look. If it's the right names, all you gotta do is spot check it. You know who the wardens and the master are. If the warden and the master names are right, chances are the rest of it's right. But I would encourage you to look and make sure they're updating it properly. Treasurer, same thing. Do you have the records? Is he bringing them? Are they in order? Sad as it is, we've had cases where money has vanished. One of the things that I recommend is that you try to get the secretary and the treasurer to agree that, yeah, the finances are, you know, yeah, I agree with his and he agrees with mine. And yeah, I won't say 2 people can't conspire, but typically you get 2 guys working together. They know what each other's numbers are saying and what they should say, and they're visible. You got a pretty good chance that, you know, they're working together. We're not accountants, most of us. So we can't all do a legitimate audit, but you want to make sure there's a process being used and that it's open and public and that they're working together. If the secretary is bitching about the treasurer, I don't know what he's doing, I haven't been able to see his records, and the treasurer's bitching, that's a problem. That's a problem. You want to make sure that that everybody's being open and transparent with each other. Skipping down here. Master President in the East is a requirement, okay? It is a requirement. You want to make sure if there's a real candidate being done for the degree for the visitation, that they get a decent degree. There's two things on that. Remember, the candidate's blindfolded for most of it. So while we don't like to see a master read, it's better than having him struggle. I mean, and this is a comment that kind of applies to later on, but if a master gets prompted 20 times during the obligation, it should have been a read. And the prompter should learn how to shut the hell up, because the candidate doesn't know the obligation. You're better off to give a poor obligation and make it sound like you know what the hell you're talking about than to say a word and get corrected, and say another word and get corrected, and say, I mean, that doesn't work. He's going to get that as part of his lesson. He's going to get the legitimate obligation. He's supposed to learn the obligation as part of his lesson, right? When he finishes his degree. You're better off to have a less than perfect obligation done smoothly than a prompter that prompts. I mean, I went to a degree one time, and the prompter came up and stood right next to the altar, right next to the master, and he didn't let him get an word in edgewise. He prompted him. I counted one day, I saw a prompter 20 something, I think it was 23 times the prompter prompted the master just during the obligation. That wasn't a smooth degree, you know, it wasn't at all. The reason it went 23 without any kind of comment is they were using an exemplar. So the exemplar was sitting there going, man, this sucks. But you know, it was what it was. But I would encourage you to try to get the smooth one done. Joe, and if anything I'm skipping here, talk to me about it. We're going to talk about Table E later, so I'm not going to talk about it right much now. This is yours to fill out, but I encourage you, sir.
What should we be reading it out of if he's going to read it?
Cipher.
Okay, in front of the cipher says this book shall not be consulted with in open law.
You're right.
So,
Yeah.
okay, I think this should be read instead of getting prompted every other word.
Yep.
But where do we hold our obligation to what it says as far as that book's not supposed to be open in open law?
You basically tell them, hey, you shouldn't have to open that book in open lodge, and they shouldn't. And they shouldn't. I stick with they shouldn't. But if you've got a real candidate, you want the candidate to get a real degree. I mean, that's my position. The Grand Master's sitting here. If he thinks I'm totally off the mark, I think he'll probably correct me. He's not too shy.
I'll promote that famous line I've heard from my great secretary a couple times, and what's best for the community.
I agree. I agree.
Shouldn't have it open, I agree with that, but sometimes there's situations where if it benefits the candidate for the absolute necessary, make it work.
I will pipe in.
Shocked.
I'm not a fan of having a book open at all. I am a ritualist, and even those who are not ritualists should take at least enough pride in their job to have studied the ritual to be prepared to give the candidate a good degree. Now, if the master, I don't care who it is, if the master is not prepared to do the obligation and do it well for that candidate, so the candidate, because we've said it before, the candidate is the most important person on that evening, then it should just be somebody else who does it. Somebody who is proficient in that degree, somebody who's proficient in the obligation. I don't want to see the book open in the lodge during the degree.
Other than the prompter.
Other than the prompter.
Yeah.
And there had been some talk about every lodge should have the full written out ritual. You know, there again, if we continue to dilute what we do just to make it easier for the brethren who are going to exemplify the degree, then what are we really doing? We're sticking to some of what we feel strongly about and not other things that we feel strongly about because we're too, I'm gonna just say it, because we're too lazy to study it.
That's the word that I had in my head.
That should never occur, because if that brother really, or that new Mason is willing to be there, and we are going to expect things out of him, then that candidate also has the right to expect things out of us. And that's just how I feel very strongly about it. I don't want to see a book open. But to your point, I do agree, PK, that the candidate should get a great degree. I think it needs to be that if the master, or anybody else for that matter, is not proficient, then swallow your pride for a minute and let somebody else take that position so that the candidate will have the best possible experience during that.
Be careful you don't make it an easy out for the master, that's all for his
Well,
dissertation.
yes, I know, but I mean, you can address that after the fact.
Aren't we kind of skirting around the issue of how do we get somebody that's calling themselves a master of the lodge that can't sit out of the hall? I mean, if you've got somebody that's been duly elected a master of the lodge and they can't perform the degree work, how did they become a master?
So some lodge, so you answered your own question. You answered, so I will say you answered your own question. I will point out that, you know, I've had the opportunity to spend quite a bit of time with Most Worshipful Polkanen, who is a permanent member of the Grand Lodge of Southern Massachusetts. They have a program called the Master's Path that every prospective master has to complete. It's a training program that you have to go through. And I got a chance to participate in the Master's Path program for Massachusetts. It was an excellent program. I was very impressed. That's a requirement for them. We do not have that program. And you answered your question in your question. In our state, a duly elected, your words, and appropriately, master of the lodge is the master of the lodge. The best we, Grand Lodge, can do, in my opinion, is have you, Grand Lodge, support them to your best to make them as good as you possibly can, because they are the master of the lodge. And as I've sidebarred with many of you, there are lodges in this state who really don't need you. You know, and there are lodges in this state who really need you. And you might be pointing to one of them. I mean, some of it might be a comment of one of the best ways, I think, is for you to try to sidebar with some of the past masters, because better for them to help him be successful than for you as an outsider, if it's not your lodge. So if you can get the past masters of that lodge to help get this guy better, that's great. Otherwise, do the best you can, use your DRI, use your DER to try to make him as successful as you can, but he is the duly elected master. You got to.
That's the reality of why the chaplain becomes.
You know, well, let me share that comment. Let me share that comment, because, you know, I've had that discussion with people. It probably won't surprise anyone in this room. There are a lot of lodges where the tradition is when you go from the master's chair, you go to the chaplain's chair. And some of them say, well, we got this, and I'll tell you, we got a couple lodges that I've dealt with that are fairly weak. They've had the same chaplain for 20 years. He doesn't contribute anything to the value of running the lodge. When you get last year's master sitting next to this year's master, can be very helpful. And so I think that's a great practice. You know, when you get a recent, if not last, at least a recent past master to be sitting in the chaplain's chair, you know, it's easier than for the secretary to be yelling over there, telling him what to do, is to have somebody.
It's easy for that little speak in your left ear, hey, you know, you should take it out on that, or that should go to the committee on blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's that voice of reason or confidence, and as he's figuring out that, well.
Yeah, or sometimes just as simple as saying committee reports or pledge of allegiance.
And I'll share something with you, just, you know, the chaplain being there.
Okay.
Kind of a funny story, and I think you'll find it comical. When I was a master of my lodge, Jordan Witherell was my chaplain, longtime member of Webster Lodge. He had hearing aids that he didn't always turn on. And it was very quiet in the lodge during a solemn moment, and he thought he'd lean over and whisper something to me. It turns out that he had made the door knockers on the lodge through Kennebec Hardware, I think it's called, right? Or Bath Iron Works, I guess is what it is. And he made luncheon holders and whatever. He leaned over to me. Now, mind you, it's quiet in the lodge because something is going on that's important. He leaned over and he thought he was whispering and he said, I came in and polished my knockers this weekend. True story, true story. So the chapter will always whisper wise counsel.
You had a comment.
I just have a couple of comment and a question. So the comment is, we changed the cipher to where some of it was written out versus all being in cipher. I found that to be a dissonance. For me personally, I do better with it being in cipher because I don't have that mental crutch that it's all written out. I need to memorize it. Any chance that we would ever consider having that type of a cipher? And we brought that up in our lodge, and there's a lot of people that agree with that exact same things. They prefer to have 2 letters to work with versus the whole word. It's 6 in one, half a dozen of another.
You know, we have brothers who want it all written out, and we have brothers who want it all in cipher.
Yeah.
One of the things we have to remember is that when Luke Renier and Christian Ratner, when they had redone the cipher, some of the stuff that's fully written out is textbook material, which was already written out. They just added it to the cipher for ease of use. So that there was never really in cipher. Some of the things that they took out of the cipher, I wish were still back in there. And as a matter of fact, I did send it out at one time. For example, the Haramic legend is not written in there the way that it used to be. There are 2 very important lines in the Haramic legend that explain what the Haramic legend is, that's no longer in there. So does the cipher have some issues? Yes. Can we say it'll be better this way or better that way? It depends on who's looking at it. Maybe that works best for you. It works great for me. I mean, I don't need the cipher, and many of us in this room don't need the cipher. But that's a really tough one. So I don't think it'll ever happen. It'll be in full cipher. But I can get you Frank Sleeper's cipher, and that one's all,
Some of the words have probably changed. since then.
Yeah.
And then the question that I have is, and I read this either in the DER training online or the DDGM stuff that's online, that was talking specifically about if the obligation is not being presented well for the candidate, that one of those 2 offices, again, I can't remember which one, should stop the degree work and replace the master and do the degree work because it's for the candidate. And I just wanted to get an
So
opinion on that.
I have actually seen a district deputy stop an inspection. But the way that went is we did it a different night. He called because, to be honest, the lodge couldn't open. They couldn't get through the opening. After the reception of the grand master, I mean, the warden didn't know, the junior warden didn't know what he was doing, the senior warden didn't know what he was doing, the master didn't know what he was doing. And the district deputy just stood up and said, guys, you're not ready for this. There's absolutely no point in continuing. If you can't do the opening, the degree's not going to go better. We'll be back. And frankly, that lodge rescheduled their inspection for the week after their annual meeting, and they did it with a new master. To be honest, they rescheduled it. They held their inspection the week after their annual, and they had a new master sitting in the east, and that's how they got through it, because the master didn't have it. And the warden, the senior warden, was never going to learn it. Probably shouldn't have been senior. He's not the guy that moved to the east. He moved out of the line altogether. They shuffled it around, and they got a past master in the master's chair. They restructured their lodge and got through it. But so
Usually by the time you become a district deputy, if you're visiting the lodges as a master or multiple chairs, by the time you become a district deputy, you know who does good ritual work in your district, you know who probably needs help, and a lot of times, right, lodges probably need help. you've been to enough degrees over the years, they've kind of been in that rust spot all along, and so, the masters coming up through don't ever learn anything better. If they're not visiting other lodges, things to do, they're doing what's been done, and so it may not be perfect, but that's what they know.
That's kind of part of the table E discussion. I absolutely agree. I think the importance of visiting other lodges is really big. And some lodges do it well and some don't. We'll talk, I agree with you 100%. I'll do a little bit more on the cipher comment. I'll just share a little bit of history. I was very involved in a fairly long discussion about the potential of putting out the cipher in all plain text. A couple of years ago, I got very involved in that discussion, and I'll share with you what one of my positions was that I think probably is the reason it didn't end up out in all English, or one of the reasons it didn't, is you all know we have lodges where they have no new members. They're all pushing towards 50-year members. And then we have lodges where you have a lot of young members. And what you like to see is a lodge where all the chairs are filled with non-past masters and the sidelines are filled with past masters. Well, sometimes it's hard to maintain those past masters around. And one of the things that I've seen in lodges is when you do a ritual, when you're doing practice and when you're working on learning ritual, it's those past masters who get called in to help with the practice because they know the ritual. And to me, any link you can make between the new officers who are learning and the past masters who've been there before to get them involved and working together is a good thing. And I think the fact that the ritual is in cipher actually helps that. It helps that link. You get the past masters there working with them, the guys who are good at ritual, who've been through it all. So that was one of my most important points. Is this is, you're cutting a link that currently keeps those guys involved. You don't want to cut that link. That's important, I thought. Anything else? Or we're moving down the form here. Jumping down to the lower section, like I said, I'm not going to talk about table E. There's two sections there that are marked towards the DRI for clarification, and it's clarified in the table. We'll talk about later. The first one is the annual overall assessment of how are they calling in the DRI? Are they doing practices? It's not about the visit. It's about, are these guys working on their ritual? And then the second one is the one that there's a whole step-by-step score sheet in there of how did they do on the night of the official visitation? Did they know how to properly receive the district deputy grand master? Did they open properly? And did they do a good degree? That's the night of the event score sheet. And like I said, there's several pages in the back that give you the information. That's table D that tells you that. Now I've had district deputies say, well, my DRI doesn't go to the inspections. Well, one, it would be nice if you'd work on that, because I think many of the DRIs are underutilized. I mean, you help raise his status, if you will, by having him as part of your suite, having him there with your visitation, having him introduced. Maybe you say a word or two of praise about him, or remind people that anytime he can be of help, don't hesitate to give him a call, talk to him the night before you leave, yada, yada, you know where I'm getting at. And the other thing is it's specifically worded here. If he's not there, ask the DER to do it. If the DER is not there, we're in trouble already, but then ask a past master to do it. And I had a district deputy tell me, well, there was no past masters in there except from that lodge. So you're blaming the form for the fact that you had a lousy inspection. Is that what I'm getting at? I didn't say that, but that's what's going through my head. So you got nobody there but the lodge. There's no visitors in this inspection. Your DRI is there, not there, and your DER is not there. And clearly the problem is the form. I wasn't totally on board with the concept, but there you go. I didn't quite put it that way. But the jumping down a little bit, anybody thoughts or comments on that? Anybody thinks I've got my head on backwards, don't hesitate. The next one, jumping down there's a section from the DER. If you look, the DER tables are gone from this form. Go ahead, sir.
I've had a situation in an inspection where my DRI, he's in the guard, and sometimes like he's not available this week in Friday. And the DER were not available. So I in turn filled it out.
I would ask you to try to find someone else in your district to come and do it. I would ask you to be able to be, I'd like you to try to be at a higher plane than the details of that form. And the form is written that any past master, ask any past master to do it. Just anybody in your district, ask them to come with you to the, most district deputies bring a marshal with them. They have their own marshal for reception. If you've got a marshal with you, ask him to do it.
I got one with me, buddy, in '93.
Okay, so we get a different perspective. The nice thing about that is he's probably not hard to keep up with. Anybody, I'd ask that you be a bottom of the list.
I take your point, and I totally understand.
Okay,
I just looked around and said, oh, it's not here, okay, so.
yeah, I'd ask you to ask any past master, and the form says that now. Any past master is a better choice than nobody. Boy, this is kind of diminishing, but you're a better choice than nobody too. But I'd put you pretty low on the list because I'd like you to be above that if possible during the visitation. And the DER one at the end, go ahead, sir.
Going back to the top of that page,
Yep.
what if the lodge is doing a degree that's not, and the master doesn't do the degree?
Annotate it, write it up, just say, oh, no, wait a minute.
The inspection can't be.
No, for inspection, so with the exception of what the Grand Master said, for inspection, the master is supposed to be sitting in the east. If you're doing an EA, that doesn't mean the junior warden does it. If you're doing an EA for inspection, it's supposed to be the master that does the degree. If you're doing a fellow craft, it's not the senior warden's degree. It's the master who's supposed to be doing the degree. You don't shift chairs for a visitation. Unless you absolutely have to, because he's not capable of competently giving the degree, yeah. But no, it's supposed to be the master in the east for the visitation. You don't.
But if it's not the master, then we just note on.
You annotate it, but you should tell them up front. If they say, hey, we're gonna have so-and-so do it, you say, why? Well, because it's a fellow craft. No, that doesn't work that way. It's because it's a fellow craft. This is a visitation. The master does the degree. If he says, well, the master doesn't know how to do it, really, you really can't do it. No, you really can't do it. Well, then okay, I guess you got it. But you should strongly discourage it. The master is supposed to be in the east for your visitation.
You don't drop down and swap chairs.
You drop down, you drop down, but you don't swap chairs. You have to drop down just like you would for any degree. You don't do an EA degree in the Master Mason degree. You have to drop down to the EA. And you have to go back up again because you closed in the Master Mason degree for a visitation. But no, you don't swap chairs. There's no chair. There's not supposed to be a chair swap for visitation. The visitation is supposed to be done with the master in the east.
I would add that as district deputies, you've been to the lodges. You know the type of work that the lodge does for the most part. You can observe the exemplification of a degree at another time other than at the meeting. So if there's not going to be if there's a question about, well, we've only got an entered apprentice degree that's ready or a fellow craft that's ready, and I need to do I want my annual visitation done. You can be at the lodge at any time to witness the degree.
Well,
it doesn't have to be the night of your visitation.
And the visitation, remember, there's no requirement whatsoever that it be a Master Mason degree. Visitation can be done in any degree. There's nothing that even leads you to say which degree it's supposed to be. It can be any. And another thing that I did, don't think I violated anything, but another thing that I confess that I've done is when I've been to a lodge and seen them do an EA degree, or I've seen them do a fellow craft degree. I had several times when I was district deputy that when I went to do the official visitation and they were using an exemplar, never, ever, ever in advance. Never, ever, ever in advance. But once the degree was done, I had made the comment, it's up to you whether you choose to do the lectures or not. I'd already seen this guy give this lecture 3 months ago, and they've got an exemplar, they don't have a real candidate. Most of us really don't want to sit around for the extra, half hour, 45 minutes to listen to the lecture. And I've had lodges ask me, well, are we gonna have to do the lecture? I says, the lecture is part of the degree. I've never excused it in advance, not once in my life. They needed to be prepared to do it. But if it was an exemplar and I'd seen them do it in the past, I've had times when I excused them from doing the lecture. Personal, and I don't think I'm violating anything by doing that.
So this is my first year.
Congratulations. My condolences.
I'm sorry, I was inspection. I am still the secretary of my lodge, so I'm gonna have to inspect my own lodge.
Yep.
I'm sure we're gonna ask for my excellent secretary, but should I have somebody sit in my chair and kind of review my work as well as secretary? I mean, I didn't expect them to work, and I know it's in line, but should I have somebody help me do that job?
I don't think it would be inappropriate for you to ask, like, particularly a past secretary or somebody that, you know, knows it, to, hey, give me your opinion, what do you think? But I don't think you're required to. I don't believe you're required to. You don't want to sit in the secretary's chair the night of the official visitation. You do need to sit next to the master, kind of important, but yeah, I don't think there's any requirement for you to have anyone review your books. There's none that I'm aware of, but I like the fact that you're thinking that way. I like the fact that you have that attitude, and I think it's encouraged. You know, if you've got a past master who's been secretary in particular and say, hey, I got inspection coming up, I got to inspect my own books. You want to take a look and see what you think? That would be a great thing to do.
Yeah.
Sir.
I was just saying that, just put a assistant secretary in just a few minutes.
Yeah, if you have a lodge that has assistant secretary, have the assistant secretary look, and a lot of lodges do have assistant secretaries. Absolutely. So some do, some don't. The nice thing about assistant secretaries, by the way, keep in mind, it's something you might encourage as district deputies. You see a lodge that has a weak secretary. The way the system is currently set up, once assistant secretary is officially the assistant secretary and more, he has full powers. He can do everything the secretary can do. There's a role for it, but there's no set of controls for assistant secretary. There's secretary and not secretary. The guy that's an assistant secretary has all the powers of the secretary. Once he's
There are certain things that the assistant secretary role can't do.
Is there? I didn't know that. What?
The certificate of installation.
I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah. And
Do we know anyone who's an assistant secretary right
also to knit.
now? Okay. All right. Speaking from the words of an assistant secretary. I've never been a secretary or an assistant secretary, and I'm not striving for that either. But thanks. Great question. Great question. Okay. Last item on here, the DER report. It's been taken out. It's in the district education rep's handbook now. Those pages. Ask for it. If he has it that night, you can fill it in. If he doesn't, do not let this being blank hold you up turning in your report. Turn in your report when you're done. If you get that block filled in, you get it filled in. If you don't, he'll do it directly. That report comes directly to the Meals Committee. For all of you as DERs, you're part of the district team. We ask you, please, when you put your report together, you ought to give a copy of it to the district deputy. That's not who you officially report to. And there are some people who are very sensitive about that chain of command. As the chairman of the Meals Committee, let me assure you, I'm not. I want you to, yes, you have to deal with the Meals Committee. That's where the DER line goes. But you're part of the district deputy's team. He's trying to lead the operation within your district. He should get a copy of your report. You should be working with him on the visitation. And I think you should be there the night of the visitation, if at all possible.
Work side by side.
Absolutely. It's a team effort. You should be working together. Okay. Anything else on table B? Well, then we're going to roll to a quick change of subject. We're going to have the very wise, knowledgeable, capable, very worshipful Dan Goucher give us a little bit on as also chairman of the board of the Maine Masonic College. Dan, you're up.
Thank you. So we're going to be switching gears here pretty soon to looking at what resources are available for education. So particular interest obviously to the DERs, but also some stuff on the DRI, and that's what DK will continue with. But we do have a body within Masonry here. I don't know if everybody's aware of it, the Maine Masonic College. What's interesting and different about this particular body is that its job is to go beyond existing educational resources and research and create new resources. it's really kind of largely staffed by faculty that have been developed out of brethren. Because everybody here has obviously different expertise, has different education, different interests. And that's what the Maine Masonic College does, is it actually takes in anybody from the body here and will help them become a faculty member in the Maine Masonic College. Now, I have some things written down here about the college that I share with people, so I'll read a couple, but I want to expand on it, and I'm always happy to answer some questions if you just want to stop me. First of all, the college was founded in 2005, and since then, we've been working on developing brethren into qualified faculty members to share that personal expertise and their dedication to learning. It's the college's goal to offer 2 classes each month, free of charge, with the majority of those classes being open to the general public. In addition, every year we hold 2 semi-annual events. One, the celebration of the arts and sciences, and the second one, the college convocation. In each of these events, we feature prominent guest speakers who are leaders in their field. So we have actual relationships that we've developed over time with many institutions, universities and colleges, in particular, University of Maine Honors Program is a guest speaker every year. Their graduate students will come, as well as some of their faculty. We also have programs with the UMaine Planetarium that we host, and we provide funds and support for National History Day, as well as a lot of other youth betterment initiatives that will put our educational expertise towards. Now, as Masons, we all know that from our ritual about how important it is to be educated, particularly in the liberal arts, the 7 liberal arts, which of course traditionally were grammar, rhetoric, logic, arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy. But in the modern world, they've also come to encompass the humanities, the social sciences, as well as the performing and fine arts. And it's from this kind of expanded and broad foundation now that the Masonic College creates our programs, which include topics of interest to anyone with an inquisitive mind, whether they're a Freemason or not. So just writing down some of the classes that we have in rotation now, because you might wonder, well, we do have classes in astronomy, but critical thinking, curiosity, world religions, ritual and myth, Vitruvius and the foundations of Freemasonry, symbolism, the EA and fellowcraft degrees, tenets and cardinal virtues, introduction to mathematical principles of geometry, as well as the secret geometry of art. And this summer, we're doing a casual summer series on archaeology. So all of these topics at any given time are going to be done and delivered. I'll tell you about this with the Zoom thing in a second, because that's been an amazing thing that we've developed in the last year and a half. But these topics are spread out. How do you find out about these? How do you find out about when the date of the celebration of arts and sciences is, or that convocation? Well, we've had to use digital platforms, obviously, in the last year and a half. Zoom, the college has a Facebook page. We'll do an email blast out to the general, brethren about upcoming classes. We have a YouTube channel now where we actually put the recorded classes after they've been offered. So if you missed the original date, you can always go back and see a topic you might be interested in. All of these will kind of cue you in on which months we are running them. As I was saying, we're running a casual summer series, which means obviously September and October are going to be the beginning of the 2 classes a month schedule again, all the way through the academic year until next May. Now, what makes these classes interesting or different? First off, they're taught with academic rigor, meaning that every class here, after the faculty is developed, also learns what you do at an actual research institution or a college, which is peer reviewed. Everything is reviewed by the other faculty members for its validity and its research. So all of these classes are completely legitimate in how they've been researched and presented. Now, these are not, like I said, only limited to Freemasons. We do invite anybody, anywhere who wants to sit in on the class. And although some of them are related to the craft, we really just are trying to engage academically with anybody who has an interest in these topics. We have a website too. It's to bring more light. I mean, that's not too hard to remember since that's the motto, to bringmorelight.org. If you go there, that's going to take you right now over to the Grand Lodge part of the website where we keep these classes updated with what's upcoming and what we just have held previously. If you ever want to reach out, Maine Masonic College, one word, @gmail.com. Okay? We're always happy to do two things: answer questions. If you have questions about our faculty, our classes, or a topic. If you want some advice on maybe how to do your own research. If you want to volunteer to become a faculty member and develop a class, fantastic. We're always looking for these new interests and expertise. Now, to finish this up in this description, I wanted to talk about this last year and a half using Zoom and kind of trying to build up our digital resources. The Masonic College obviously used to be a very hands-on affair, meaning at a lodge level. It would be a coffee and donuts class. We would come and we would, try and spread the classes all around the state so we could have that kind of face-to-face contact. As you know, obviously, everybody's had to move a lot of stuff onto a digital platform. Well, for us, it was a mixed blessing, because what happened is, yes, maybe we lost a little bit of the touch, the hands-on kind of thing, sitting in that lodge with our brethren. But I'll tell you what we gained. We gained brethren attending our classes from New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Virginia, Washington, D.C., Florida, Colorado, Texas, Arizona, and California. Not to mention Canada, Georgia being the country of, Brazil, Italy, Greece, Australia, the Philippines, India, England, and Scotland. Not to mention all the DDGM members, the Rainbow members, and both past and present Grand Masters, both US and foreign, who've all sat in the classes in the last year and a half. So in short, basically, Masonic College, academic institution. Love to have you as a faculty member if you want to develop your academic chops and research something you're interested in or have expertise in. And now with the digital platforms and the outreach, it's starting to spread out more and more, which really only goes to show that there is actually a hunger for research, new research in anything related to Masonry or in the expertise that we all carry as brothers. So that's it for the thing about the Maine Masonic College. My shout outs, of course, to Luke Shorty, who's our dean, works with all the faculty, and Chris Howard, assistant chair of the Board of Regents. The rest of the Board of Regents, all volunteers, rather than giving their time to help organize and run this. And of course, always to Ashley, the secretary, who holds it all together. All right, so thank you, everybody.
So expanding a little bit, building on the Dan, the Dan show here, you can see him sitting there with the laptop and whatnot. So we do have this in Zoom. We have had people not here, or at least a person not here. How many people do we have here not here now?
On Zoom?
Yeah.
We had a couple in and then a couple out. That's why I'm recording it.
Okay, so that's where I was going next. The whole thing is being recorded. So when we're done, it will be available. It will be, pulled together. It'll take a few days to do that, but then it'll go up onto YouTube, and then we'll put out to you where it is. If somebody, if your DER is not here, or your district deputy is not here, you got half of the team here, and we'll put it out to everybody. So the guys that weren't here, we'll encourage them to, hey, go, get it on YouTube and take advantage of it. Some of you, I suspect, really use YouTube a lot, and some of you, I suspect, don't. I will tell you, if you don't use YouTube, you probably don't know what you're missing, and I'm not talking Masonically. YouTube will show you how to do everything from speak Latin to change your light bulb. If you've got a 1969 Chevy Impala with bad brakes, you can probably find a video on how to change out the brakes step by step on YouTube. It's just an unbelievable, fabulous source of information. So we are obviously trying to make it a better and better source of Masonic information. But for those of you, if you haven't used YouTube yet, I would encourage you to do something. Think of the most unlikely thing in your mind that you'd be able to find a video on that you care about. Don't just make stuff up. But I'd really like to know how to fix that Hamilton Beach blender that I got. Go type it in and you might be surprised. You probably will be surprised. There's probably 7 of them, and at least 3 of them are in English. Because it's not just us that use it. It's all over the world. I mean, there are videos that, there'll be 4 topics in that I have watched videos not in English because I couldn't find the one I wanted in English. So I listened to some guy speak, whatever what they speak in Turkey, but anyway, whatever language he was speaking, I didn't understand it. Grandmaster.
In my world, YouTube is a curse.
Oh,
because patients who diagnose themselves and
cure
they come
themselves.
into the office and they think they're dying with some, liver disease, and all the time it's an ingrown toenail or something. So you do still have to be wary of what you learn on YouTube, especially if you don't know how to interpret what's being presented.
All YouTube questions should be referred to him. Sir,
Please don't use hand loading data off of YouTube.
is that bad?
You might be setting off a bomb
Yeah, there you go. That's probably true. That's probably true.
in your hand.
You still might find stuff interesting. There's a lot of stuff. So anyway, Masonically, we're building on it. This will be posted. That's really where I wanted to go. But I would encourage you, if you just think YouTube is for kids stuff, you'll be surprised how much is there. There's a lot of good stuff there of value. I would encourage you. We're gonna take a short break. After which, we're gonna ask the DERs to find their way upstairs. As you come to the top of the stairs, like you're going to the bath, follow the bathroom signs. When you get to the top of the stairs, look to your left. You'll see a little conference room there with some absolutely spectacular orange chairs. Kind of make your way in there, and Dan is going to lead a discussion and go over the new DER manual. I want to, before he starts, compliment him. I think he did a wonderful job. The DER manual did not have flow, as I like to say, and it was a very difficult document to use. You will find it as a much more usable document. You're going to be getting, there's an email address now that we set up for the meals committee, so that when you have questions or send reports in, you can send them into that rather than through a personal email. It doesn't have my name in it any place. It says send it to the chairman. I think you all know you can go to the Grand Lodge website and find out who that is, because it will change over the years. And if you can go to the Grand Lodge directory and get the mailing address of whoever that happens to be. Not keep it a secret. They just don't want to put it in the book. That's not the right place for it, because the book doesn't change every time we change chairs. So with that, I'm gonna take about 5 minutes. Ask the DERs, make your way upstairs. District deputies will get back together in here, and then we'll see how long it goes. We'll probably be 20 minutes or thereabouts, and we'll get back together again as a group. Thank you. We gotta be done by the time they finish. Guys, we go ahead and jump back into it again. Prediction's probably pretty obvious. We're gonna go ahead and talk about table C and table D while they're upstairs. Their DRI section, of course, the DRIs aren't here, but we will talk about that anyway. Probably goes without saying with this group, but I will mention that because the DRIs are tied to, they should be trying to keep in sync with your assistant grand lecturer. They're selected by the district deputy. They're yours. They should be working with you and for you. I encourage you to encourage your lodges to utilize them. And I think we all know that sometimes the lodges that need them the most are the least likely to ask them, because they already know everything. And if you don't think so, just check with them, because they know they do, and they'll share that information with you. But I would encourage you to try to get them to get out and about and help work with the lodge. So looking at there's two sections here we're talking about table C and table D. Table C is the DRI's annual. This is not based on the night of the visitation. This is based on what he has seen and what he knows is going on. Are they doing this stuff in general? Are they actually working on their ritual? You know, are the line officers trying to feel that they're doing it themselves? And the ideal is, are they actually doing practices where they're holding themselves to a higher standard? I mean, you know, we talked about the prompting and what I mean, practices, there should be all the prompting that's necessary to get the word exactly right, not close. Because if the practices are kind of okay, you know, and the wording is kind of right, well, it ain't gonna get any better than Night of the Real Degree. So you should be encouraging them to get the words per the cipher, you know, absolutely verbatim when they're doing practices in particular. That's the time that you really do want to interrupt and correct them when they've misspoken a word and whatnot. So that's the, you know, and you know, obviously the master and the lodge has to work amongst themselves to put pressure on the officers who aren't doing the work. And there's usually one or two that aren't necessarily doing the work that they need to learn their parts. And it's different depending on what your part is, obviously, and what your skill set is. Some people learn stuff better than others. I'm always amazed when I go to like 3 practices and this guy is forgetful of what chair he is, let alone what his words are. And then comes the night of the degree and he sweeps right through it. And then you have the other guys that do great in practice, and then the night of the degree comes up and they don't remember which way's up. So yeah, it is what it is. And then there are people who learn the ritual and like the ritual and do the ritual well, pretty much all the time. I'm not one of them. I try, but I'm not bad, but I'm not great. I have a good voice for it, but not necessarily a good brain driving that voice. Source and meaning. This is the kind of crossover, I think, between DRI and DER. Some lodges do this well. They talk about, you know, what do the words mean? You know, I went to a lodge one time. It was in a different state, but oh my Lord, they had about a 20-minute discussion on the, you know, from Aaron's beard and on his clothing. Oh wow, they went on, and they were enthralled with it. I had a hard time with it, but they talked about the details of words from the degree. And I would encourage that some of that is important to kind of get that greater perception. I mean, how many, have you ever heard the discussion of, you know, the 40 and 2000? Well, how many is that? And I've heard people say, and you can look it up in the Bible, it's pretty clear, but I've heard people say, well, that's 2040. It's not. It's 42,000. 40 and 2000 is 40 and 2000. But you find your way around, and you can actually find the verse where it is and talk to the specifics of it, because that one's right out of the Bible, right straight. There's 42,000, 40 and 2000. So, but on and on about the degree. That's kind of what this refers to. Does the lodge feel the degree and the words of the degree and the history of the degree are worthy of discussion or worthy of repeating? Worthy of discussion is obviously a lot deeper than, yeah, I memorized that. I don't know what it means, but I memorized it. You should be encouraging them, and the DRI should be encouraging them to learn and have meaning and feeling about our degrees, about our ritual. It has a lot, there's a lot, as we all know, there's a lot of hidden value in the things that we do and the things that we value and respect. How many lots, sir?
Yeah, fourth school a couple of years ago on one word.
Yeah.
I just
What was the word?
proficiency.
Yeah.
The definition of proficiency. I got 9 lodges in my district. We had to shut the discussion down at 9:45 that night. And it was all in good humor.
Okay. Nobody threw anything at anybody, huh? Good.
You know, there's a lot to be learned.
Yeah. Well, and to me, that's one of the wonderful things about Maine. It's one of the wonderful things about Maine Masonic College. You know, it's wonderful about a lot of what Masonry offers is you can have a lively discussion with a bunch of guys on a topic that you all have maybe slightly different spins and thoughts of. And you know, nobody's going to go away and slash your tires in the parking lot on the way out. I mean, this is a good bunch of brothers that will respect your opinion, and they're not going to call you a moron because you don't agree with them. I mean, that's what brotherhood is about. And it's an excellent opportunity that in this day and age is hard to find. So, you know, I compliment you on that. Not sure exactly. I don't picture that on proficiency, but there you go. I'm glad you got it, and I'm glad it went well, and I would encourage all of you to encourage that in lodges, and whatever topic it is that they want to work on, what they want to talk on, just talk about some of the values of our degree work, and certain, and it wrote that, go ahead, sir.
I just want to make sure I understand this 4-1 thing before
Yeah.
I muddy my head too much. So when I do my inspection, I have my first inspections.
Yep.
So I know I have to do table B.
B is yours.
B
Yep.
is mine, and so all the other tables, do I turn this in immediately after my inspection?
So the cover page talks about who does what.
Yeah.
All the tables are addressed on the cover page to some degree, or if point blank, you can see who signs the form at the bottom. But the requirement, the Constitution says you should do your inspection, your visitation, and send in your report. There might have been district deputies in the past, a couple of years ago, who sent them all in as a package at the end of the year. That's not kind of how the Constitution indicates you're supposed to do it, but to me, everything after is after. So definitely make sure you get it turned in at no later than the end of the year. Don't wait until, 2 months before Grand Lodge session. You need to get them turned in so they have time, Brother Paradis has time to look at it and get some value out of it. But the Constitution kind of leads you to say you might be sending them in within a couple of weeks after your visitation. It says after visitation, send in the report.
So ultimately, it's best to have that VIR education right there with you at the same time. So they can do their.
Not only that, but I just think there's value to showing the lodge that there is a district team. I think there's great value to your being a team. And this is the time that you present your team to the lodge. I strongly encourage you, if possible, to have your DER and your DRI there for your visitation. I encourage you to make sure you make sure they get introduced as part of the suite, and make sure they know being in the suite is not optional for them. They are in the suite, and that you at some point in the night should encourage the lodge to take advantage of the DRI and the DER. Call them. They're here to support you just like I am. And if brother, John can do a lecture, the DER, he'll come over and do that. And if you need brother, Smith to help or to come to your practice or to help you get ready, call him. He'll come and help you with ritual. Mention them by name, point them out, and encourage the lodge to take advantage of them. That's what I would recommend.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Sir.
Now, do you ask also what gets submitted for your report?
Yeah, so when I do submit my report, this entire booklet should go in.
All that's required to go in is table 5.
Page 5 is the only.
Table, yeah, excuse me. Table B. I don't know where 5 came from out of my head.
It is page 5.
Okay, sorry. There you go.
So just that one page, the only thing.
That's the only thing you have to sign and send in. The rest of it are tools to help you in the lodge.
Okay.
That rolled right off my tongue smoothly, didn't it?
Why didn't you just say?
Do you want like, if we do like typed up in Word or PDF, do you want a real live signature option, or we just type our name in the spot? Is there a preference, or does it matter?
I don't think it matters.
I know some things that want a real signature with, but I think it's not a real official form of.
There's no cash changing hands. I don't think we need a risk. I mean, I
electronically signed.
Yeah.
Just type it in.
That's why I think I did it once. Nobody said anything, but I figured just thought I asked.
Yep. That's all I do if I were doing it that way. I typically did mine by hand and sent them in that way, but you can do it any way you want.
I should have been a doctor in my previous life, so that's why I text my whoever's reading Henry.
Good idea then. Were you gonna make a comment?
Yeah, you heard DK say, and they fell on that day 40 and 2,000. Does anybody know where that is in the Bible?
I've looked it up. But I
It's
don't-
Judges 12:1 and 12:6, and it's the Ammonite War. It says right in there, I think it's in 12:6 actually. It says, and there fell on that day 42,000.
Yep.
It's right there. They talk about Waterford and a sheaf of wheat and, the whole bit.
So it's a continuation of the judge, There's a whole lot of them.
So there's a lot.
Basically,
You know what, so when you have brethren in the lodge or the master of the lodge or whoever, those little tidbits of information that you can bring to the lodge, is if you look in Judges 12:1 through 12:6, you're gonna see the Ammonitish War.
Right.
This is not something that we just pulled out of our tail and said, hey, this sounds pretty good. You know, it's actually there in the King James Bible.
Yeah.
King James Bible, not the new version of King James, or some of the other ones are a little bit different. But actually in the King James volume, it's, that's what's in there.
Sir, would you speak to annual years, Grand Lodge, January to December, Ira Berry Lodge, October to September?
What I can tell you,
This report,
what I can tell
I
you,
became district deputy in May.
what I can tell you is there are no specific, clear words in our Constitution that dictate the boundaries of answering these questions. So what I always told the lodge was, I need an annual report. I need a 1-year report. Do not tell me how many meetings you had since January. It's February. I know that number. You know, give me a year's worth. This is a year's worth of information, and I'm not going to beat you up on the start and end date of that year. It should be recent, not ancient history, however. Don't tell me what you did 5 years ago. Tell me, you know, if you want to start with last January to this, and you know, up to you. If you want to use your annual, use your annual. Give me a 1 year, 12-month report that's reflective of this relative time period. That's what I've told. Thank you.
Well, things function differently in the 4th district.
Definitely.
If they function, that's a good thing. Function is function. I'm good with that. Good question, though. And I've had that question many times, and I was always just again, we're not collecting real data for analysis. We're there to see that they're on the track or help them, guide them to being on the track and give them some guidance to keep themselves or get themselves on the track. So I don't believe in picking them apart or beating them up on data details.
We don't need necessarily live data at that moment. Like,
Right.
say, we go into a visitation in December, their annual meeting is in October, they may pull that year's worth, because they got the information right there. Like, I've had a couple of people do that, just transfer that data over, it's like within a month. Versus going back to go. December.
100. I mean, we want this to be a good experience. We do not want to. Some lodges hate Grand Lodge. I don't mean you personally, but us collectively. We don't want to make that worse. And if we can turn the tide to finding to them thinking of us as being helpful and being brothers and being there to work with them, that's a good thing. So yeah, you want to. If I thought it was critical because we were basing our tax data or something on it, or it affected how much money we got from some source of heaven, then I'd say, yeah, we want to make sure we get it right. But this is us trying to get a general feel for how they're doing and help keep them. So be friendly, be supportive. Don't let them stick it to you by giving you 5-year-old data, but you know, just work with them on it. That's my position anyway. And I see nothing in writing telling me I'm wrong. Okay, good question. Anything else on C?
Now, what I assume, after we know we're talking about the lodge's work, X amount of each 3 degrees, should I be telling him like to go talk to the secretary? Is that where he should be gathering that information for the report?
Yep.
And then communicate directly with the secretary?
Yep, he should be communicating directly with the lodge anyway.
Right. That's why there shouldn't get anything from me. He should deal
Nope.
with the master or secretary.
Correct. This whole thing he should be getting this himself. Because again, I want them interfacing with the lodge.
Last year.
Yep. I'm gonna roll to D. Table D. This is the annual visitation. This is the one where if the DRI is there, he fills it out. If he's not, then I'd ask you to ask the DER or ask a past master in the room to fill it out. Let them know in advance. If you have to do it, you can, I guess, but you are, in my opinion, low on that list because I'd like you to be above this. I'd like you to be not focused on the specifics, and I certainly don't want you filling this form out while you're sitting in the east next to the master. And this is the type of form that is so detail oriented that it's hard to fill it out after the degree is over. You know, it's easiest that it be done, you know, during the visitation itself by somebody. hopefully kind of sitting in the back row and just kind of watching and trying to do it. And then this is it. But the other biggest thing that I see this for, this should be, and I would encourage you to present it as a tool for the lodge to get ready for the visitation. This is the stuff they're going to look at. Does this line make any sense to you? Or do you like, what the heck are they talking about? What do you mean? Examine before he's received by the senior deacon. Well, go look it up because there's a requirement. Go figure it out. You know, if there's anything here that the lodge is scratching their head about, then have them call the DRI or the DER and get it answered up front. Because if they can go through this and do it all and so that you know they're going to get a yes on everyone, then great. That means their reception of the district deputy was good, their degree was good, their candidate was good, right? That's all of these items are checked. So that this is a tool. I would encourage them to use it as a tool. I'm not going to go line item by line item. Make sure they have this in advance. Make sure they use this in advance. Oh, appropriate honors. Anybody know? Y'all know where to find that, right? How to receive the district deputy grand master. They should practice it. You should have a marshal that knows your part, you know, i.e. Grand Lodge part as well. It's not really addressed by Grand Lodge. It's in the thing that the district deputy's marshal, because there is no position per se. I would encourage each of you to have typically a past master, or maybe it's just some up and comer that you really want to drag along with you and get exposed to what's out and about. Totally up to you who you use for marshal. But I would encourage you to have someone, maybe you choose to rotate it. I would encourage you not to use someone from the lodge that you're doing a visitation on. Should be somebody from another lodge that comes with you to do the visitation, if at all possible. But it's a way, to touch on this again later, I'll touch on that. It's a way of you to find out if somebody's got an interest in helping the district too. It's a way of maybe getting a hook into somebody and dragging them into the line, dragging them into maybe this guy's going to be your marshal this year and he's going to be the DRI next year, or maybe he'd make a perfect DER. Maybe someday he'll be a district deputy. Is he interested in helping you and helping the district? Is there anybody here that's not a past master? Thought so. Is there anybody here that doesn't give a rat's about their lodge? The lodge they were raised in? Is there anybody that doesn't care about it? Wouldn't raise your hand anyway. I don't blame you. I don't believe there is. I don't believe there is. So do you care about who the next master is going to be? Do you, when you stepped down, did you look at the line that was following you? Did you care? So I'm a past district deputy. I'm a past master. When I was a past master, philosophically, and most of you can probably relate to this, the way I felt about my lodge changed after I was master. When I said my lodge, it was as much my lodge as that was my car in the parking lot. It was mine. Now, not to the exclusion of other past masters or to the other brothers, but that's mine. I have responsibility for that lodge, not only as a master, but as a past master. I care. I care that we're bringing up candidates. I care that we know who the next master is going to be and that he's going to be ready and that we have a line and that we have a future. I care about that. My philosophy was a little bit different as a past master. I would encourage all of you to have that same philosophy about your district. Your district. Look out for your district. Protect your district. Care about your district. A little out of this DRI section, but maybe that's the first step of your finding a guy. Are you thinking about who is replacing you? Are you thinking about who's after that? Are you thinking about who's after that? Are you looking? Don't go grabbing some guy that got raised last night and saying, oh wow, he's wonderful. He's smart and learns. That's not what I'm talking about. But when you see that really good master in a lodge, are you thinking about what he's going to be doing in 2 or 3 years? Is there a chance that you can kind of hook him to, not at the detriment of his lodge, but is there a chance that maybe you can get him to help with the district? Be thinking about that. Be working on that. Talk to him about that. And then the next step of it is the Grand Master has to appoint over 150 people when he becomes Grand Master. You know, he knows a lot of people. Okay, Dan probably knows more because Dan was Grand Secretary. Dan knows lots of people. Do you think, yeah, I can call Dan. Do you think Dan knows the best person to be the next district deputy in all the districts in Maine? No, he doesn't. And he doesn't think he does. And he doesn't, he knows he never will. Some districts have a very formal process. Some districts generate a list of the qualified names. And they have a certain group of people that review that list and provide comments, and then they meet and they have a discussion, and then someone from that group calls and says, we've met and the next district deputy is so-and-so. And some of them I think are quite that blunt, aren't they?
First district.
Yeah, that's what I meant, but I didn't say it. They're that blunt. They come around and say, this is the next district. Okay, you've got it. Two things from the Grand Master's perspective. One, they probably picked a pretty good guy. And two, they're not going to let him fail. They stuck themselves out front and said, this is the right guy. They're not going to let him fail because they don't want to be embarrassed. They're going to make him successful. Probably they got the right guy, but it's going to work because they'll make it work. If your district doesn't have a process, then you should feel like part of that process. You know who the movers and shakers are in your district. You have permanent members in your district. Some of them are active, some of them aren't. If they're not active, then whatever. If they're active, you should be talking to them. Do you have a past Grand Master? Are you talking to them? You know, talk to the people that are the movers and shakers of your district, and get together some night for coffee. Come up with, you know, hey, you know, we got to be thinking about the next DER, and we got to be thinking about the next district deputy. You know, and I've learned try to be silent first. I'm not good at it. Try to be silent, see what kind of names come out, and then maybe throw some names out. Say, what about this guy and this guy? And get the feedback. And maybe you do this at a meeting. Maybe you do this over a 2-month process. Maybe, you know, I'm not trying to tell you how to do it exactly, but I am telling you, you should. At some point, there should be a phone call made, and you collectively decide and say, hey, I've talked to Bob, Larry, Scott, and Jack, the movers and shakers in my district, who the Grand Master will know who they are. And we think Frank would be the next best district deputy. He's going to make the choice. It's not up to you, but he's going to appreciate your input. Am I wrong?
I actually did that when I was, and it's like 172 appointments. And because I don't know everybody in every district, I relied heavily on the brethren from that district to kind of key into who would be best. Some of you are probably district deputies because of the recommendations that were made by the permanent members and past district deputies and individuals. And some of you, because I know you can do a good job. Some of you probably were DER and became district deputy. Before the pandemic, I hate that stupid thing, it keeps creeping in here, but I had the intention of creating a future leader identification committee. We're all responsible for that. We all know in each of our districts who the best individuals are in that district and who can do the job and who's going to be dedicated and who's knowledgeable and who is going to be there and who is going to uplift and inspire the individuals in the district. You guys know that best. I can't go into the #1 district and tell anybody what to do there because they do that already. But I can say who in my local region here in Lewis, Auburn, Portland, that area, who I think would be great. However, as district deputies, I think future Grand Masters, Dan probably has already spoken to some of you for what do you think? I don't know if he has or not. I know he has in some places. You guys know best. I can talk to, you know, Right Marshal Rosen. What do you think about your district? Who would be a good leader? I talked with you. Who do you think? He said Rosen. Oh, geez.
But I will tell you when I said, but when I said Rosen, I also said, I've discussed this with Claire Tush, most merciful, and George Polkinen, and I mean, Wayne Adams at the time, who was my mentor. But so when I shared the name, I says, I've already discussed this with, and I gave him a little list of names. You know, he's free to call him and check up on me, but the reality was, it wasn't my opinion, it was our opinion. We had agreed.
I already had decided anyway it was gonna be that.
Okay, we had the discussion and come up, he was gonna be the name that we submitted. So let me make a statement to you. If your successor is lousy, doesn't do the job well, and you had no input on it, shame on you, it's your fault. You didn't provide a better opinion, then it's your fault. So that's my position. Yeah, now you may provide an opinion and it doesn't get picked, and then it's not your fault. But if you don't provide a better name than the guy who gets it after you, and the guy that gets it after you isn't very good, it's your fault. You didn't do your job, in my opinion. You didn't provide any input, so that's too bad for your district, and you should feel bad about it.
My hardest position was actually right worshipful David Ratcliffe. Because we had a district deputy from the 23rd district that filled in the 4th district until we got some help. And so, you know, it's not always going to be that easy to fill in behind yourself, backfill, to replace yourself. But, you know, I mean, thank you. Really appreciate that. But you need to be looking for somebody to replace you. You know, you have to really consider who is it that's going to fill my shoes when I'm done here, or when I move to a different position, or what have you.
I just want to.
It's vitally important.
I just want to add to it, like, you know, DK, you stayed involved. You're there for a phone call, like, what did you do here? What did you do there? My goal is to be there for the guy that follows me, and to kind of keep that continuity going. You know, our suggestion at our district level, if it comes to fruition, is a great choice. We know it. We know everything will be fine, but we always need that sounding board. Just because your term is up, it doesn't mean your obligation is up, in my opinion. Just to kind of help the next guy, because you don't want him to fail.
And that's a really good point to bring up to the masters and the lodges. Just because you're done, you've been elected the master, and you completed your term, and we'd like to think successfully, you're not done. You should still feel a sense of responsibility to your lodge and your brethren that are with you to continue that. So, good point.
So I'm not going to go through line item by line item, so I'm going to make a couple of points. And one of the first ones, I touched on it earlier, this is where it belongs, I'm going to bring it up again. Grand Lodge has no place mucking with the style of a lodge. And that's you. You are Grand Lodge, and you have no place for mucking with the style of a lodge. Which means, before you criticize something or point out an error or show them how it would be better or how they should do it, make sure that you're right, and make sure that it's not just a style issue. Don't take on style as your job as district deputy to change the style of a lodge. Leave them alone. You may feel that the steward's rod should be vertical when they report, or you may feel the steward's rod should be tipped. Well, that's great. You hold that feeling near and dear to your heart and be convinced that you're absolutely right. But guess what? They're not wrong. The only time that you might point out an opportunity for improvement is if they're doing it differently. One guy headed up, one guy headed down. You guys make up your mind what you want, but you'd look a little better if you did it all one way. But don't try to change how the wardens receive the master and move him to the altar. Do they look like they've practiced? Congratulate them on their practice and get over it. Okay, I've seen DRIs and I've seen district deputies provide, well, it would be better if you did. You're the Grand Lodge. Don't be telling him that they're not doing it wrong. And some of you may have experienced this. I mean, I sat in lodge when I first became district deputy, and I saw so much stuff they were doing wrong. So I looked it up, and it actually wasn't wrong. It was just different. And I learned the difference between different and wrong. And please accept the difference between different and wrong. They don't have to do it your way. They have to do it not wrong. And technology step, some of you may agree, some of you may not. I carried a Paperwhite, a Kindle Paperwhite with me. My Kindle Paperwhite has the cipher, it has the blue book, it has the Constitution and bylaws, it has the Grand Lodge Protocol Manual, You know, it has Hiram's handbook and the trestle board. I mean, everything is on. I have a copy of the US Constitution. I have the King James Bible loaded on my paperweights, and it's about 10% filled. It's shocking what you can put on one of those things. But if I was trying to reference something, I looked it up and made sure I was right. And some of the guys that got inspected by me, Jonathan might be able to, you know, I would take a little note, but before I provided a comment, unless I was absolutely 100% positive, I went and looked it up and made sure I was right. I was not pointing out an error when it was my memory, which happens from time to time. I would encourage you to be careful about, don't muck with the style of a lodge. Support them. They have to follow the cipher. They can't get creative with the words. The words are the words. They don't get to add words. They don't get to take words away. They don't get to change who goes to the altar and who, when you're supposed to salute, when you stand up with. All that stuff's in the cipher. But there is still a shockingly huge amount of room for floor work. There really is. Let them do it. Let them do it. Don't let them violate the cipher. Don't let them don't turn it into a floor show. I mean, they should be sticking within the spirit of Masonry, obviously, but don't try to make them do it your way. Have you anything they want to build on that, or comment on that, or observations on that, or? Sir?
You're exactly right. Every lodge has its own heartbeat, and every heartbeat is a little bit different than the next. There is one thing that I hope to achieve before I go out of office, and I'll even continue afterward, is we could probably all stand up right here, right now, and in unison give the grand hailing sign, and you're going to have a dozen different positions of hands. You're going to have a dozen different whatever it is, and I would like to standardize that, not just across the jurisdiction, so we can have all our new brethren doing it correctly, okay? I didn't say right, I didn't say wrong, I said uniform, along with the other jurisdictions who should all be giving the grand hailing sign the same way. And I think you've all seen it, right? We've got hands like this, we've got hands like this, we've got one like this, we've got one like that, then we have boom, 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 and then we have this, and we have. So that's one of my things that I'd like to do. That's not stylizing. That's just I think something that needs to be probably nipped in the butt right now, because it's so different. So if you're in immediate danger or distress, and somebody may not recognize what the hell you're doing, right? What is that? Because it's not standardized.
Do you believe you'll be able to convince every Mason in Maine to do it exactly the way you think they should?
Absolutely not, but we can
okay,
come
just checking. I'm checking on reality.
But we can come to an agreement that we should do it like this.
Yeah, it's not, to be honest, it's not addressed in any great specific detail anywhere in any manual I've ever looked at.
So how are you really going to get recognized?
Yeah, we could probably put it in the Grand Lodge Protocol Manual. I know the guy that's supposed to be authoring that.
Wait a minute, that was just an aside, sorry.
But okay, yeah, I've heard most of your comments and whatnot, because obviously I've been with you a lot at all.
Do we get this today, or do we wait for district meeting? When do we get that?
What's that?
Well, we've got
come up with what it is that's going to be standardized.
Unfortunately, he also shot that in the head, because our district meetings are open format this year. So we can't discuss it in detail at the district meetings this year. Maybe next year. Oh, wait a minute, you won't keep here anymore.
I'm always.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Never mind. Maybe when we do a close, but I mean, I think he's right. The first thing we'd have to do is formalize it, and then we'd have to figure out, okay, where's the right place that we can put it? Now that I think about it, I don't know whether we really can. We might be able to address it in wording such that we could put it in the protocol manual without actually talking about it. Say that the hand should be flat extended with palms facing inward or something like that, as simple as that. We couldn't go through the details of it because it's an unciphered open book. But we might be able to put in a line that clarifies, I think covers the things you're interested in. Something like that. We've got to talk about it and figure it out. Good comment though. Any other items or issues before I jump towards the back of this a little bit? Okay, again, this is the annual, so I'm skipping through the line items and the style, and if there's anything there that you want to talk about and you think we ought to reword or whatnot, here's the opportunity to provide that input. But this again is the annual report, so he gives a whole bunch. So there is a district education rating. It is about ritual. It's the DRI section. This is not a DRI. This is the bottom of page 9 I'm looking at. So I've got the question, no, this is not the DER section. This is still the DRI section. If you look at it, it is all about ritual. It is the stuff that the DRI is supposed to be involved in. The DER's focus is more towards the broader education, not just the specifics of ritual. This is just specifics of ritual. So that's, anyway, any other comments on C and D? If not, we're going to take a break. So we're going to go to table E. Table E addresses most of what we do, most of what you might do as a district deputy, most of what the lodges might do internally, with other lodges, within the district, within the state, it talks about a lot. If a lodge can go through table E, all of it, and say, wow, we're strong in every category, I'd ask them to do it again, because they're probably not being very open-minded and realistic. You know, I don't know of a lodge that's good in every one of these things, even in great lodges, but there's always something you could do better. But this is intended to be a tool for them to be able to look at, well, what are some of this? You can say, you can come to a group and say, wow, you guys could do better. That's pretty non-value added, isn't it? No crap, we knew that. What could we do better? Well, that's what this is. This is a list of things. I'm a huge believer in the rookie program. You know, let's great. You put all that effort into raising a brother and getting him in. Let's keep him. And that's a big part of what the rookie program has proven to do. It gets them involved and keeps them involved. So this talks about those things. So let's touch through some of it. We're not going to go everything line item. And I will tell you that, so each one of these sections, there's this first page, and then there's another one. They have headings on them, and these headings go back to that page 5. They go back to that table that you're filling out. This page here, page 10, is all of this page by itself refers to one category, to the lodge leadership and operations that you're rating back on table B. So that's the way this is broken down, and you can see each page is the same until you come over to page 13, and that one actually addresses 2 of the things that you're rating. Again, I was told to cut the pages number down, so I cut the spaces and put 2 on one page, and I credited myself with cutting a page. Whatever. So let's just talk about right now on page 10. And I'm going to talk about a few things that I think, you know, are worthy of bringing up. Anything you want to bring up, anything you see on there that you disagree with, I think is poorly worded or whatnot, please feel free. We'll make it a group. I mean, some of it's obvious, but some of the lodges that are struggling, the definition of obvious is not obvious. It's like common sense is somewhat of an oxymoron in the society we have today. It doesn't appear to be that common sometimes. So some of these things you'll look at and go, well, yeah, no kidding. But think about the lodges that are struggling. Some of these things can be helpful to them. The first one is obvious. You know, yeah, the officers are fighting amongst each other is bad. The officers work together is good. Some lodges, maybe reading this will make them realize that, that is kind of talking about us, isn't it? we are that bad example, and maybe it will help them to fix it. Maybe it's a line for you to point out to them that they are that bad example. Do you guys really think you work well together? Put it in the form of a question, by the way. It's always less painful.
Just a question on this. So when I'm doing this cable lead, I'm sitting there with the members of the lodge and asking them how they think this, or I'm putting my input in here as to how I see the lodge.
Best would be a discussion. You can do it by yourself and use it to grade, but then you should discuss it with them. There's no question there should be a discussion about this, particularly anything you think they're clearly over in the left-hand column, I believe you should be discussing it. If you give them anything other than a perfect grade, you should probably tell them, look at it as what are the opportunities you think are the low-hanging fruit for them to make themselves better.
Some of it's perception, right?
It is, absolutely.
Change that perception. You can only go to so many meetings, you can only scratch the surface when you visit. you know, like some other law, you don't know you're gonna work, and I can criticize my own lodge all day long. But you go to some other lodge, you just see the surface, you know, you're supposed to kind of, you should go in with your boss, and like I would think that you would have a conversation, to give them the opportunity to make their case why they're strong.
Yep. I'm gonna jump down to the third one down there. Some of you have seen this, some of you haven't seen it. It happens. It may be necessary that you take and sidebar with the master. Because chances are, if the secretary is driving the master and driving the meeting, the master may have a hard time standing up to him. He may just realize that's what we've always done. The secretary runs the meeting, the secretary does the agenda, and the secretary tells me what to say and when to say it. That kind of weakens the definition of master of the lodge. It's not how it's supposed to be done. The secretary is supposed to be supporting the master. There is no question that in many lodges, the secretary is the strength of the lodge. But the secretary should be the one who's making the master be successful, not obviously just standing up saying, no, we're going to do this first. And I've seen it. I've seen the secretary stop the master and say, no, I want to do this first. You don't really care. I'm running the meeting. We'll get to that. What is it you want to cover? Okay, I'll do that next, but I'm doing this now. If I were the master, that's what I'd say. I tell them, I got that. We'll do it next, but I'm going to do this now. Don't let the secretary drive the meeting. Probably if you have to fix it, you may well have to fix it by talking to the master and getting the master. You're running the meeting. If you want to change the order of the meeting, your secretary gave you an outline he thinks you should follow. You don't have to. You can change the order of your meeting. You can shift it around. You can shuffle it. You run your meeting. And you know, there's little things that sometimes you could encourage a master right up front to let him know, hey, you know, you might want to just set it clear right at the beginning. I mean, my first meeting, we had always voted on approving the minutes. No requirement. The Constitution requires the master to approve the minutes. So the minutes were read. I said, any corrections or any corrections or errors or omissions? Any errors or omissions? None heard. The meetings are approved. Boom. You should have seen the past master head swivel in my lodge hall. We had never done that before. Nobody said boo. Nobody said a word. Okay, I guess this guy's going to run the show. The master establishing the meeting right off the bat. I didn't have to. I asked for their input, but I didn't have to vote on it. I'm going to touch on something I wouldn't touch on otherwise. How many of your home lodges, let's just talk to your home lodges, vote to send an application to a committee of inquiry? Okay. Is it required? Let me ask a tougher question. Are you ever allowed to vote no? The answer is no, you're not. If you have a properly filled out ballot, proper application, not ballot, application, it's got all the signatures, money, it's properly presented, you're required to send it to a committee of inquiry. It's not an option. It's required by the Constitution. It has to go to a committee of inquiry. You can vote on it if you want. If your lodge votes on it, I'm not trying to muck with your style, but I'm just pointing out. You can't vote no, you're not allowed to. Sir.
I thought there was one exception if anyone in the lodge has a valid objection to that being processed any further, because once it's gone through committee of inquiry, then it has to go to ballot. But it can be stopped prior to that. One of the lodges that I'm familiar with, but a great guy like to come in. Oh, that's the guy that was sleeping with my now ex-wife.
The Constitution doesn't give an option.
I'm pretty sure that even if he gets a positive ballot, you can then stand up and object, but it's in public.
This hasn't even gone to ballot yet. This
You-
was just
the-
accepted his application.
As I've read the Constitution,
Prior to their.
as I've read the Constitution, the
Any
answer is,
objection can be made.
huh?
Any objection can be made prior to the first degree.
Right, but it still has to go to a committee of inquiry. The Constitution gives you no out. A properly, and we kind of rolled those words, believe it or not, when we did and I hate to bring up, I might be a touch, so when we brought up that whole transgender discussion, we kind of referenced those words. If you do this, this, and this, it goes to a committee of inquiry. That wasn't a change of the policy, that's the policy, as it's always been. So My opinion is no, it has to go to a committee of inquiry.
Even if you know that there is a non-factual answer?
No, that's an improperly filled out ballot. That ballot is false. That application is false. No, it does not.
You have to bring that up.
You have to bring that up. You have to say, that's not true. No. I'm a legal, legit, properly filled out application must go to, no, if you say, that's crap, he just moved here. He hasn't lived here for a year, or no, he's out on parole, or whatever the example is. If you know that the application is in error, bring it up. No, if it's wrong, it does not go to a committee of inquiry.
So if he filled his application out and didn't say that he was having an affair with brother so-and-so's wife,
If
you could stand up and say, that's a false application.
No, it's not required in an application. There's no place that requires him to address that. It's not addressed on the application. So remember, it's one black cube.
That's it.
That's where the control comes, the bottom line is, if I were master of a lodge and my committee of inquiry comes back recommending against, I'll probably cast a black cube as a master, respecting my committee of inquiry. Plus, I would expect the committee of inquiry members who voted against, they'd be doing it too. So it gets handled eventually, but it does go to a committee of inquiry if it's properly filled out. That was just, I don't know why I got on that, but I just thought that's one of those little quirks, and I see it as I go around, and I see lodges, and I was at a lodge not too long ago where they voted. And then, they didn't vote. And then somebody says, well, you have to vote on that. And then somebody says, well, we don't vote on that. Well, yeah, you do vote on that. And it ended up with somebody asked me, I said, well, I've seen 50% of the lodges vote on it, 50% of the lodges don't vote on it. And there's no requirement whether you vote or not. There is no requirement for you to vote on it. And oh, by the way, you're not allowed to vote no. Just for your info. Just so you know, you can individually vote no, but as a lodge, you can't vote no. It's going to committee of inquiry whether you like it or not. And they decided not to vote on it, and they moved on.
It's a moot point to vote on something that doesn't have.
That's my opinion, but I don't want to tell them what
I
don't want it. There's nothing that says in the Grand Lodge that they can't vote on it. It just says they can't vote no. So if they want to vote on it, go ahead. That was how I addressed it. And I told them that, and they decided not to. All right, running down. Officer meetings, something to encourage. Some lodges, the members meet once a month. That's it. For two things. One, if you belong to Masonry,
I can smell something hot.
yeah? Okay, well, it's bright enough. Well, if anyone sees smoke, let me know. I'll stay close to the exit. That threw me off, believe it or not, it doesn't have, if all you belong to Masonry for is for the stated meetings, that's kind of sad. Because to be honest, I go to stated meetings because I have to go to stated meetings. They really aren't that much fun usually unless you're doing a degree work or something like that. So, encourage and to try to do business. You talk about meetings that never end. To try to do business, that's tough if you don't have something in addition to just the stated. That's why stated meetings will go on for hours and hours if you're trying to do all the details of the business during the stated. So I would encourage officer meetings. Obviously, I think you probably should too. Talks about lodge activities. So I'm just going to kind of roll down through it. Where we actually, believe it or not, we're a little later than I thought we would at this point in the discussion, so I'm going to kind of roll along. If you see something you want to talk about, make sure you bring it up. Sir.
Fourth one up, fifth one up, lodge meetings and events added to the district calendar.
Yep.
Which one?
What's that?
Which one?
I think.
Our lodge page or the one up on the website?
Well, so have you looked recently? Because what was up on the website is gone. What's there now is tied to Maury. I personally like the old one, but it was too. So we've heard that question for a long time and tried to consolidate. The one that's up there now can be challenging at times. I think it was difficult for the Grand Master to the point that he got the Grand Master schedule brought back that was there before, because the Maury one didn't handle it well and he was having a lot of conflicts, and it made it hard for some of us to schedule things by keeping track of where he was and when. We couldn't just see where he was, because that's the stuff we don't want to conflict with, typically, a lot of it. So, and like, if I wanted to know when the district meetings were, yeah, I can go through the Grand Lodge calendar and there's 4,000 items per month, or I can just go to his calendar and see it. But
When you say mooring, are you saying mooring and our lodge pays it the same?
they're concurrent, they're from the same company.
Okay.
Like if you go to Lori and you see the lodges calendar. Click on it.
We're rolling them together more and more, and the old totally independent calendar is gone, except for the Grand Masters calendar.
I think the links are still up there for me. I mean, I think the web page still exists in our page, but it's not tied to the.
Yeah, you can't get there from the Grand Lodge webpage anymore.
I think some guys still had to save their computer or their phone or whatever, so I think you can still bring it up, but, right, you're not supposed to be using it, or it's not tied anymore.
It's a wonderful thing, huh?
Yeah.
Let's just touch on need for progressive line. I have the risk of stepping on toes here. I apologize. I've actually been to a lodge where there were 4 past district deputies in chairs in the lodge, installed. You know, I compliment you on being willing to bail out your lodge and to do it as necessary, but that's not a good thing. That's not a healthy lodge. We all know that. I mean, the goal of a lodge, in my opinion, is the secretary and the treasurer are past masters and nobody else. Yeah, you don't get there all the time. You know, you fill in where you can, and if you're a good member of your lodge and they need somebody to do this chair, you take it. Okay, that's great. But if the warden and the senior warden and the junior warden and the senior deacon are all past masters, that's not a healthy lodge. Encourage the lodges to get their new members into chairs. Not legal, criticize me if you will, but I went to an installation one time, not just within the last year, within the last 6 months, but I went to an installation down our way. We've got a district group that does most of the installations. I'm of the belief that the new officers in the lodge have enough ritual to learn. We come in and do the installations if they ask us. So I said, don't worry about spending your time learning how to do an installation. If you want it done, I got 2 past Grand Masters that will come in and do it for you. It used to be 3, but we'll come in and we'll do it, and you'll be installed, and you all get to celebrate your installation. Then you go work on the real stuff that you need to learn. And most of the lodges do that. I got one coming up next week that we're going to do. Maybe ever just totally lose their train of thought and not know where the tracks were anymore. I'm trying to remember what I was talking about. Anybody remember what I was talking about? Oh, progressive line. Yeah. Progressive line. So I would encourage you to encourage them to try to get, you know, make sure they understand. And I did an installation where, that's where I started. I did an installation where I knew who one of the stewards was. And we lined everybody up for the installation, and they said, I said, well, why ain't he in the line? He's a steward. And they said, well, he's fellowcraft. Well, get him in line. It'll mean more to him than anybody else. And I know I wasn't supposed to. So he walked back in, Don. Sir.
There's an alarm that's going off right now on the fire panel. I called Charitable. He's going to contact whoever it is that handles that. There's a blinking light, and you can get that beeping.
I'll talk louder. I'll talk louder.
It said the man running on fire. Anyway, so I just wanted you to know that.
Thank you.
Somebody's gonna look into it.
Appreciate it. So we got him in line, and guess again, that's that new guy. I will tell you, the installation meant more to him than it did to anybody else who was getting. I think everybody else getting installed. They've been installed before, at least. You know, half of them were past masters, but that guy meant a lot. Focus on getting those new guys in, keep them interested, recognize them, appreciate them. I mean, I really encourage that. So progressive line. District officer meetings. How many districts here do not have an officers association? Okay. Totally up to you. I encourage it. For you as a district deputy, it gives you the ability to see people coming up. The biggest thing I think it does is it gives you an opportunity to encourage the strong lodges to help the weak lodges. They see them, they get to know them, they get to appreciate them, they get to hear them talk and realize that, oh man, these guys are in trouble. You know, they don't do it intentionally, but just some of the problems that they say or some of their comments, it becomes obvious that these guys need some help. And if you've got good, strong lodge, we're good people. We're Masons. We like to help when we can. We like to help a brother, and officers associations give you an opportunity for that. In addition, they give you an opportunity for additional fellowship. Maybe you can run something. Maybe you can, we talked about earlier, the fundraising. Maybe you get an opportunity to get two lodges together to do an activity that neither one of them could do alone. So officers associations, I'm for them. I think they're good. I don't think you should run them. I believe you should have a president of the Officers Association. Oh, potential maybe future guy for district, whatever. That's a good place to get them started and working for the district. So style, it's up to you how you do it, but I would encourage you to have them if possible. Exemplification of the proper, that's not the one I'm talking about. Email addresses. I talked about this with somebody earlier. The Grand Secretary has a hard drive to up the percentage of people, members of Maine, members of our Grand Lodge, whose email addresses are in Maury, and I fully support that. 100% on board of that. I recently joined a second lodge, and the secretary on that lodge is fabulous. And I've seen it in my own lodge where we have members who do not want their email in Maury. They don't like all them emails they get. They don't want them. Okay. They don't want it. They don't want Maury to have, they have an email and they do email a little, but they don't want Maury to have it because they don't want all of it. There's no reason why the secretary can't have their email too. The secretary can't have their email. Maybe they'll be willing to give it to the secretary and then he'll send them stuff just specific to their lodge. I've seen that in lodges. It's an option you might consider. See if you can encourage the secretary. At least if you can get their email, you can let them know, remind them of the stated, or let them know when you're doing a fundraiser, or let them know when you've got, a cookout or whatever going on. You need a fire extinguisher? Fire is out. Okay, probably shouldn't joke about it, but there you go. So I would encourage you to think in terms of the secretary. It's 2000. Most of us have emails. Let's try to get them in. Let's try to get them updated. Past 2000s, I guess I should say. Protocol manual. How many people here looked at the protocol manual? That's about what I expected. It's really not a very long read. Huh? I'll try to stay dry. Rescue. We need rescue.
He will not be deterred.
I'll try to stay focused. There's something that some of you may like in the protocol manual at some point. So it's kind of cool to wear purple, for a while, but you may tire of it. Do you realize that as a Grand Lodge officer, you are required to wear your Grand Lodge apron and jewel whenever you sit in open lodge?
Yes.
It's a requirement. There's an exception to that. Do you know what it is? Nope. There's one exception to that. As a current Grand Lodge officer, you are allowed to wear the apron and jewel in your home lodge of any chair you're installed in. So I've worn it for a while, different job and whatnot. So when we coming up on the annual, I said to the incoming master, "You got anything that's not filled yet?" And he said, "Well, I don't want to be Tyler. I'd rather be the other." He says, "You're going to be the junior grand warden, and you're going to be, I'm the marshal in my lodge, so I can wear blue when I want. I take the purple off and I wear my marshal's apron. Actually, I sit in the secretary chair, the chaplain chair. That's an exception. You, as a Grand Lodge officer, can wear your lodge apron if you're installed."
I said that someplace in there, wear your Grand Lodge apron. Is that what you're saying?
You wear your Grand Lodge apron.
And the insignia of the chair you're filling.
I don't know where you'll find that. If you are a current Grand Lodge officer, this isn't when you're past, you can do that, mix and match. As current, you're supposed to wear your Grand Lodge apron and jewel, with the exception of in your own lodge. If you were an installed officer, you don't have to, you can wear that one. That says, I've read it. You might be quoting a different paragraph. It's kind of a cool read. There's some interesting stuff in there. And it's not a very big manual. So it's I just bring it up here. It's on the sheet. Some of you guys have read a lot of stuff, a lot more than I have, to be perfectly honest. Some of you have a much broader Masonic education than I do. That's a different read you might not have looked at yet. And by the show of hands, I'm right there.
So the argument from some is that that protocol always been that way? Or is that protocol that's according to the protocol manual and people that created it coming up with protocol that was supposed to abide by?
Nothing is always as it's always been. I will tell you, I haven't made any changes to the manual, and there haven't been any made recently. Nothing is as it has always been. So I'm sure somebody can point to a history change somewhere, but it's been around for a while. And I pointed out to you, not saying that, 6 months from now, I'm gonna say, have you read, page 17, paragraph 3, because you should. It's an interesting read, and it's one that very few people read, so I figured I'd poke at it. Take a look at it.
Keyword you said, last year's mine, DER last year, my district, going around a couple of pages, it's should. There's some things, hey, you should do this, you should do that.
There are
That
shoulds.
fine line in that gray area of, is it yes and no, or is it a recommendation? That brought up the whole discussion.
I always look at should as something you will do unless you have a reason not to. Right. That's how I look at should. Should is something you do unless you got a reason not to. Shall is something you do, period. That's the way I read it. Anybody, anything else as I run down on time here? Constitution and bylaws. Y'all feel your lodges are comfortable with everything that's in the Constitution and bylaws? Yeah. Is there anyone here who thinks they're comfortable with everything in the Constitution and bylaws? Okay, let me make sure my hands don't appear to be up either. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there. If you've read some of it and you're looking for, well, what should I read next? Read the body of decisions. There's a lot there that's closer to English that gives you interpretations of rules. You might find it interesting. I would encourage you to take a look at it.
You'll cause it to be read in your lodge and then they pretend ignorance of it.
I know, but you will not cause it to be read in your lodge from beginning to end and assume that it's going to happen. So nobody knows it all. We all know that. I'm gonna move to page 11. This one right at the top, it says including the Excellence Award. It's a program. Go for it. Take a look at it. There's a lot to it. We're not going to go through it in detail here. But I point out to you that on your table E, your District Deputy Grand Master's Visitation Form 1, it talks about the Excellence Award, so you probably ought to at least go look at it, take a look. Some of you may have been involved in doing it. It's a lot of work. I look at it as something that can be good to help a lodge that's really trying to help itself. It can also be good for something in the lodge that's doing quite well that wants to go that extra mile to make themselves better. It's not going to hurt anybody, but I would encourage you to take a look at it. And some lodges are working hard and they're bailing the boat, with both hands, and the alligators are snapping away, and they probably aren't going to get too far down the Excellence Award this year. But there are some that can, and I would encourage you to encourage them and support them on it.
DK, what it really, the Excellence Award is not really the award per se.
It's the
sure,
effort.
you get recognized, for accomplishing certain tasks, but the Excellence Award process is more important than the actual outcome.
Yep, it's the effort.
Well, not actually the outcome, because the outcome is positive.
Yep.
It is a roadmap for the brethren of the lodge to decide where we are now, where do we want to be, and how do we achieve that goal. So, for example, we have John Rosen is taking on a gargantuan task, and he has 30, 60, 90-day plan. It's a roadmap.
Yep.
Okay, and that's what the excellence program, the Masonic Excellence Program is. I really think that every lodge should have some type of a goal and an outcome, a final outcome, and a process on how to achieve that.
Oh, that's why, it's right here at the top of the lodge vision and planning page. I mean, this is what you're assessing them for. So that's what it is. Do you have a vision? And again, I'm jumping along here a little bit, but I'm going to jump down to the third one down. Budgeting and financial planning. I visited a lot of lodges. And one thing I did differently that you might think about doing. I know some people avoid going to lodges annual meeting. And I didn't go to many my first year. My second year, I went to all my lodges annual meetings. It's an eye-opening experience.
It really is. It's best to do so when you're in a good mood, because they're very different. They're very interesting. I confess I didn't keep my mouth shut all the time, but you're shocked. But yeah, no, you can't tell him he's going to be the junior warden. He has to present himself. You can't nominate him and tell him he has to be. Sorry, you can't. So whatever. No, you can't decide we're not going to do elections this year. I've had to tell masters that. Oh, we're not going to do an election this year. We're all going to hold up the jobs. No, you can say we've all decided we'd like to hold our jobs, but then you have to do some premise of allowing people to offer themselves, and then you have to vote on it. You can't just skip the whole election process because you're the master decided you want another year. It doesn't work. So, but I would encourage you to try to go to their annual meeting, and some of them talk about money. Some of them don't talk about money, which is scary to some degree. My experience is very few lodges have a budget, which is sometimes scary. Some lodges that don't have a budget, no, they're fine, they got more money, they know what to do with it. Then there are lodges that have a lot of money, they don't really need a budget. Most of them, of course, have a budget. But a lot of lodges that are weak financially, so how often does the secretary reads this form and somebody says, I propose we give them $100. I second that motion. Anybody all in favor? We just give them $100. Where's that in our budget? Did we budget for charity donations? How are we doing? Are we over? Are we under? Can we afford? Should we give them $50 and say thank you very much? Or should we give? Most lodges can't carry on that conversation intelligently. They don't know. They don't know. Can we afford this? Do we have this? Some lodges can, some don't, but a lot of them don't. I would encourage you to encourage them to have a budget. It's nice. It's great. I've seen lodges where someone makes a motion, it gets seconded. The treasurer, as rule of thumb, says that's well within our planned budgetary spending. Just as part of the conversation, you're supposed to discuss it before you vote on it. He says that's well within our plan, but that's said a lot to the conversation, hasn't it? That means you have the plan, you have the money. Now it's up to the brethren, and it's going to get approved. It's going to get approved anyway, because we don't say no to many things. When someone's made a motion to spend money, we usually say yes. But it would be good if you actually knew whether you had the money to spend, could afford it or not. So I would encourage you to talk to them about having good fiscal responsibility. The lodge makes regular use of the charitable foundation. We talked about that an awful lot. I will tell you, as a person who sat as a trustee on the charitable foundation board, most, if not all, the members of the board, as Sue, I think, communicated, feel that of all the money that the board gives out, the most significant, some of the most important money is the matching grants. That is the money that goes to the lodges, which is where Masonry is. That is the money that supports that relationship between a lodge and its community. And that is the money that has the best potential in most cases to make an impact that may bring us new brothers. So you should strongly encourage the lodges to make use of the matching grants. Anything you think should change in the matching grants? If you do, talk to the board members. There's select, you can look them up. It's in the directory. You've got Sue. You've got Sue's phone number. You can talk to her. Sue's not part of the board. She's employed by the board. She does a great job running the trust. But if you've got concerns and issues, she'll bring them up to them. You know, the Grand Master's a member, the Deputy Grand Master, the wardens are members of the board, and then you've got elected members of the board. Communicate to them if you've got issues, suggestions. They can use them, and they talk. They're always looking at, well, what can we do to make ourselves better? So it's not going to just fall on deaf ears. I'm not saying they're going to do everything you think is the right thing to do, but they'll listen, and they will talk about it. District-wide planning and scheduling. You should be encouraging your lodges to put all their stuff on the calendar, the Grand Lodge calendar. You should be telling the lodges, no, you cannot schedule a degree the night of another lodge's inspection. You shouldn't do inspections the night of another lodge's meeting. You should be encouraging a sense of district symmetry, that they're all working together. I believe you should encourage the masters of every lodge to try to go to other lodges' annual meeting or visitation, their inspection. It's great when you can walk in and do an inspection and you see the masters of all the other lodges there to support this master for his inspection. You should try to encourage that if you can.
Don't, and you should point blank tell them, if you see on the calendar that they've scheduled a degree the night of your doing an inspection, I would call them and say, hey, what are you doing? That's inspection night. I'm doing inspection over at such and such a lodge. You shouldn't be doing a degree that night. You should be coming over to support him. I don't think you can tell him, no, you can't do it that night. But you certainly can discourage it. And you can absolutely. How many people tell the lodges when their inspection is? That's the old school. We got one guy. Okay, well, but you didn't do it for all of them, did you?
No.
Okay. That's the old way. I mean, when I was district deputy, one of my mentors said, stop asking them, just tell them when it is. I didn't, I asked, but I knew it's a negotiation process. And if they can't come up with a date, you tell them when it is. But you should not allow them, you should never allow them to schedule their visitation the night of another lodge's state. You know, you shouldn't let them do that. You say, no, you can't do that. That's so-and-so stated night. I'm not going to schedule a visitation on the night of their state.
But how do you do that if you have lodges that meet on the same night?
You don't have to do visitation on a state.
Okay.
Most visitations in some districts are not done on a state.
Or you might throw out any session, maybe like my sixth district here that has 12 lodges. I have a lodge that meets every Thursday night and every Wednesday night, so it's very tough for the schedule.
Yeah, but only one a month is their stated, correct?
Right, but I have a lodge that meets every single Thursday night. I have a lodge that meets every single Wednesday night of the month.
But only one a month is their stated, isn't it?
Yes.
So that's the one you avoid, and you can't.
You're talking actual visitation at the lodge. Is that what you're saying? You're talking like, I make a lodge not doing it at their state.
No, I'm saying if you have scheduled, let there be light. If you say I'm doing a visitation next Thursday night, and another lodge schedules something
On that night. That's right. So I have a lodge meets the first Thursday, I have a lodge meets the second Thursday, I have a lodge meets the
You
third
have
Thursday.
4 different.
I have 4 lodges that meet every single night. I have 4 lodges that meet every single Wednesday. So every night in the month, Wednesday and Thursday, there is a lodge that has a stated meeting in my district. That's how many lodges. So it's tough unless I have those guys do their meeting on a Friday or a Saturday or Monday's my own free night of the week. That's tough to do. I think there are some lodges.
you can try, and I'm really suppressing what sucks to be you comment, but I just it's a challenge of having 12 lodges. I mean, I had 10, and I agree, it can be difficult. But you can try to, so if Thursday night's booked, then you don't do visitations on Thursdays, you do them on, Wednesdays and Tuesdays or whatever, and you move. You got to do the best you can. I'm just saying, I encourage you to get them the philosophy they should be supporting each other. They should be going to the other lodges' annual visitation.
Definitely, I have like three nights unless I do it on a Friday or Saturday.
Yeah. I agree. 12 is hard. That discussion happened earlier. 10 was a pretty full plate. 12 is harder. So I understand where you're coming from and feel for it.
And please understand, that's just a recommendation.
Yep.
It's more like a courtesy to the other lodges, like, why don't you come and support this guy?
Yep.
But it doesn't have to be done that way.
No.
You guys know best what's happening in your districts. You guys know best how to handle that. And if you can encourage the lodges to be there, great. But it's not always possible.
I'm going to jump off this page. If anybody's got anything else you want to talk about on that page, bring it up. Otherwise, we're going to jump ahead because the next one is probably one of the most important ones. I think, in the condition we are in fraternity today, it's talking about candidates, membership, development, and retention. There's minimal value in raising brothers and not keeping them. It's a lot of effort for minimal return. It helps you you maintain skill and degree work, I guess. So there's some value there. It helps the brothers that are there doing their practices and whatnot. But the goal is building the membership of a lodge. So don't separate, don't say we're going to focus on we want to bring in 50 new members next year. How about bringing in 10 and keeping them? I remember being in a lodge that was bragging about the number of brothers they raised last year. It was in their pitch to me, that how many they had raised. And I asked the question, well, how many of them are here tonight? The answer was 0. They bragged to me about how many brothers they raised, and none of them were there that night. I thought that pretty well addressed my issue. I just said, how many of them are here tonight? And they immediately picked up on we probably shouldn't have brought this up, you know, because great, you raised them, but they're not here. Keep them. That's where I think the rookie program is, you know, just absolutely wonderful. I mean, if you look at that, that requires, you know, we talk about the mentoring program, we talk about the Big Brother program. It almost forces you to go down that path to some degree, because that guy ain't going to that stuff by himself. If he's doing that, and remember, when does the rookie program start? Anybody know?
Officially, when I'm asking Mason degree.
No. It starts the night he becomes a brother, which is at the completion of the EA degree. That's officially when it starts. He can visit other lodges, and how many lodges do you know will say no when the EA wants to visit? Then you just let them know in advance. They may not be ready to open in an EA degree. They should, but they may not. He may have to wait outside, and they may have to drop down. It's unfortunate, but it happens. But lodges will take a guy that visits, and you should visit with him. No, and that's why I asked. I didn't mean to set you up. It does not start at the Master Mason. It starts when he becomes a brother. And remember, in the ceremony, after the obligation, you go from calling him Mr. So-and-so to Brother So-and-so. It's that point when the rookie program starts. And I would encourage you, get him out.
Is everybody here aware of the new rookie pin? Not the rookie award, the rookie pin that the new brother gets at the evening of his EA degree. That is a pin that signifies that, look, I could really use your assistance. I'm the new guy. We're not trying to single out that brother in any way, except that we recognize the fact that we yet have work to do by making sure that that brother is welcome, that when he goes into a lodge and you see that rookie pin, that your hand is extended, or every brother's hand is extended to welcome him and guide him along his way. As he goes through this rookie requirements to achieve the rookie award, then that's a different thing. But the rookie award program starts the evening of his entered apprentice degree. He should be getting the sheet and with some explanation, and probably even if the lodge does this, I don't like the phrase assign a mentor, because we're all mentors. Every one of us is responsible to guide that new brother along with us. But some lodges do assign a mentor. Some lodges just have a naturally born mentor. We have one of our grand stewards, Jason Davis, that guy, and TJ. These guys automatically take a new brother under their wing and then go places. It's incumbent upon all of us to do that.
Yeah. Okay, rookie program. Again, I got to go through it quick because I'm actually running behind where I thought I'd be, but that's a good thing because you guys have had a lot of comments, and I think we've talked about a lot of topics. Fellowship night. The Grand Lodge put out a fellowship night program that was received very well by some lodges and received very poorly by others. I have no tactics, frankly. Some lodges just didn't want to do it. They didn't like it. They thought it was too structured for them. Just think of it in a more general terms. The reality of it is you need to bring in people. There's value in saying, hey, in October, we're going to pick a week where we're going to do a fellowship night. We'd like each of you guys try to find somebody to bring them, their wife, whatever. We're going to come over, we're going to have a meal, we're going to do a presentation on the lodge, we're going to answer their questions, we're going to walk them around a little bit, and maybe we'll get some new members, maybe we won't, but I would encourage you to do some format of a fellowship night. We're going to try to bring the brothers in. Joe's going to talk about our Bikes for Books, and Larry's going to talk about our, chicken barbecue. So we let them know what we're doing, and so-and-so is going to talk about our, support for the widows, and somebody's going to talk about what we do at Christmas time for the kids in town. And you have some kind of a plan, what it is you're going to go over. And like I say, you're going to give them a meal. I strongly encourage you to invite the wives as well. Some of them would like to see them out on a good cause and think that might be a good expenditure of their time. And once the wife has decided they're going to join, they typically decide that she's right. So I would encourage it to be a group, and plus, that doesn't give him the burden of having to go and explain to her why, what is it, should I? And it gets rid of some of that secret society stuff, which, as we talked about earlier, it doesn't necessarily help us. Let her know what we are, why, what it is we do. Encourage them to come. So I would, comments on fellowship nights. I encourage her. And then once you got them, obviously, make a schedule, stick with the schedule, try to do the degrees on a regular basis, try to not make them go, what did I get myself into? This isn't going very well. Mentoring, the Grand Master talked about, I'm gonna go beyond that. Regular communications, not going to talk about widows and shut-ins. It's part of kind of what we are. Every lodge should try to have a program where they're staying in contact with the widows and brothers who can't come. Do the lodges reach out and find out why older brothers aren't coming? Do they need a ride? He's probably got brothers in the lodge that will give him a ride if that's the only reason they're not showing up at a meeting. Say, hey, go pick up Joe. You know, Joe's not really ready to drive at night anymore. He's decided he's not driving at night. Somebody go get Joe, bring him, take him home. I mean, you know, the Fred that goes get Joe may be 3 years older than Joe, but Joe's decided he doesn't want to drive, and Fred's okay with it. So let Fred go pick him up and bring him to the meeting. I've seen that happen. I've seen Fred being 15 years older than Joe and still going picking him up and bringing him to the meeting. But there you go. They both seem just to get there alive and go home alive. So that's a good thing. So, but look into it. Try to get your non-participants and your shut-ins supported. And I mean, my home lodge tries to do an entertainment program for the widows. We bring them in, do a meal, have a show. They love kids. Little children dancing seems to make old ladies happy. So we have an Irish step dancing group who, you know, they pay big bucks to get all these classes and whatnot, and they do a few performances a year. They come for nothing. We bring them in and feed them. They come with all their parents, so we feed about 30 people or whatever. Give them a meal and whatnot. And they all get up and dance, and all the little old ladies just glow. They're thrilled. Dancing children goes well with little old ladies. It seems to mix perfect. So highly recommend that sort of thing. They like singing and dancing and music. So there's plenty of stuff out there. Quite a bit of it you can get for nothing. Some people say, well, we can't afford to hire entertainment. Look harder. Sometimes there's free entertainment available. It really is. Youth groups, a lot of times, by the way, dancing groups. People that run dancing schools spend big monies when they do their annual recitals. They kind of, because they have to rent a hall and they work, you know, they put a lot into it. If you're offering them a venue to come in, some of them will look at it as kind of a practice or a subversion of their annual recital. And a lot of them will come and put on a performance for you. So ask some of that. I would encourage it. Anybody, any other ideas for widow entertainment? Widowers?
Have the Rainbow Girls or Team Elected, Team Elected to the Flower Talk, or the Mother's Watch.
I should have mentioned that. You're right. That's absolutely correct. I should have mentioned that. That's a good one.
There are other programs also. It doesn't necessarily have to be bring the widows to the lodge and watch children dance.
Yeah.
I mean, like the 30.
I love to see them smile. They love that.
And it's true, but you know what? You're gonna see a widow smile before they visit.
Yeah, it's true.
You know, all the 33rds, we give all of the widows poinsettia.
Yeah.
Around the holidays, around Christmas.
A lot of lodges do a flower program. I know. For
You
their
can
widows.
go to their home and expect to go there and say, hello, how are you? Drop off the poinsettia and leave.
It's tough to get out.
I'm telling you, because these widows love to sit and have conversation, and they're obviously going to talk about how much their husband loved Freemasonry, and then before you know it, you've been there for an hour and you shared a coffee or a cup of tea or something, and don't eat the peanuts because they just suck the chocolate off them. So don't eat the peanuts.
The term "too much information" just flew through my head.
But what I mean is, you know, the widows love.
Oh yeah.
And we swore.
A lot of it, and to be honest, the shut-in members aren't much different. They fall into the same category, obviously.
Yeah.
Sir?
We take out fruit baskets.
Yeah.
And a couple of lodges in the 750 fruit baskets. Some of them, you know, have difficulty putting it together, so they give them a gift card.
Okay.
Most of the widows or shut-in brothers really appreciate that. Somebody brings it to them.
Any others on that? Down, the next one down drops down, talks about history report. I talked about it earlier. particularly if you have an email, it costs nothing. Make sure every member is getting a copy of the history report. The ones who can't come to meetings and the ones who are the farthest away will appreciate it the most. Why on earth would you not do it? Maybe the other thing is it might encourage you to actually have a good history report, which is always nice, because we all know some of them are a little bit weak. Some of them are fabulous, some of them not so much. The bottom section talks about suspension. So we'll find out why. Why is this guy not paying dues? A lot of them just don't care. Okay, to be frank, some of them just don't care. Their interest in Masonry is past. It's not worth it to them anymore. You can talk to them. Maybe we're not doing what they like. Maybe we can get them back in that way. Maybe we should bring back what they like. And maybe we won't. But go find out. And some of them will be really happy that you showed the interest and will come back. Thing you want to be observant for is, can they not afford it? It doesn't happen often, but it does happen some. Maybe they just don't feel the money, they're more important about kind of feeding the cat or keeping heat than they are paying their $100 a year or whatever it is to the grant. Very few lodges, there are some, but very few lodges, if you present in lodge a motion to excuse a member's dues and you explain why, my experience is those will typically get approved. The lodge says, yeah, we can afford to pay. I mean, all you're paying is per capita. You're going to pay his per capita. We'll excuse his dues and keep him on our rolls and pay his per capita. If the guy really needs it and it means something to him, what are the chances that if you go to him and say, the lodge has decided to vote to pay your dues for you, your chances of getting him back in lodge are significantly better. We appreciate it. We'd like to have you come back and we will cover your dues for you this year. I encourage that.
One of the fire brothers from my lodge at one time, lifetime member of the town and from the lodge, before he passed, he created a charity and put $1,000 of his own money into the account, created some bylaws for the lodge, basically left it in the hands of the current master and the secretary, that if they knew of a brother, that they could basically discreetly take care of that amongst themselves. They didn't have to mention names in a meeting. And if they felt that there was a brother that needed the assistance, that they could basically, between the two of them, take that money and it's great and pay his dues and keep caught up and nobody had to know about it.
It's great.
It's great.
One other thing you have to realize too is, a phone call to a brother when you haven't spoken to him in a while, the first phone call he gets from a brother is asking for money.
Yeah.
It's just poor
It's tough.
form.
Yeah.
We haven't checked on you for the last 3 years and now we're gonna call you and ask you for money. This is a problem.
Yeah.
We just recently went through this with the Scottish Rite where we dissected and divided the list of members. And we had a brother to brother afternoon and we called every single brother on that. And you wouldn't believe how many people were really thrilled at the fact that somebody reached out to say hello. You don't talk about dues. You don't talk, how are you? We haven't seen you. Sometimes it was, you know what, brother? I've never met you. I don't know who you are. And I don't know if anybody's called you recently, but I'm taking that step right now to give you a buzz and see how you're doing. And I hope that I will have the pleasure and the opportunity to meet you sometime soon. Why don't you join us at lodge or join us, whatever. Because if we didn't care enough to call for them to see how they're doing, why do we care to call about their money?
Yeah, the opposite side of asking for money is I've seen lodges that specifically will have a moldy oldie program where the lodge will in advance say, hey, any brother we haven't seen in 3 years, his meal's free. You can get him to come to the lodge. You just tell him his meal is free. You call the guy and say, hey, we'd really like to see you. And if you come by, your meal is on us. We're from Maine. We're mostly pretty cheap. A lot of us will take a free meal if we can get it. So, maybe it's an opportunity to drag a guy out of the house and get him to come to a meeting he hasn't been for a long time. And what do you lose if you give the guy the meal free? Go for it. That's my feeling. Most lodges could probably afford it. And I'm not saying for the rest of your life, say, yeah, you're welcome on, we'll give you a free meal. Maybe he'll show up. I would encourage that. Anything else on that section, or we're going to jump ahead to fraternal and social? I'm going to jump through, be thinking about this because I've seen a lot of districts do it differently. I'm going to jump right down to the third one, talking about lodges travel. Does your district have a process that actively encourages that? I mean, one way is for you to actively encourage them to go to other lodges inspections. That's one thing. The 18th district, Mike's from, but you know, their people aren't here today, but the 18th, I know they have a very active officers association. And one of the things is that their officers association, every meeting, they give out a traveling gavel. They give out 2 traveling gavels. They give out a traveling gavel that's about this long. It's got a big head on it. That's for the winner of the traveling. It's whoever has the most brothers from a lodge that came to the officers association meeting. And then they have a second place. So on the traveling gavel, it has a little notebook attached to it. You record the date and the month that you got it. And then there's a second place, and the second place gavel is about this long, and the notebook is about this big, where you record that you got second place. You know, so but there are a couple lodges that there were almost 2 years. One lodge got it every month.
Yeah, one lodge got it every month, and then the master who had that said, well, we're gonna keep it and no one else is gonna ever see it.
And that was the end of that.
And that was the end of that, and of course, he made a promise that if you took it out of our hands, I'll build you a stand for it.
And a month later,
A
somebody
month
else.
later, that the other lodge took it, and the next month, they got the hammer back, and
Built a stand.
they gave him the stand.
Yeah. No, I mean.
Common hammer, so we
What-
called it, the hammer.
In my district, we have a traveling gavel that's not associated with the officers association, and it's got rules on the back of it. It's like, you know, yeah, you can, they get to keep it for a month, but once they've had a month, any lodge can come and get it. It has to be at a stated or, you know, and you got to have 3 or more, and whoever has the most that comes announces that they're there to get it. You know, you have to be there at the start and the end of the meeting. You can't just come in and do the meal and steal the gavel. You know, there's rules written on there. And it encourages groups. I mean, and it's great fun. I remember one time, you know, we were targeting going to get it from a lodge, and we showed up, and I'm looking around, and there's 2 other lodges there to get it, and the numbers are close, and I'm there on the phone, and I hear another guy, one of the other master, he's on the phone, TK's on the phone, you know, and we got the gavel. I brought 3 more people in, and we managed to snag it, but it was a great fun. Now that other lodge took it from us, you know, a month later, but something to encourage people to travel to other lodges. I would encourage it. That's any other comments on that? Ideas, suggestions, thoughts?
I have a comment on that. We have a traveling gavel also, and when I was the president of the association, what we did is, because some lodges in the districts are stronger than others. So a lot of times the gavel just went back and forth between those 2 lodges. So what we did is we implemented a little change in the rules that if you wanted to come and get it directly back from the lodge that just stole it from you, you had to go there with 1 more person than they came with in order to get it. However, if there was a lodge that did not just receive it and they showed up with their 5 members, I don't care if you had 20 of them there.
They get it.
They got it because they hadn't had it. And that offered the same opportunity for a lodge, either strong or weak, to capture the gavel. And it wasn't always between those 2 lodges.
Our district has a spin on it. Ours just says if you can't go, you that just lost it can't go get it for 3 months. Everybody else can go get it next month, but you can't get it for 3. So it gives the other lodges a chance to sneak in and grab it. So there's a lot. I encourage you to do something. There's a lot of different options, and they're all good. Anything that you can do to encourage travel between lodges, I think is good. It will help you with rituals. Table lodges. I love table lodges. You know, it would be great if you could have at least 1 lodge in your district do a really good table lodge. It's an opportunity. It's good fellowship. They're good fun. They're usually good food. They're a fundraiser. Usually, if they're done properly, they're a lot of work. And you should strongly discourage anyone from setting up and running a table lodge if they've never been to one. Get them a calendar and have them go to somebody else's first, so they have some idea what they're wading into. But other than that, I would encourage you to encourage table lodges. They're good fraternal, interorganizational event. I'm rolling here because I'm going to get pulled any second. Anything else on that? Community presence is important. I got to talk about it. And I'll give you an example of why. Why do we care with the community? I've actually had someone ask me, my lodge doesn't do community activities. That's not who we are. We're a ritual lodge. We don't want to do community activities. Okay, how many candidates have you raised in the last year? None. Okay, do I need to keep going here or what? I mean, you don't get the tie. He didn't, but anyway, I'll give you another tie. I visit some lodges in New Hampshire. As you know, I live near New Hampshire. There's some lodges there that I visit. Well, one of them went under because their taxes went through the roof. Yeah, their taxes, their property taxes, because in New Hampshire, lodges are not tax exempt. Lodge buildings are not tax exempt, none of them. But oh, by the way, here's what they did. They moved, that lodge moved to another lodge's building, who didn't actually own their building. Their building was owned by the Grange. Every member of the lodge was a member of the Grange, and every member of the Grange was a member of the lodge, but it was a Grange building. Granges are tax exempt in New Hampshire, but Masonic lodges aren't. At some point in time, the community was not willing to back Masonry and to let Masonry become a taxable organization. What would that do to your lodges in your district if they were paying property taxes? Think about it. You know, there may be a few that are because they have rental properties and stuff like that. I understand, but for most lodges, that would just kill them. That would destroy them. So our relationship with the government, our relationship, because a lot of those people in the municipalities are the ones that run for state representatives and stuff too. Our relationships with our communities matters. If you don't think it does, just look at New Hampshire and what happened to the lodges. Anybody else on this topic? Grandmaster, you've got last words. Oh, questions and answers. Before I let the Grandmaster speak, because he needs to speak. I'm being subtle here. And Grandmaster, you're up, and then we're done.
That was a mistake.
And then we're done.
DK, right worshipful brother DK, very worshipful Goucher. Thank you very much for putting on this program today. You guys, you did the lion's share of the work. So extend those greetings and those accolades to the committee. Okay, brethren, it's been certainly my pleasure to be here with you this afternoon. Some of you may have, or some of you may not have gotten as much as you wanted. Maybe you got more than you expected. I really have a tremendous amount of affection and confidence and respect for all of you for what you do in your districts. Because like DK had said earlier, you guys are the boots on the ground, and I'm all about boots on the ground. You're the eyes and ears, and you're the ones who will support your districts. You are the ones who will bring the information to the brethren in districts so that they can be successful. You know, for so many years, the Grand Lodge had been like the strong arm of the law, telling you what to do and suppressing your desires and holding down your plans. That's the furthest thing from the truth. And I think we've come a long way to remedy that thought process or that mentality. All of us are here to provide the tools that the lodges need to be successful in their communities and in their own search for light. I mean, we're all in this together, and I really want to thank you very much for being here today. It's been a very long day. I really enjoyed the program. But you all have your own ideas about how to do things in the district. This wasn't the be all end all. You have to do it this way. Be creative. Think outside of the box, like our très vénérable, our junior Grand Warden spoke of the other night. Think out of the box. If you need anything, I am a direct contact with you. Call me. But remember, you have a portion of the authority of the Grand Master. I trust you to make the correct decisions in your districts. I will always support you in your decisions that you make in the districts. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate. I don't want you to go out on a limb and have the limb break on you. If you really feel that that's what's going to happen, give me a call. And we're there to help. I have an advisory board, and I reach out to them on occasion because I need help in certain decisions and whatever. None of us are doing this alone. There's plenty of assistance for everybody. So all I ask is that you all travel safely to return to your homes. You can tell your wife that if she doesn't believe where you were, she can call me and I'll tell you. I'll vouch for you. I can't believe you sat all day in that hall in this heat. Some of you have to mow the lawn. So anyways, thank you very much for being here. I look forward to being with you at the district meetings. And I again appreciate everything that you do for Freemasonry and for your districts. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much. Kudos to you.